Yo, yo,
Welcome. Which part of the flat earth are you from?
like what do you mean?
Or land? Where do you hail from?
It's pretty
I'm from
straightforward.
India, bro.
So I have a question for you. When you know Hindi, right?
Yes, I know Hindi.
So the word dharti, do you understand it to be like a
Yes, bro.
ball
It's
or
Earth.
something flat?
I
Yeah,
think,
it's
bro.
earth, but
It's
you understand it to be a ball or flat.
I mean, from since we've been kids, it's been told to us that it's sphere.
But the word for sphere is gola, the planet.
Gula, I mean, like some optical spheroid something.
Yeah.
That's it. What you believe?
I believe that the earth is where we are, our, land or whatever, our earth. And it's not
That's correct.
necessarily a comparison to other celestial bodies in the sense of we're the same. So, if in the globe model, if the Earth were a ball, would the Himalayas or the Mount Everest be, sort of sticking out? I mean, it's the highest and all.
Mm, I don't know, bro. The Earth is not sphere.
Well, most of the globers believe it's something close to a sphere, whether it's an oval or something, but generally speaking, they believe it's some kind of a ball as compared to a flat one.
Oh,
Plane surface, as in generally plane.
so you think Earth is flat?
Stretched out. Yeah, I mean, generally. Obviously, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's up and down kind of thing, but generally, it's a flat thing. If, like, when it comes to water and like fluid substances, they become
Where you
flat
live,
when they're
bro?
not,
Where you from?
not from Africa, second largest continent. And Africa is flat.
Bro, why it's like in India when it's morning, in US it's night or something. It's just because Earth is rotating.
What makes you conclude that?
Earth is sphere and it's rotating maybe.
So if I switch on the light in my room and I switch it off, does it mean the room is round or something? Or the room is spinning?
What?
I
How
don't
can
think
you
that's
connect
related at
that
all.
room part, bro?
We're still on the same earth, yeah? So the laws of
That
physics
is
are
is
supposed
not.
to apply everywhere.
Yeah, so it's not having any connection.
You can't bring politics into physics.
Who is bringing
These are
politics?
universal laws. What I mean is, the laws of physics are not optional. It's not like a country
Yes.
can choose to follow them or not. They just apply everywhere.
Bro, if the earth would have been flat, then there would be night and day at the same time in all countries, isn't it?
What has that got to do with the shape?
Of course.
What about the seasons?
Yeah, bro. Because the winter comes, summer comes, monsoon, bro. There's shifts in the season also.
So your logic is because your head is round and your eyes are round, so the earth must be round. That's your point?
That's not my point, bro. My point is if there's some part of the world there is day, some part is night. If the earth would have been flat, all countries would have the same day and same night.
That's absolutely
No.
ridiculous. The sun's not 93 million miles away. It's much closer.
Still, if it's closer, then also.
Why should I accept your version of flat Earth with its limitations?
So what do you mean by flat earth?
You are arguing against your version of flat Earth. Nobody in here thinks of flat Earth the way that you do. Why should we accept how you think of flat Earth?
I'm not saying except, so I want to know what you all think what a flat earth is. So I can
You
get where I'm wrong.
right, so you said that if the Earth was flat there'd be no day and night cycles.
Yes.
Nobody here thinks that's the case.
So then why? There is still day and night cycles. To think the
Because the
earth is
sun
flat.
comes and goes.
But why not every country has the day and night at the same time the sun comes and goes?
No kidding. The sun comes and goes over time. And you know how we know the Earth is flat and the sun comes and goes? Because we measured the Earth flat as the sun comes and goes.
Yep.
So according to you, earth is not rotating also.
Nope, we don't measure motion of the Earth. We can measure the motion of the stars and the planets and the sun and the moon. We can measure their motion. That's obvious.
Wait a minute. Bro.
The sun comes and the sun goes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Sure.
Thank you. I want to learn English. My language is not good, but uh, I have some more. Please ask me questions.
Aren't you here to ask us questions?
What do you think about the theory that Earth is a ball?
What? Second
Very
questions,
good
please.
question.
What do you think? What?
Do you think the globe is true or false?
The theory that Earth is a ball, that we live on a ball.
I don't understand.
Yes, bro, I'm back.
Well, you didn't come up with it. Some other dude claimed that the Earth is a ball. What do you think about that?
Who you asking to, bro?
Yeah, he's not understood it. He's gonna need much more vocabulary to grasp.
Yeah. I digress. Y'all can talk to him. I don't want to do this. He doesn't seem to understand what I'm asking, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sphere is a complicated word. If you can't understand ball, it doesn't get any easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. Hawk, you were telling that Earth is not in motion. Stars are.
Yeah, we can see them moving. Think of it this way. You see with your eyes and you feel it, all the effects show that something is moving. You see the sun moving, right? Rises, peaks in the sky,
But
goes
bro,
down
I have seen that
on the
pendulum
opposite side.
experiment. That's Foucault's
Yeah,
pendulum experiment.
and what's it about?
It's about, bro, he just hung a long pendulum. And it kept swinging back and forth in a straight line.
That's because there's this magnetic ring that they use, and prior to having that, they would pull on the string to keep it perpetually moving. It does not move on its own, not without being perpetuated by a person.
Bro, but magnets don't change the swing direction of a pendulum, bro.
You can choose what direction you started out at. And confirmation bias will automatically cause those subtle things to happen anyway.
If you're
Your
telling it
so-called
was
pendulum
because of the
does not move.
magnetism, bro.
Here's a better way of putting it. It's a parlor trick. It's a university parlor trick.
That's right. There's a magnetic motor underneath.
So you are telling they are lying.
Yeah, you can buy the Foucault pendulum from a company that designs these for museums. They're very, very expensive. And in the base, in the bottom of it, there's a magnetic motor that oscillates a magnetic field. This keeps the pendulum swinging. If Earth is actually turning under the pendulum, why do you need the magnetic motor? Why do you need to start it in the first place? You should just leave it alone and it should start swinging all by itself if Earth is moving underneath it.
Exactly.
It is a parlor trick, a circus trick, a magic trick, a cheap one. Everybody believes it's true. Everybody believes that somebody has done it successfully. Nobody can show me who. Nobody can show me anybody that has done this successfully to the degree of accuracy that is needed in order to determine that Earth is spinning. Some physics classes in high school will try it out and they will fail.
Remember when they took one to, it was either Antarctica or, yeah, I think it was Antarctica, and they got it going the wrong direction and then had to stop so that they could get it going the right direction.
Yeah. So there are several things wrong with that. When they took the Foucault pendulum to Antarctica, folks, the scientists who took one of these down there, they started the device and they celebrated because they thought they got it working. They celebrated. But one of the scientists realized it was gyrating rather, in the wrong direction, like Ethergress was saying. They said, oops. And also, it was gyrating as if Earth takes 2 days to rotate, not 1 day. It was oscillating or gyrating as if Earth takes 2 days to rotate in the wrong direction. That's what happened in Antarctica with their Foucault pendulum when they tried it there. And these were scientists that were doing this.
That's great.
Isn't that crazy? Yep, it's great. It's great for us because it's further evidence that these devices are fickle. They're very difficult to set up and use. People do not get consistent results. It is a source of endless frustration. Same with the Cavendish demonstration.
Hello.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. If I could take a day off of work today, I would pop open the Dr. Shiva Summit from November 8th. I'd play it in the live stream and pause it and play it and pause it and play it, providing commentary. That's an idea for anybody here who's willing to take it on. What was really interesting to me after all of that was how at the end the mask dropped. He was so pissed off at the flat earthers. The fun part is the fun is not over. So I think in a week or two, both sides are supposed to have a white paper produced laying out exactly what they think that their demonstration should entail to prove their case either way. Another Zoom call, call it a summit, another Zoom call should commence after that, where they discuss their papers and critique each other. So if Team Flat Earth is going with this ILS runway system, I mean, good luck putting a white paper together on all the specifics of how the technology works and how to independently verify it. I can't believe they went with that. I'm just as amazed that Team Globe went with Eratosthenes. Good luck proving that the light rays are parallel. In order to infer that the Earth is curving. Good luck with that. Good luck actually taking diverging angle measurements from the sun and claiming that those are in actuality parallel. Good luck. I almost hate to say it, but it went worse than I expected. Honestly, I was expecting something more rigorous, something more Loctite from Team Globe. I also was not expecting, funny to say this, I wasn't expecting MC Toon to be the guy spearheading this for the Globe team. I was expecting MIT researchers, PhD people, folks that Dr. Shiva may have known personally. I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like, right? Like, Team Flat Earth, come up with 5 people. We will come up with 5 people. You guys come up with 5 people to go head to head against our team of researchers. We've got access to MIT resources, MIT labs. We can avail them to you, and you can actually propose some kind of demonstration or experiment and get grant money if it's good enough to carry it out. I think we were also expecting the summit to last hours and hours. But no, it was a Zoom call, lasted about an hour and a half. The first 20 or 30 minutes was Team Globe presenting Eratosthenes. The next 40 minutes, 45 minutes was Team Flat Earth trying to clumsily get through how ILS runway systems work for aircraft safety. And then the last, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, was Dr. Shiva and Team Globe ganging up on the Flat Earthers. That's how it went down, in my opinion. Applying different standards of scrutiny to Flat Earthers. Basically, this is coming down to MC Toon versus Kevin Samuel. As if we haven't seen iterations of this before. Nothing new under the sun here, folks. For new Flat Earthers, there's nothing to be afraid of. For veteran Flat Earthers, this is just more of the same garbage that we've seen day in and day out. I like what Matrix said earlier. Why not go to Dr. Shiva's page, his Twitter feed, say, hey, Dr. Shiva, now that you had a chance to talk to those Flat Earthers, why don't you come over to 24/7? The door's still open. Never mind that you blocked and banned several of us from interacting with you on your Twitter feed. We can look past that.
Yeah, Amish, Dr. Shiva has no intentions of talking to flat earthers in this channel.
Yeah, I suspect that's the case too.
Well, Dr. Shiva already has an idea in his head that flat earthers in here don't make sense. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? He thinks it's foolish to them, to him, flat earth. That's why he blocks so many
Yeah.
people.
Is this right? Is this true that I have to subscribe to Dr. Shiva to get access to his live stream of that summit? I hope not. I know I can get this off of other places.
Yeah, you got to subscribe to his OnlyFans. Yeah, let me quit.
Okay, for those who want to watch this or save it for later, I'm posting it in the side chat. Yeah, you can watch it on Dr. Shiva's YouTube stream just fine. Doesn't cost anything. So for any intrepid flat earthers out there, I recommend it. It would make for a great viewing. Just grab that link, use the bot if you have access to play it, and hit play with that link. And then anytime you have something to comment, just hit pause and start talking. Maybe take questions from the audience, invite others to speak with you. It could be for a good show.
Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions. No need to be shy. Everybody's just kind of chilling in here doing their own thing. So if it's quiet, it's because nobody's asked anything yet.
If the Earth is flat, does that mean that all other planets are not a circle?
Well, Earth's not a planet. It's not an object up in space. It's more like the floor of all that is. So you can have circles or spheres above a planar surface, like bubbles above a puddle, or pool balls over a pool table.
The Earth is the center of the world.
The floor of all that is.
Hmm.
It's easier to compare things from where we are rather than anything else.
What difference does it make? Does the truth make a difference? I have zero concern over aliens, and I'm not worried about giant space rocks falling down and killing me. No fear whatsoever.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
These astrophysicists have no idea what they're talking about. They engage in leaps of logic. It's nothing but guesswork. And they admit to being off by massive, unbelievable margins of error. Not sure who just joined in, but welcome.
Hey everyone, am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I want to say that the Earth is not flat, nor a globe. It's a banana, and I seriously mean it.
You're in the 24/7 channel, not the vegan one.
Yeah, you gotta
Sorry.
go into the vegan channel to
Sorry,
present
what?
arguments like that.
No, I'm not a vegan. I'm not non-vegetarian, and I
Yeah,
can
we
prove it,
understand the reference of the banana.
and I can prove it. I really can prove it. The Earth is not
I
flat.
don't think you
The
can do
Earth
it.
Yeah, again.
We have underage people. Just keep it 18 plus. Safe.
Sorry, what? Please,
Cap it
come
on the
on,
banana.
guys. You guys are so manipulated by the government.
Projection. Pure projection.
I have no words for you guys. May Lord have
So we
mercy.
go against what the government's saying and actually go and test the worth, but we're being manipulated by the government. Whereas you just believe everything they say, Mr. Banana Man. Classic.
Yeah, he's coming in here just to clown. He doesn't even know what he's
Bricked.
talking about.
Bro, what? You guys
You
think
observe
that
the
You didn't even pick a
dude,
good
is
fruit,
what it
dude.
is?
Yeah, he didn't even. This guy observes
I-
the horizon to be horizontal and thinks that's curvature. And then he believes in Santa Claus or something. Magic reindeer making the earth spin.
No, banana doesn't spin.
Dude, I don't care about your stupid
It,
little
it,
troll. The
it
earth, the
revolves
flat's
around
not a
orange.
shape. And the fact that you think that this is a shape conversation just shows us how ill prepared you are for this conversation to begin with.
I'm going to send him on a voyage.
The banana shaped
I
rocket.
don't mean it, but I'm
I'm
serious.
going to launch him into a different realm
Yeah,
of the server in a
and
second.
now you guys are bullying me. That's what bullying
Oh,
Nobody's
is.
no.
You came in here to
Bully,
troll
bully,
fucking
bully.
bananas.
Guys, stop
And you're
being
not
bullies.
gonna, no. You
Such a
came in
big
talking
bully.
about bananas, and you're not gonna act like this is some kind of language issue, language barrier. You know damn well what you're doing, dude.
I respect that you believe Earth is flat, but at least guys respect me.
I
I
got an
believe.
idea. I'm gonna give you a chance to backpedal.
Oh, so you're gonna ban me?
No, I'm giving you
No,
a
I'm
chance
going to
to
send you through a
backpedal.
portal to a
You may
different
ask a
section.
serious question when you return. See you later.
Yeah. I mean, sorry to disturb, but I was being serious anyway.
Look, dude. No, you aren't.
I have a
You know
question for
damn
you.
well that it's not a banana.
Why did the Indian government choose the banana shape for the rocket? If
Yeah,
the
there
Earth
you
is
go.
round, why are rockets not round as well? Like, at least keep it consistent.
But I do not. I'm not into space, bro. Space
Not
is
even.
false. Space is fake.
Look, dude.
There's
You observe the horizon to be horizontal, right?
uh, somewhat.
Then
I
some,
see
and
curvature.
then some dude says, "Hey, that's curved," when you see a horizontal horizon. You didn't
No,
make that claim. Is all I'm saying. That's not your claim, so you don't have to defend it if you don't
no.
want to.
I have a claim that it's a bit curvy. You see, a banana is a bit curved, so I can say there's a bit curvature, but also I can say that it is somewhat fake. You know, there is bit curvature. I disagree with you guys.
You're not funny. You're just boring. Boring everyone in the channel right now.
Yeah, my bad. I think I should leave. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
probably.
don't understand. It's beyond your comprehension, I believe.
This isn't about belief, dude. It's about measurements that produce knowledge.
Yeah, it's my belief that this topic is beyond flat earthers or globe earthers. Both of them
I do
sucks.
not
You guys
have a
are
belief.
failures.
None of us have a belief about the horizon, dude.
Anyway,
Yo, salam alaikum.
Welcome.
Here we go. Salam alaikum.
What's up? How are you, girl now?
You want to try and get your thoughts
What do
together
you,
there, buddy?
what's your subjects?
I'll let you take
We
this
are.
one, DJ.
It's all yours, AG. You got it.
No, not it.
Just let banana take over.
Maybe we should let Omar talk to the banana man.
Yeah. We can have a fruit salad.
I respect you guys. So come on, guys. Please respect my opinions too. You guys are not being funny at all.
Oh, we
Are
respect
you?
it, but like you can't tell us not to laugh, you know? If it's funny, we're still gonna laugh.
Someone surfing, someone
The
surfing.
same I think about you and globe earthers. You see like what the
Yeah, yeah.
bullshit is.
You
Flat
said
Earth
bad
globe.
subjects. You said bad subjects,
Don't be
bro.
aggressive.
Change the subject.
Yeah, my bad. You guys are you know
You know.
manipulated.
Okay, we'll take you serious, Banana Man. Present your evidence of a curving
Yeah,
horizon.
yeah, yeah. I'm see it. Moro, the word is banana.
Sorry, what?
The word,
The what?
word. It's a banana.
What the fuck?
The word.
Yes, the word is the banana. That's the secret word.
Oh, the word. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's banana. It's a reality.
Yeah.
Um, it's new for me that.
So if you look at the side chat, there's big link that showed an image. It's got all the subjects for all the topics. Like there's a bunch of channels there.
So according is it the back of the banana or the front?
Hello, hello. Anybody there?
Yep.
Hey,
Hey,
what's
buddy.
up, man?
How's everybody doing today?
Excellent.
All right, killer. So yeah, brother. I'm kind of, I'm in the thought that I had a pretty nice discussion a couple days ago, and there were quite a few things said, and I'm still of the thought that we live on a round globe. But yeah, I was just wondering if anybody would like to enlighten me a little bit. And I was just reading in the side chat. And I'm quite confused because I am kind of just coming in. But old dude here, he's posting this picture. I'm just trying to make the correlation between this and if this document right here is an argument for around Earth, or just
this
kind of checking it out.
well, you're talking about the picture of the globe showing the drop over distance calculations.
That's right.
Right. So if the Earth were a globe, we can calculate how much drop over distance there would be. And if you were to go to a level surface, such as that of a body of water, say 10 miles across, right, from point A to point B, 10 miles, we can calculate that there would be a certain amount of curvature. If the Earth were a globe, it would have to be there. Okay, so we can go and test for that. Following?
Yeah, I'm following. So you're saying we should see the curvature going down?
Yeah.
Like if
Right,
it went
so-
down 10 miles. Go ahead.
Yeah, so say we find a large body of water anywhere on the globe, okay, or the Earth, if you think it's a globe, right? Then anywhere on the globe. Okay, we can calculate that, say, over 10 miles, there would be 66 foot approximately of curvature over that distance. It would have to be there, right, due to the radius value that we're given for the globe, 3959 miles. Okay, so we can go and check for that curvature. That's quite a lot of curvature, right? And it's exponential. So if we have a 20-mile distance, there's going to be a lot more, right? It's not going to be double 66 feet. It's actually going to be about 260 feet because it drops off exponentially. So we've actually gone out and tested for this curvature all over the Earth, right? Different locations, different weather conditions, different methods, and we can't find any curvature. And the observations that we have to present would not be possible if the Earth were a globe. Like, we don't just see a little bit further than we should be seeing. We're seeing in orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. Because while you might not actually see the physical, like the actual horizon curving from such a low height, okay, from our perspective, whether it was a globe or a flat Earth, it would just appear flat anyway. Okay, but there would be byproducts of that curvature, which would be things obstructed in the distance, right? We can calculate how much something in the distance would be obstructed. For example, let's use a 10-mile lake as an example. Say we have a shoreline on the other side of the lake, and then we have a person standing 10 miles away on the opposite shoreline. Then you should have two byproducts of curvature, right? The first one would be a horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be about 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. And then anything beyond that horizon would become obstructed behind the curvature. So you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. And then the shoreline on the other side would be hidden by around 50 foot or something like that, right? Of behind the curvature of the Earth. So we can go and test for that. And that's been done thousands of times, if not more. Now, so we can't find any curvature. We could actually zoom right across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake without a horizon, without any obstruction.
So it's a perspective thing, right? Because if everything is viewed from the perspective, and as you approach something, that the distances start to change as well, right? So something that you're perceiving from 5 miles out, I mean, obviously, as you get closer to it, it would then become more visible to you, not less visible, right? Or am I not understanding that right?
Well, you're at a fixed location, so you're just standing in a fixed location. Let's use a camera, for example, as the optical device. Say we set up a camera on a tripod. Okay, so I've got an actual observation here, so I can just it might be easier if I actually show you what I'm talking about rather than try to explain it. Okay, so here's just an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so this guy, his name's Dr. John Dee. And this is in England, in the UK. So he goes to the shoreline and he sets his camera up on a tripod just above the surface of the water, 3.5 foot height. Okay, and he's zooming with a very powerful zoom camera out into the ocean. Okay, now we can calculate based off the observation height, right? It's a fixed height of 3.5 foot sitting on a tripod. Okay, so how far away would the horizon be if the Earth were a globe? Okay, so here's some diagrams, right? So this is out of a full-length video that he made. It's a very, very long video. So here's just some screenshots and whatnot out of it to just give you a general idea of what's happening in it. Yeah, Old Dude just posted the full video if you want to check it out afterward. Okay, so if you can see the second diagram that I posted, just under the GIF.
Yeah, I'm just reading, brother.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're testing for. We're testing for that curvature and the byproducts of the curvature, which would be the geometric horizon and the obstruction of things in the distance. Now, just looking out into the ocean isn't going to be helpful if we don't have some kind of distance marker, because there would be obviously no way to know how far away the horizon is that you can see. So he's looking out at a location where there's a windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. And he's zooming out at 6 of the windmill towers. Now, the closest windmill tower on the left is 8 miles away. And then each one's a little bit further away until the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. Now, on a globe, right? So now we can do some basic math. Okay, so based off the radius value of the globe, we can calculate that from a 3.5 foot observation height, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. Okay, so there's a particular formula to use for that. Or you could just jump on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and there's like ready to go calculators that you can just pick one. They're all going to give you the same results, and it will tell you these same, it will do the calculations for you. Okay, so here's a screenshot from one of the Earth curvature calculators. Okay, so the distance to the object. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
No, you're right. You're right.
I'm back at the windmill GIF here. And I'm staring at it. So, and I just have a couple questions, and forgive me if I don't make complete sense, brother. I'm sure you guys have been digging into this stuff for quite some time. So, if you don't mind, just humor me with some of this. So, if it ultimately seems like it's from a spot, I mean, this is really seems to be a perspective thing, like from the perspective of, like you said, we got this camera here, stable, 3 feet above the water. Now, is it possible to have a body of water being like 2 feet deep for 10 miles straight?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So it's possible. And
yeah.
So what I'm seeing is what you're saying is that at these distances, according to the calculations of the globe, these windmills should be getting smaller, but they're not.
No. It's not about that. So whether it's a flat Earth or a globe, anything that moves away in the distance is going to get smaller due to perspective, right? Due to the angular size becoming smaller as it goes away. That's not what this is about, right? We're actually testing for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth is a globe. So rather than looking for things hidden in the distance, we're looking for that horizon line at 2.29 miles. Okay, that's where the horizon line should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so that's about a third of the distance towards the first windmill farm. Okay, so that should be, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that horizon line. Okay, and then the bottom portion of the windmills should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. it would have to be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, mathematically and geometrically.
So it should look like everything just stops and drops off. According, so if it was
not
a globe,
necessarily. This
if it was a globe, we
would look
wouldn't
like
see anything. We wouldn't see.
you would
anything
see a
from that.
horizon. You would see a horizon line, and then you would see a portion of the windmill towers popping out over the top of that horizon line, but the bottom 52 feet. Okay, let's just focus on one of the windmill towers. Okay, the furthest one's 11.2 miles. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet of that windmill tower should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Okay.
Obstructed. Yeah.
So you're saying that the horizon on a flat Earth and the horizon on a globe would be different. We would be. It would look different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Objects would appear to be different in that case.
Well, you would have a horizon. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon would be, it would be the maximum distance that you would be able to see on the globe, depending on the observer height. And then anything that goes beyond that would go over the curvature of the Earth, right? Kind of like if you're looking at the top of a basketball and you slide your finger away, right? As it goes over beyond your horizon, you won't be able to see it anymore. It's the same thing, right? Whereas, that's not how a horizon
and it wouldn't. And so if we were on a globe, it doesn't matter what height, because if you slid your finger down the back of the basketball, I could raise myself up to 100 feet in the air and the object would still be disappearing, right?
Well, over vast distances, but on a globe, right? If you go higher, then the horizon distance will be further away. Okay, so if you were 1 foot, just say we're using a camera on a tripod, okay, and we set up the camera at 1 foot height, the horizon would be 1.225 miles away, right? Not that far. And then if we go up to 5 foot, it will be a bit further away because you can see further when you go up higher in the air, and it will basically change the distance to the maximum that you can see, right, where that horizon should be.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you say you go up to like 70 foot, then it would be about 10 miles away, the horizon.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the more you're elevated, but essentially, if the Earth is a globe, it doesn't matter how high you get. If the object is moving away from you, eventually you're not going to be able to see it. I mean, I guess if you go high enough, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway.
Well, eventually what's going to happen, you're going to run into other problems, right? Like the angular resolution, like it's going to become too small to see, or the air's going to be too much air between you and the object. So you're not going to be able to see forever through the medium of the air, because while air looks pretty clear, right, pretty transparent, it's not completely transparent. It's actually
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking, because the perspective and the horizon, I would assume there would be variables to that. It would be visibility on the person, the visibility and or the lens that's being used, the visibility, the conditions of the day, the conditions of the atmosphere that day, and Yeah. So
that's why. Look, this is the definition of horizon. Okay, so the apparent line where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, so that's where the word apparent is in there, because it can change because we're looking through air, and we have weather conditions and that kind of thing, right? Like you just mentioned. But this is what you would have to have is a physical geometric horizon. Okay, so that's the old argument from the globe Earth side, right? Boats go over the horizon, the sun sets behind the horizon, right? That's the physical cutoff, right? It's being cut off by the curvature of the Earth, right? Very similar to if you had a long hallway that was curving and someone walked away around the hallway, right? You can't see them anymore. You can change your lens, you can zoom in and out, but they're gone, right? Physical curvature would be in the way. And that's what the horizon must be if the Earth's a globe, right? Physical, geometric horizon.
Right. Well, that really makes a little bit more distance, because if you had a hallway that was
right, so let's have a look at the math. Have a look at the math quickly for that observation that I'm showing. Okay, can you see the screenshot I put down? It's at I'll repost it. Well,
I see it.
Scroll up a bit. Yeah, it's the last thing I posted.
I see it.
Okay, all right. So we put in the distance to the object. It's 11.2 miles to the windmill on the right, the furthest one away. Okay, the eye height, or the eye height level, is 3.5 foot. Okay, and then the calculator will calculate based off the globe how far away the horizon would have to be. Okay, so that distance would be 2.29 miles. Okay, so that would be the line where you can't see any more water, right? And the sky it's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. You can't see any more water. It would start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, I get it. I get. Okay, but but the thing is that okay? So on a spherical item, could the sphere be so big to where it has itself flat surfaces on it for miles and miles?
You could have flat surfaces on on the hard ground, right? Because of elevation changes in the topography, but not in the water, right? That's why these are done over large bodies of water, because they call it mean sea level, and because of gravity and because of the size of the globe and whatnot, right? Water would all have to have a particular rate of curvature over distance, uniform, essentially. So anywhere on the Earth, you're going to get approximately 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's going to be the formula that you would use to calculate how much curvature there is over a given distance. And that curvature works fine up to about 1,000 miles. Anywhere on the globe, right? Because of gravity. Everything's pulled towards the center on the globe. And that's why they call it sea level, right?
Yeah. The conversation I was having with the gentleman, because we started talking about the core, and I think he said, well, we don't know. I think that's what he was saying. So we don't know, because I was like, well, what's on the other side? Like that simple basic, what's on the other side of the coin, and then we just kind of diverged into the lie, and then it's like, well,
I think I was listening.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. So,
let's finish off the observation quickly, because
go for it, brother. I'm sorry.
We've got to the core of it now. Okay, so you understand the geometric horizon would be the maximum distance that you could see the water up until. Okay, so let's have a look at the observation again. I'm just going to repost the GIF, and then I got some more slides to go along with it. Okay, so that horizon line should be at 2.29 miles on the globe from this observation height. Okay, so the first thing, you shouldn't see any more water beyond that. Okay, that should be the line to where the sky and the ground appear to meet. But in this observation, clearly we can see the bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. Okay, so it's low tide in this observation, and I'm just going to show you a picture of what it looks like close up to these windmill towers.
Yeah, it gets pretty
so
pixelated.
When it's low tide, we can see the black portion of the bottom of the windmill towers, right, where the salt water's corroded off the yellow paint. Okay, and that's what it looks like close up. Okay, so just a screenshot from the zoom footage. We see the same thing, right? We can see that the bottom portion of the windmill towers is touching the water. Okay, so we don't have any obstruction. The bottom 52 feet should be obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, so that geometric horizon, that's a physical property of a globe the size that they tell us. Okay, it has to be there, but it's not there. Okay, so the geometric horizon isn't there, and the obstruction, the curvature, isn't there either. In fact, we can see the water far beyond the horizon, where the horizon should be. We can see the horizon go past the windmill farms. And we can see a boat actually off in the distance behind the windmill farms as well.
Can I make a speculation just to kind of maybe see what now I'm not into construction, so I don't know what the construction of these windmills entail. I don't know the surface below the water. I don't know if it's, if it's 50 feet lower over here or 100 feet lower over there. So what I'm trying to put out there is that we're assuming that it's going to be a flat surface, and these things are built exactly the same way, the same depth, the same everything, the same markings, right? But in fact, could these things be built in such a way to where it's not so? So in order to give them that kind of level, that the building, the construction of them aren't really the same,
Well, it doesn't matter, right? So all the windmill farms are there for are distance markers. It wouldn't matter if it was just a buoy that was just sitting there anchored, right? Or if it was a boat anchored. It doesn't make a difference. It's literally just so we have a distance marker, because if we didn't have a distance marker, we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. Okay, you could say it's 2 miles, you could say it's 20 miles. We wouldn't know. Okay, so it's just purely a distance marker, and it doesn't matter it doesn't matter what's happening under the body of under the surface of water. Like, you could have a lake that's 1 inch deep throughout the whole lake, or you could then dig a really deep hole that's all changing in elevation underneath the water, right? And on a still day, it's still going to form a mirror surface over the top of that lake surface. It doesn't matter what's going on under the surface, because the water will just conform to the shape of the container, or the ground in this case, and it's going to be flat across the surface. On a globe, it must be curving.
And the photo that you posted with the still photo you posted, it seems to me, if I look at it, it does seem like 5 and 6 seem to be getting smaller.
What's that? They're getting smaller. The towers.
Yeah, like 5 and 6, like
yeah.
Like
so
me,
windmill. Look, here it is again. Look, windmill tower 1 is 8 miles away. Windmill tower 6 is 11.2 miles away. I mean, think about 3.2 miles further away. I mean, sorry. 3.2 miles
greater.
further away. That's a long way. So obviously, as things move,
you said 4. You said 4 and 11.
8 and 11.2.
Oh, okay. So 8 being 1, and then 11.2 being 6.
8 being the closest one on the left, and then 11.2 being the furthest one on the right. So obviously, when things, just due to perspective, things are going to get smaller as they get further away from you, just due to basic linear perspective.
Okay, and do we have
here's a GIF, right? It shows you how much should be hidden behind the curvature.
Do we have these measurements and these distances, like in some type of government
absolutely. You mean the distances to the windmill farms?
All the numbers you're using right now and all the distances. I mean, I would have to, obviously, you can make a claim, but there would have to be proof to back it up.
Yeah. So you could okay, so it's called Rampion Windmill Farm.
Rampion.
Okay, so you can
look it up.
Have a look at the full-length video, right? He goes over he shows you the locations on GPS, right? You can go stand there on Google Earth if you want, and then do a distance marcation out to the windmill farms, right? This is a well-known windmill farm, so
Hey, can I ask you a
look, here's
question?
some diagrams of the actual windmill farm.
Okay.
So yeah, all of this is things that you can easily validate yourself. So here's a diagram, right, of exactly where the windmill farm is, how far away it is, right? You can go and double check this on any mapping software, right? You could go on Google Earth right now and go to a distance marcation tool. Okay, so this is done in Worthing. And he says the name of the beach. You could look up Rampion Windmill Farm.
And regarding the horizon, is it possible that the perceived horizon, that's to the dimensions and the number analytical numbers
cutting out
that
for
you
me? You were cutting out for me. I don't know if you were cutting out or just cutting out for me.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, give it a go again.
Okay, sorry about that, brother. So if like you said, from X amount of feet, you're supposed to see the horizon.
You're sporadically cutting out for me. I can't hear you. Is that happening for everyone else?
Yeah, the same thing. Like every third word is dropping out. So I think what Old Boy's trying to say though is that he doesn't trust the information. He wants to verify all of it. So let's have him do that. And another guy was trying to talk. Had a quick question.
Can you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Now you're good.
Maybe it was
Okay.
on my end.
Okay, great. So is this possible? Maybe you guys can just clarify it for me.
Yeah,
So
Aporia, just wait a second, right? You can ask a question in a minute.
if somebody wants to speak, I mean, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, it's all right. He can just wait a minute because we're in the middle of an important part of the discussion.
Okay, cool. So
what was your question?
Is it possible to perceive the horizon that, you gave the diagram where it's 3 feet and then it's supposed to be X amount of miles off. You're supposed to have that horizon, right? Or the horizon, I'm sorry. Now, is it possible for the Earth to also pass the horizon, dip down, and then dip back up? before the true horizon that happens past that, right? So you're able to so you see that horizon, you're like, okay,
forever.
yeah.
All right, hold on a second. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect. Apparently, you're not cutting out for other people.
Okay.
Yeah, he just sounded good for me there.
Oh, okay.
So you're questioning the distance to the horizon, whether it's accurate or not?
No, that wasn't. I'm not questioning the distance, the calculation you gave. I'll take that on full head. I'll take that on. But what I'm saying is that well, I guess I have to think about that, and maybe I'm just kind of flushing out the idea as I go. Believe me, this isn't well thought out. This is just me kind of winging it, brother. So you could correct me, But so the calculated horizon that you gave according to the numbers of the globe, and this is where it should be at this height. But is it possible that from a place that where you're at, that those numbers could kind of be a little off, because you could go past that perceived horizon, you see it, and then it like dips back up. So like if you were looking past that horizon and there was a mountain way back there, you would be able to see things on the mountain past that perceived horizon, because the mountain, then brings the land back up again. So then you're going, oh, well, am I seeing two horizons, or kind of what's going on there? Are you saying because of the curvature, even if there was a higher mountain?
I apologize, man. I can't hear anything you're saying.
What are you talking about, man? DJ is showing you a body of water with windmills, and you're talking about mountains. Come on, what is wrong with you? If you really want to verify this, find a body of water near you and verify it for yourself with your own two eyeballs. Go ahead.
There you go, brother. There you go. And end the conversation. Thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate your guys' time.
Yeah, we didn't get into why you think the Earth is a globe. That might have been the problem, that this isn't proof to you because you don't really care about that.
That's right. That's right. Because I don't, I really don't have any type of scientific proof. I just, I guess I'm just feeding on the lie, right?
Well, not scientific. Like, what's the reason? What's your logic based reason? The Earth is a globe because
it'll just be what I've been told. Pretty basic.
So someone just tells you.
Yeah, that, and maybe like satellite communication and stuff like that. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
Okay, what about satellite communication?
Well, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't satellite communication never be disrupted?
Like, why is that?
Well, because all the satellites would be directly above us at all times.
Okay, and that would not disrupt communication because
I would definitely be open to weather being a factor of satellite disruption. But yeah. But like one of your brothers said, I mean, I guess I have to go check things for myself. So maybe I can carry this conversation when I got more,
Yeah, so I'm not
a better
what
argument.
Contention is. Okay, so you can just go on Google Earth and check the distance to the windmills, and then you can go on any Earth curvature calculator and check the distance to where the horizon should be on a globe. And you can also look at countless other observations in different locations. And what you're going to find is none of them match up with the globe. We can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. And there's no observations at all throughout all of history that match up with the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we've taken it to the next level as well. We've done high-powered laser tests, right? Some of the lasers being $30,000 high-powered lasers. So doing the same type of thing, right? Shooting the laser over a huge distance to hit a target on the other side of the body of water, which there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature in between point A and point B. And we're hitting the targets.
Wait, you don't actually think that you've made any novel discovery that isn't easily explained by showing that the observations are expected on the hypothesis of a globe, right?
Well, let's see it. Let's go through it.
Like with the windmill thing?
That's an interesting.
There aren't any.
That's an interesting idea because we're also told that what we're talking about is like scientifically illiterate, like to tell us to self-harm, to disconnect from the internet. So I'd be interested in somebody that was my claim at the very beginning when I started talking to flat earthers. I go, you guys are getting it wrong for the right reasons. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a breath of fresh air. Let's hear it, dude.
Well, I mean, I just want to talk about that windmill thing because he's saying that, when you look at Google Earth and you see the distance between the two objects and then you look at where the horizon is, it seems to not be where the globe hypothesis expects it to be, right? And there's two things to say to this. The first thing is, I just want to make some epistemic point about this seeming horridly unlikely because there are countless people on this planet, and of those people, there are experts in the field of geology, geometry, mathematics, spatial science, and I see literally none of them coming to this conclusion. The second thing is, even just...
Hold on a second, let's stick on the first thing quickly. Okay, so this guy his name is Dr. John Dee. He's got a PhD in optics. Okay, so this is a subject matter expert. Okay, he went out to try to debunk Flat Earth.
He's got a PhD in optics, right?
Yep.
And so what did he say?
I don't even know what a PhD in optics really means.
Well, go look it up.
Yeah, so he has a PhD within the field of optics. Okay, I forget the exact terminology. Yoda's here. He can write it in the side chat if he can't VC.
PhD in optics. Let's see.
But what did he say?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether he has a PhD in optics or not, right? This could be a garbage collector from a school that goes out and does this observation. Okay, this is just a basic observation looking for characteristics that would have to be there on a globe. Okay, it's very simple to do. Set up a camera on a tripod, and then zoom out into the ocean. Okay, we've got a distance marker, and we're going to see if the geometric horizon is where it should be on a globe. It's not very complicated, right? You don't have to be an astrophysicist or a high-level scientist to go and do this.
Well, no, the main point was that he had said that, old boy, there isn't anybody who is a flat earther or 100%. So he said, if the Earth is a globe, 100% of all experts and educators, everybody, all came to the same conclusion. So then you're like, well, that's not true. You got Dr. John Dee. He's a physicist. He's an engineer, has a doctorate in optics, dealing with lasers and optical engineering. Then old boy didn't know what that was suddenly. Now that he's got to say, well, that doesn't count for some reason because he doesn't.
Wait. What did the optics guy say that you were talking about before?
I'm sorry. Are you getting me confused with somebody? Because I feel like you're getting me confused with somebody else.
Oh, maybe.
My name.
Your voices sound really similar. Yeah,
I'm not old boy, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, just turn on. Yeah, just you guys kind of sound similar because there's that whiny little voice when you start talking about the flat Earth. It's hard to determine.
How do you know he has a PhD? Because I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Dr. John Dee, when he first came out to do the experiment, everyone was like cheering for him. All the globalists, all the anti-flat earthers. Like here, you've got an expert, a PhD. This guy is a doctor.
Again, that's just the claim. That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, pay attention. They all said
I am paying attention. That was a claim.
He's going to teach you how the Earth is a globe. And as he went through the process, step by step, he finally concluded, the Earth is a flat.
Anybody can teach somebody that the Earth is a globe. They don't have to have a PhD.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's possible that anybody can teach somebody that the Earth is actually a globe. They don't have to have a PhD. That's not necessary.
Are you anybody?
Well, no, I'm not anybody.
Okay, you're nobody then? Okay.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, I mean, are we talking? Are we slinging insults? What's going on here?
No, it's not an insult.
Yeah, that's just going to be irrelevant.
Here, when you get this shifting goalpost, when you're like, I have to believe the Earth is a globe because I know 100% of all these people all say the Earth is a globe, then you're like, sure, I can kick a goal through that. Here's the easy score.
You're just establishing he has a PhD off of what?
It would be nice
the
if he could
standard
finish.
that you're using to determine that he ultimately does have a PhD in what he's talking
Yeah, it does.
about.
That's what I'm saying. That's what DJ told you. It doesn't matter either way. Because
Regardless, it would be nice. It would be nice to
but
hear
he's
the
not asking
then
if
why
it
you bringing
matters.
up-
He's just asking where's the evidence that the guy's a PhD.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter
It'll
either
just-
way. It wouldn't matter.
It'll be
either
nice
way.
just to hear. It'll be nice.
No, he
just
could
to hear
agree
the
that it doesn't
gentleman
matter
finish
either
his-
way, but what's the evidence that he has a PhD?
It'll be nice just to hear the gentleman finish his thought, because I don't think he had a chance to finish it.
It doesn't matter if he has a. It wouldn't matter if he has a PhD. It wouldn't matter if he doesn't have a PhD. It wouldn't matter if he lied about it. It wouldn't matter if he
That's
never
fine, but
proved
what?
it.
Okay, that's
All
fine.
of
But what
that
is making
is
you think that he actually does have a PhD?
irrelevant.
Because again, I can just grant that it doesn't matter at all. But then, what is making you think that he actually does have a PhD? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's not about what I think or what I don't think. The goalpost was set up. Say the reason why the Earth is a globe is 100% of all people who have PhDs, who are educators, all of them unilaterally, 100% all agree. They all agree that the Earth is a globe. They all come to the same independent conclusion. Therefore, the only possible answer is the Earth is a globe. That's an easy goalpost to kick it through.
But brother,
that was an
I hear you.
easy layup.
I hear you.
to
I hear
dunk
what
on
you're
that.
saying, brother. I hear what you're saying, but I feel like it's a little bit of semantics being played. If he can just finish his thought, I think what he was trying to say is that most of these people, most of them, I mean, I'm sure you can find every. I'm sure you can find. I'm sure you can find it. I'm sure you can find any.
Move that goalpost. Move it.
But I think in order to take it into consideration that there's a lot of legitimate, substantial people in these fields that have this perspective, I think we have to take it into consideration, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's see what they did to prove that the Earth's a
and
globe.
what I'm saying,
any of them.
Yeah, to go back to so Crit, I'm saying that something is.
Yeah, who cares if he has a PhD or not, right? You're just appealing to credentials right now. It doesn't really matter, okay? Whether he has a PhD or doesn't have a PhD, it's not going to change the observation in any way. Okay, you could have anyone standing behind that camera with any qualification. It doesn't matter. Okay, it's still going to be the same observation.
What happened right now, brother? I mean, I don't think he had a chance to finish what he was saying. To bring,
yeah, I don't know. I didn't mute him.
Oh, I don't get it.
Yeah, so I think he was being fallacious, right? And someone got the shits with his fallacious logic and his bad faith. Okay, and
I don't know.
Put him on mute.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it's
the same answer. It doesn't matter if he has a
thank you,
PhD or not.
anti-globalist, for taking the time to discuss this with me, and maybe we could pick it up later. And I'll head out and I'll do some of the research that you mentioned, and hopefully,
that would be good. The guy probably got muted for derailing the good conversation that we were having to begin with, because people get really annoyed and try to derail these conversations quite regularly.
What I think you should do is think about the reasons for why you think the Earth is a globe and what would falsify that.
Right. That's a good point.
If it's just a belief system, it's not based any sort of logic or reason. It's just that you believe pineapple belongs on pizza. There isn't anything to talk about here. We don't talk about beliefs here. People can believe whatever they want to believe. People believe all kinds of dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're just going to come in here and say, hey, I have a belief, no problem. No problem, dude. Just believe whatever you want to believe. And at some point, maybe you'll lack belief. And you'll use I don't know why I believe that. Someone told me so. Or I've looked at things, I've seen too many contradictory things to my belief, then we can maybe talk about cognitive dissonance. What is causing you to think these things despite all the evidence to the contrary? But until you're able to either let go of a faith-based belief system, or put it up online for scrutiny, Then there,
I don't
really
think he
isn't
merely
anything
said
to
he
give.
holds a belief, because when he was asked what the reasons were, he said he puts epistemic weight into the consensus of minds around him in the same way that when you fly a commercial flight, you just put a strong trust into the person in the cockpit flying the plane, and you don't even have to think about it. This is a useful heuristic that turns out to be right most of the time.
Yeah, and you know, and I don't know how the conversation kind of got derailed into this Dr. John Optic PhD guy. Like, you know, I would have been nice. It would
It
have
was
been, I
just
know,
the guy that did the
it would've been-
observation. That's all. It
No,
had
I get
nothing
it.
to do
I get
with
it.
him.
I get it, but it would have been nice to listen to the gentleman's finish what he was saying. You know, I don't think he was derailing much of the conversation. He was just trying to prove, you know, I don't know, prove,
this
but
is what
that's
he was
probably the wrong
doing.
word. But
This
just,
is what he
you
was
know,
trying to do, right? He was dismissing the evidence and trying to attack the person instead of the evidence. Okay, it's bad faith to do that. And then he was saying that all of these other people in the field have gone out and done observations that actually match up with the globe, right? And that's absolute nonsense. That's not been done.
Yeah,
and we're challenging him to actually present something to prove us wrong in regards to that.
Well, shall we unmute him to see if he has further information for us?
Oh, I didn't mute him. I don't know. I don't undo other moderators' mutes, right? Because that's kind of like a given rule.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, if he's muted for cause, I mean, if we'll take him off mute if he's like, let's see if he says anything fallacious, then he earns the mute. Then he earns a mute. And if anything, if you really want to talk to him, you could go to another channel.
I get it, brother. I was here talking with anti-global.
So let's do that. We don't need anyone to derail.
That's fine.
So I can't ask you a question, Crit?
This is what I want you to do. Any question you have for me, past, present, or future, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to the point which I think you're trying to make. Which I say, what my point is that you have no point whatsoever. Your logic, your reasoning is so deeply fallacious that you'll never be able to come to a point at all. Even if I authorize any answer you want, just make it up. Just make up the answer you need.
Well, may I say this? In the heart of this discussion, there is only one or two points of view. It's either you have faith that it's a flat earth, or you have faith that it's a globe, that it's not.
Incorrect.
And
yeah, that's incorrect, dude. That's called a false dichotomy. That's another fallacious logical break. You need to be able to think, to be able to determine the world around you. Step one is, do you understand the world around you? And can you think with a logical framework to able to connect with other people and share that idea? If you just bounce, like the logical fallacies, that's not a checklist to go down. You don't go, okay, that one failed, this one failed, and just go right down the checklist. I mean, like, holy shit.
My point, brother. My point was, is in this discussion, there's only going to be two sides pulling, man. You know, it's either this way or that way, right? That's all my point was, you know.
You had the guy Fallen in here a little bit ago who said that all the flat Earth observations have explanations in his globe model, but then he disconnected from the call after that. So you're wrong already, even internally. Even in the same call you were in, you had a third person in the call with another point of view. So even if your logic wasn't fallacious, the goalpost you set up again was just dunked on.
Right.
Okay, so now that happened, I wanted to ask the person named Life Forever. Were you just saying before that you put epistemic weight into scientific consensus and, you know, various things that are said around you because as a heuristic, they have panned out to be reliable in the past?
No, brother. You guys seem to be having me confused with other people. The other guy thought I was old boy or old man, and you're thinking that I'm the guy that came into mine and anti-global's conversation. I didn't say that. The other gentleman.
I thought I heard you saying that
Yeah, he didn't say it, dude.
you have the
don't
belief.
Steal, you couldn't steel man them, so don't straw man them.
I don't think that would be a straw man. I actually think that it would be reasonable for someone to give that as a reason for believing that their plane is not going to crash and that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, no, that was someone else. I didn't say any of that stuff, man.
Okay. Well, anyways, I think that anyone who does think the Earth is a globe based on that heuristic is as reasonable as someone who trusts the person in the cockpit of the commercial flight they're on. And I also think that any responses given about this being an unreliable heuristic would just be false. And the only pathway for showing why the person would be unreasonable is if there's some obvious evidence showing that the observations we make are not expected on the globe hypothesis.
I would agree with that.
So that's exactly what I can show you observation after observation that don't match up with the globe, and there aren't any that do match up with the globe. On top of that, pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and the planes themselves are designed to treat the Earth as flat and stationary in all of the calculations, right? This is clearly written in the FAA flight dynamics summary manuals and whatnot. Okay, we also have countless hours of interviews with commercial pilots, military pilots who are themselves flat earthers, right? Obviously not all pilots are, but quite a lot are. And we also had a globe earther who was a commercial pilot in here a couple of months ago. And he said, yeah, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and from the height of a plane, right, commercial flight, he said you do not see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyway, and we treat it as flat and stationary for practical purposes. That's what he said, for simplification.
Yeah,
right. So let's go in order. You said that there's an observation we make that is unexpected on the hypothesis of the globe. So give me one.
All right. So let's go over a different one than we just went over. Okay. So this is done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a very good environment for long distance observations because it's a very dry environment. So we can see long distances, unlike humid environments. Okay. So I'm just going to post some information from the video. Okay, so this is all from a high definition video, which I can post that as well. Okay, so this guy, he goes to the Great Salt Lake. He finds a section of the lake that's 21 miles from where he sets up his camera to the other side of the lake. Okay, so he sets his camera up on a tripod here at 5 foot, and he's zooming in across to see what happens when he zooms across the lake. Okay, so this is his camera setup. He's using a Nikon P1000 super zoom camera. They have 125x optical zoom, pretty much the most powerful consumer grade zoom cameras. Okay, so here's his GPS location. This is taken right where he's standing with the camera there. And here is a Google Earth screenshot, just showing where he's going to be doing the observation, like where the target is. Okay, so that's just uploading. 1 second. All right, so he's standing at the top of that image there, at where the yellow marker is, right, at the top of the yellow line, and he's going to be zooming in to the bottom, 21 miles away. Okay, he has a friend who's over on the other side of the lake, and this is some imagery from what it looks like where he's going to be zooming across to, so take note of the big white tower and the big giant shoreline there. Okay, so he does the observation during the day and during the night. Okay, so the clip that I first posted, if you scroll up a tiny bit to 40 minutes after the hour, you'll be able to see him zoom across the lake. Okay, so now we can just go over some basic math. Okay, so we can go onto any Earth curvature calculator. I'll post the results from 2 Earth curvature calculators, which they're all going to say the same thing, basically. Okay, so we've set up the camera at 5 foot height. Okay, so that would be the eye height, 5 foot. And then we have the target distance, which is 21 miles away. And then when we hit calculate, it's going to tell us the distance to the horizon on a globe and the target hidden height, which would be how much the target, which would be the shoreline on the other side of the lake in this case, would be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so the distance to the geometric horizon would be 2.7 miles away. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be hidden by 223 foot. Okay, so the first thing we can notice. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I could wait till you're done.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I was just going to point out what's not there. Okay, so he's zooming across the lake. We don't see any horizon. Okay, the geometric horizon is something that must be present. It's a byproduct of the globe, essentially. Okay, that must be there. Okay, that's the line in which the sky and the ground would meet, and anything that goes beyond that, such as the water, you wouldn't be able to see it because it would be behind the horizon, okay, behind the curvature of the Earth. And then objects in the distance would become obstructed, right? For example, if the Titanic was where the camera is, right, the boat, the Titanic, 175 foot tall, okay, and it sailed across to the other side of the lake. Once it got to 2.7 miles, the horizon, as it goes beyond that, it would start to disappear bottom up. And then at, say, 10 miles, it would be 66 feet hidden from the bottom. And then by the time it got to the other side, it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but we're seeing zero curvature over this entire lake. We're seeing zero horizon over the entire 21 miles. And it was also done at nighttime as well. Okay, so just quickly, you can see the close-up of the other side of the lake, the target side. Okay, so here's a screenshot from the zoom from 21 miles away at nighttime. And then the daytime as well. Just so you can see that there's zero of the tower missing. You can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And we don't see any sign of the geometric horizon.
Right, so you ready for the response?
Sure.
So basically, the inference being made here is that given that we are standing on a sphere and that sphere is a certain size and there's no further conditions to take into account, we would expect obstruction of these objects to be greater than it is in these images. Now, that is something I could tentatively agree with, but there's some obvious factors being left out. One of them, and probably the biggest one, is going to be atmospheric refraction, which I know we all agree is real because we could take pictures of the same area on multiple different days with different conditions and the horizon line changes. This has been demonstrated a multitude of times before. I don't have image perms in this server, but if I did, I would post them. Maybe I could send it to
we're in agreement. We're in agreement so far, yeah.
And so the globe hypothesis doesn't just say that the Earth is a certain diameter, but it also says we have an atmosphere and that that atmosphere affects the light passing through. And so it actually expects that there are going to be variable observations of the horizon line when you're going out and looking at the horizon. The other thing is, just from looking at the image, I'm not actually sure.
Let's not brush past that one, right? Let's do one rebuttal at a time and go over it. Okay, so atmospheric refraction. I'm not denying atmospheric refraction. I think it's bad terminology, right? But don't worry about that, okay? I agree atmospheric refraction is a thing. But do you know how atmospheric refraction works? And do you know what standard atmospheric refraction is calculated at?
Yeah, so various factors like temperature gradients as well as moisture in the air are going to impact how much change of direction there is in light over distance. And this is actually more expected over bodies of water, by the way, which this image happens to be over.
Okay, so it's actually more expected on, say, a surface like a hot road or something like that, right, where you have a drastic change in temperature. Atmospheric refraction is primarily controlled by temperature, okay? The temperature is going to be the primary factor on what controls the refractive index gradient, the vertical refractive index gradient, which is going to cause these effects. Now, we don't have any obvious miraging effects or anything like that in this observation, or it wouldn't be shared. Okay, it would be inconclusive. So we know that there's not enough of a refractive index gradient to cause a miraging effect here. Okay, so you could apply standard atmospheric refraction if you wanted to. That would be fine. Okay, we can account for that. Okay, that's what people account for in surveying, in celestial navigation and whatnot. Okay, it's when you would have a refraction coefficient of 0.17. Okay, or 0.13 to 0.17, which would essentially change the radius, right? It would make the globe appear a little bit larger. Okay, so you would be able to see 8 to 15% beyond where you would normally be able to see, right? It would shift the horizon distance further by 8 to 15%, 15% being in extreme conditions, 8% being in standard conditions. Okay, so we can give you that, but we don't see a horizon at all over the entire 21-mile distance. So this 8 to 15%, right, is nothing when we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent beyond where you should be able to have the cutoff, right, the horizon. So it's not able to be explained by standard atmospheric refraction. What you would have to have is so much refraction that the Earth would simply appear flat. So what you would be proposing right now is that really there is a geometric physical horizon at 2.7 miles, and everything beyond that is just an optical illusion. It's all refracting. It's all lifted up perfectly, right, to just make the Earth appear flat everywhere, uniformly, right, with this extreme refraction that doesn't have any of the confounding factors that would be present if you had such extreme refraction, like obvious crazy miraging effects, which aren't present here. So it's not able to be explained by refraction.
Okay, so there were a multitude of things you said to the only one thing that I got to say. So give me multiple responses.
All about refraction. That was all about refraction. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, everything I was going to say was all about refraction. But anyways, so you said that the conditions are primarily affected by temperature. That's something that could be true if by primarily you mean that in most cases we can maximize the amount of refraction in an experimental lab by changing temperature. But in most cases on Earth, naturally speaking, no, actually moisture in the air plays a pretty heavy factor. And the reason why is because we can't actually find temperatures on Earth that are extreme enough for it to statistically outweigh the moisture effect, because the water particles in the air actually affect light passing through quite significantly. And as a secondary instrumental point, the water actually affects the temperature in the ways that are actually typically useful for getting the light to curve.
Yeah,
now,
so
that said, you also made...
Okay, well, no. Let's not move on to the next thing.
I got to get some words out here.
Hey, DJ, yeah, hold on a second. DJ, he just said that the military doesn't use line of sight anymore.
Who's talking about the military? This is not part of our conversation.
Yeah, you said light curves around a ball, and that's not line of sight then. So, military is wrong.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Don't play stupid, dummy.
What happened? What was that all about?
Is this guy okay? What is this guy on about? Anyways, getting back to my conversation with the normal guy. So practically, as far as I understand, bodies of water are actually quite crucial to the impact of refraction, because what we typically see is places where people observe over water are the places that have the most variable observations. And we can see this when we look over ports in San Francisco, for example, and boats leaving and exiting, and how people on the radio can say they are at a certain distance, and the image you get on a particular day is noticeably different from even just a prior day, even over quite similar temperature conditions. Now, that said, in the case that you've presented, you mentioned that there's not this heat pluming effect taking place. You called it mirage, right? I'm pretty sure you're talking about heat pluming distortions.
No, I'm not talking
Those
about
are not
that.
necessarily expected.
No, I don't want to just move past what you just said. Right to the next bit. Okay, so you said
multiple things in response to what I said. You're just stacking
everything. No, I'm not stacking responses, because you just said something.
You said multiple things. You said something about the heat pluming. You said something about the range of refraction.
This is not anything about heat pluming. You're strawmanning him now.
Yeah, I never said that.
He talks about the miraging.
This is what I said.
When he says mirage effect, he means heat pluming.
Right? I said, no, I don't mean heat pluming. I don't mean that. Okay, so
you're talking about the same thing you see when you look over a hot grill, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not talking about that at all. Okay, so I can back up everything I'm saying with mainstream citations, because I've actually been researching this for a long time. Okay, so I've just put up the American Meteorological Society definition of what atmospheric refraction is, and it blatantly says there, right, that it's dominated by temperature gradients. Okay, so it's temperature that's going to set the refractive index gradient of the air, not the humidity. Okay, it's the nitrogen, it's the oxygen and the nitrogen primarily in the air. Sorry, it's the humidity is going to lower the refractive effects. Okay, the moisture in the air plays a different role. Okay, it's primarily the temperature gradient that's going to control what's happening when it comes to atmospheric refraction. And when it comes to miraging, right, it's to do with when you have a steep change in that refractive index gradient, which is primarily controlled by temperature. Right, I can put up the definition of miraging right now, if you want, and you can read over it. It's also going to say that it's primarily controlled by temperature gradients.
So when you said we don't see miraging earlier, what were you talking about? If not
in the observation I'm showing, there are no characteristics of a miraging effect. And when you look over a hot grill, you're seeing heat haze. That's not a miraging effect. That's heat haze.
Yeah, I asked you what you mean by mirage effect. You still haven't told me.
Okay, it's in the side chat there. So miraging, right, would be inferior and superior mirages mostly, right, and then variations of those, right. We also have miraging effects called stooping and looming. Stooping and towering, okay, which would be when things look stretched or squished. Okay, inferior mirages would be happening when you've got cooler air down lower and warmer air above, right? And then inferior mirages would be when you have that.
If by mirage you just mean some sort of effect on the optics of what you're seeing such that it doesn't match some atmosphere-free conditions, that would just be begging the question to say...
He means what the mainstream science means.
Not what you're thinking
it means.
That would just be begging the question against the view, because if you're saying we're not seeing mirage, and this is what you mean by mirage, you're just saying we're not seeing refraction. But that's the very claim in contention.
Okay, so according to the mainstream, right, mirages, all miraging effects fall under the category of atmospheric refraction. It's basically what atmospheric refraction is varying levels of different miraging effects based on what's going on with the temperature gradient vertically, which is going to be controlling the refractive index gradient vertically. And it's going to cause the deviation of the light on its way back to the optic to deviate upward or downward. Okay, and it's going to displace the object in the distance downward or upward.
Yeah, you saying we're not seeing that would be begging the question, because that's the very claim.
No, it's not the very claim.
Remember,
what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm saying.
The question is
so when we have
there's some...
No. Hold on. You didn't even know a minute ago what mirages were. Okay, now I'm trying to tell you that when we have an inferior mirage or a superior mirage, okay, there's certain characteristics that would be visible, right, that would let you know that you're seeing an inferior mirage or a superior mirage. Okay, that's not present in the video that I presented. It's not there, so we can count that out. Okay, we can count out being a Fata Morgana. We can count out ducting. We can count a whole bunch of miraging effects out. Okay, what's that leave us with? Very minor miraging effects we got left on the list. Okay, we got towering, which is when things look stretched out. Okay, we can cross that off the list because we don't see that here, because we have a close-up photograph of the location, so we can know that from the distant photograph we don't have any towering. Okay, then we got stooping, which is the opposite of towering, where it squishes things in the distance. We can cross that off the list. Okay, so we've crossed off most of the mirages now because we don't have any characteristics of them being present. What are we left with? A little bit of sinking, which we don't see in the observation because there's nothing appearing to sink. Okay, we can cross that off the list. What's left? Looming. That's the only thing here that's left when it comes to miraging. Okay, looming is a minor version of a superior mirage. Okay, and why is it a minor version? Because you don't have much of a change in the refractive index gradient, so you don't have much of a temperature gradient change vertically. Okay, so you could apply standard atmospheric refraction here because we have very standard conditions. We have a very, very clean shot. Okay, nothing looks distorted. We could give you 8 to 15% for standard atmospheric refraction. That's fine. but that doesn't help it, right? That's going to change the horizon from 2.7 miles to about 2.8 or 2.9 miles. We're not seeing a horizon at all over the whole 21-mile lake.
And I need to respond to all of them. You seem eager to respond to every singular thing that I say. But
you're butchering everything that you're saying.
Then when you say multiple things in response, I need to respond to those multiple things. Otherwise, this is not a level conversation, no pun intended. So you're saying a multitude of things. One of them is that atmospheric refraction can only move the horizon by 15%. That is very false.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, so,
so I'm going to call you out if
can
you
move
say,
it.
If you
so to be clear, in good faith, refraction can move the horizon by much more than 15%.
He said standard refraction is 8 to 15%. Why are you strawmanning everything, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, if by standard refraction we mean refraction that can take place on Earth, then
no, we mean begging the question, globe Earth, right? Standard refraction, right? If you beg the question that the Earth is a globe, okay, then you apply a refraction coefficient, okay, and then you set it to 0.13 to 0.17, and that would be what they use in the industry as standard refraction, right? So in standard conditions, then they use standard refraction. Okay, so because they're begging the question and pre-assuming that the Earth's a globe. Okay, so it's based off the radius of the globe.
That's not begging the question, but anyways.
Yeah, it is actually.
No, it's not. Listen,
how is it
don't
not?
use terms like begging the question.
No, it is.
But anyways.
I'm going to use begging the question. Okay, so if you're trying to reverse engineer an observation by pre-assuming that the Earth's a globe, that's begging the question because the observation's aim is because that's what we're trying to test for here, whether the Earth's a globe or not. So you can't say, well, if the Earth was a globe, we could use standard refraction and then it would work on the globe. That's begging the question.
No. So that's not what begging the question is. Begging the question is when there's a line of reasoning for some conclusion you're getting to, and the line of reasoning just contains the conclusion itself.
Exactly.
This is not them making some claim that the Earth is a globe and saying the Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. This is just
the Earth is a globe. It looks flat, therefore
practice, which is not even a claim in question. But anyways.
Yeah, so we can explain why the Earth's a globe if we assume the Earth's a globe and apply this calculation that assumes
No, what you just described about people in an industry has nothing to do with people claiming the Earth is a globe.
Yes, it does.
People are just saying that there's a relationship between globe shapes, refraction, and this expected observation.
Incorrect.
That has nothing to do with someone claiming the Earth is a globe. But in any case,
you're just showing your lack of understanding when it comes to how refraction works according to the mainstream. That's all.
I'm pointing out that you used begging the question very incorrectly. But
no, I didn't.
Moving on
begging
from
the
that,
question that the Earth's a globe, right? In their rebuttal.
No.
Yes. Whatever, dude. What's your point now? You're gonna continue butchering things? Go ahead.
I just explained to you what begging the question is, but we'll just move off of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to catch a mute just for pointing out that someone's substantively wrong about something that they're really being bad.
I thought we're going to move on past that.
We could stay on it if you want.
No, we can just move on past it. You're the one that said you want to move on past it and then kept talking about it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that wouldn't be begging the question, but here's the thing. So if one says that we would expect on the model of a globe for there to be instances of refraction that results in a greater than 15% change in the horizon line, then you showing me this is not something I wouldn't expect to see on a globe. There are certainly observations we would expect on a globe model where the horizon would be way more than 15% off of its original mark, especially because of the way that refraction works. It turns out that if the light is curving downward at some constant rate over a curved surface, even a very subtle downward curve of the light can exponentially extend the distance because of the way the formula works out. So it's actually expected that we see quite a drastic difference in the horizon line due to refraction.
How often does that happen? How often does that happen?
It doesn't really matter how often it happens. And the reason why is because if I'm going to be shown some example, right, of this happening on Earth, of course you're going to choose an example that fits the criteria, even if it's not a common example.
This is a very common observation, dude.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's so much refraction that it just makes the Earth look flat. So that's your rebuttal.
Oh
so
no, this doesn't even make the Earth look flat. This is just the horizon line being pushed back. But
okay, where's the horizon line in the
because
observation?
you were saying that this is
where's the
incompatible.
horizon? Where's the horizon in the observation that I presented? Nowhere, right?
Oh, you just have to go higher up to see because it's obstructed by mountains. But in any case, you could call the mountain point the horizon line if you like.
It's what's the nonsense? It's obstructed by we're looking over a flat lake surface. There's no horizon present over.
No, there's mountains in the background.
Okay, so over 21 miles, there's
so not in the foreground.
Over 21 miles, there's no horizon, right?
Oh, there is a horizon after that. You
Over
asked
the
where's the
21
horizon.
over the 21 miles, there's no horizon, right?
I already said yeah, and after the
Okay,
21,
so
there's a
that's-
horizon. So in good faith, there is a horizon, correct?
No, we don't see a horizon in the observation at all. Okay, and the observation is just don't
that's
talk
not the
over me.
case.
Okay, if you
It's just
start
that-
talking over me, then that's going to lead to you getting muted. Okay, not for debating in good faith. Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
Did that guy drop out or what?
I don't know. I
I'm
don't know.
still here. You said to stop talking.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the observation is over a 21-mile distance, shoreline to shoreline. Okay, over the observation distance, we see zero curvature, zero obstruction, and zero horizon. Okay, so you would have to have a refractive index, right? You would have to have a K factor of 1 to be able to explain this on a globe. What do you think it means when you have a K factor of 1? That there would be so much refraction that the Earth would essentially look flat. It would basically increase the radius value so much that you would not see any curvature at all.
Yeah, so the hyperbolic wording of zero curvature is false, but let's just say hypothetically that the light were curving enough such that it was actually almost as much as the Earth curves. That would be totally fine. Then that's just saying that there are refractive indexes that curve the light downwards subtly to the degree that it follows the curve of the Earth almost.
That's begging the
And
question.
I don't see. No, that again, you guys don't know what begging the question is. Don't use that terminology.
Yeah, we do know what begging the question is, actually.
He called me stupid before. He called me stupid before when I told him he said light curves around a ball.
So, anyways,
yeah, hold on a second, bro. You just made a bold claim, right? You said that there could be so much refraction that it's just making it look flat. So essentially, you agreed with what I said. Okay, because if you actually put this into a globe Earth calculator, right, that has a refractive index slider, okay, where you can increase and decrease the K factor, okay, that begs the question of the Earth being a globe, then you would have to set it to 1, which means that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, but
you realize that there's
hold on. Okay, so for all of these observations that I can show you, you have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. But we don't see any miraging effects, right? We don't see any optical distortion. So it's impossible to have such extreme refraction when you don't have any of the characteristics that would be present visually for that to be the case. And it's redone again at nighttime as well.
Are you saying that these miraging effects are necessary conditions for refraction having taken place?
No, I went over. You see, you just show you don't understand what the mainstream.
Wait. So to be clear, they're not, right?
Yes.
Hold on. What do you think causes? Hold on a second.
so
What do you think? Dude? I went over this with you before. Okay, there's a list of miraging effects. You don't know them, right? You don't really know anything about this topic.
No, I actually understand what the effects are. It's either going to make the objects seem shrunken vertically, it's going to make them seem expanded vertically, yada yada. But the question I just asked you, which you seem to not be answering in good faith, is: are these necessary conditions for there being refraction? Because if the answer is no, then me not seeing those miraging effects is not evidence that it's not refraction.
No. Refraction. You can't just say the word refraction, right? It's not as simple as just saying the word refraction. Refraction, okay, it can mean a whole
I just
bunch
mean the
of
light
different
curving downward.
What? No, refraction doesn't always make the light curve downward, silly.
I know it doesn't, but that's shorthand for what we mean in the conversation, because we know what we're talking about, which is the light curving downward. So
Why would the light be
refraction will be
curving
used as
downward?
shorthand for that. So
Why would the light be curving downward?
Oh, because, you know, the light passes through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere applies some subtle impact on the photons passing through, and they subtly change direction over distance.
So why would it be curving downward and not upward?
Well, it just depends on the conditions of the atmosphere. It could curve upward under different conditions, but
yeah, what
it
sort
will
of
curve
conditions?
downward.
What
It's
sort
a
of conditions
culmination
would
of
cause
things,
it?
but
What sort of conditions? What sort of conditions?
It's a culmination. It's a culmination of things, especially temperature differences above and
what
below.
sort of
But
temperature?
Also,
What sort
now
of
it's
temperature
temperature.
difference?
what do you mean now it's
Dude,
temperature?
you're
I already
so,
said
like, out
before
of your
that it's going
depth
to
on
be
this
temperature
topic.
differences. Anyways,
Just, like,
as I was
kinda
saying
trying
before,
to
I got
bullshit your way
interrupted
through it
7
now.
times before none of you getting muted for the interruptions yet. Me getting threatened to be muted for interruptions. It turns out that what you want to look for is if there is a noticeable difference in temperature above and below, especially heat above, coolness below, because if it's cool below, the light is going to have a sort of downward movement because it's going to follow the path of the colder air. And this can be observed if you pour, like, you know, some liquid nitrogen over like a metal tank. You'll notice that the light curves downward. If you put an object behind that tank, you could suddenly see
Is
it.
that what we're looking through? Is liquid nitrogen?
Again, it's a similar thing going on here, as I already explained before.
It's not going to change the distance. It's not going to change the horizon of the tank, though, is it?
Yeah.
Hold on. You just hold on. You're giving a false analogy right now. So I know the test you're talking about with the metal tank, and all of a sudden you can see the piece of clay pop up behind the tank. That's what you're talking about, right? Yeah, that's completely different.
Yeah, is this interruption going to be substantive or?
Well, I'm going to call when you're completely incorrect, right? Or when you're fallacious, or when you lie about something that we said. Yeah, I'm going to stop you.
Okay, well, feel free to share what I said that's false. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we're talking about is being able to see zero curvature over a 21-mile distance. Okay, and then you're giving the example of pouring a gas over a metal pipe and having something pop up for a second behind the pipe. Completely false analogy to the situation that we have here. Okay, the horizon of the pipe doesn't change at all, right? All that happens is you see something behind the pipe for a second.
Yes or no?
It's not making the geometric. It's not making the geometric horizon appear behind the object, is it? Because that's what we're seeing.
What was my claim about the nitrogen experiment?
That the light,
the temperature inversion.
Yeah, you're saying that it's going to lift something.
Nitrogen, bro.
Just let him speak. Let him speak. So, what was my claim about the nitrogen experiment?
Okay, so you're saying that when the light bounces off the object that's hidden behind the metal pipe, the light bends downward, right? And it makes the object appear like you can see it, even though it's obstructed behind the pipe.
Correct.
It would be.
My claim was the light curves downward, and that is why you can now see the object.
Can you shut the fuck up real quick? I want to say something. First.
Right, so that was correct. My claim was that the light curves downward. Is that false about the nitrogen experiment? Yes or no?
No, that's correct.
Not nitrogen.
Okay, so there was nothing I said that was incorrect.
Well, about it's not nitrogen, like Sheepdog said, but that doesn't really matter. Your point is correct.
It doesn't matter. I don't know why
so
you
it doesn't
said
change
that.
it doesn't change the distance.
The point
to the
is that you have
horizon.
to pour something really, really cold. Anyways, moving forward.
So
now that we understand
what's
that,
really cold in that image in the Salt Lake, what's really cold in there that's causing that effect?
Well, why is this being asked?
Well, you're making the comparison, so I might as well ask you for your evidence that shows the correlation between the two observations.
What? Do you even understand the point? The point is that if there's a temperature differential below and above, right, such that it's hot above and cold below, then that's going to result in light curving downward. And my opponent agrees with that. So you're not even speaking on his behalf if you're about to disagree with that. But in any
Under
case,
extreme conditions, yeah.
Yeah.
I am agreeing with him on that.
Okay,
well, you don't have an extreme condition.
So we agree that if on Earth we have hotter air above and cooler air below, that is going to result in us expecting that the light curves downward, correct?
No.
Yeah, I think I just dispatched of that guy. Let's get back to the main character here. So you're telling me, right, that you agree that there's downward refraction, right, Nancy?
Yeah, it would be called looming, what you're talking about right now. And in an extreme situation, yeah, you could see something like in that instance, right? If you do something that's where you have an extremely cold temperature down low, and then it quickly gets hotter as you go up in altitude vertically, then the light will deviate towards the cooler medium, right? Because it has a higher refractive index, and it can displace something in the distance higher. Like it will
and so
move downward and displace the object higher in the distance, and it's going to be called looming. But what doesn't happen there is what we see in our observations, right? Because the horizon, which would be the edge of the metal pipe, okay, it doesn't change distance, and it also doesn't pop up behind the object, because that's what we're seeing in our observation. We're seeing the horizon is actually behind the object. So it's a completely different scenario. And maybe we should switch to an observation that does have a horizon in it, so it's more analogous to your example, like this one in the side chat here. Okay, so this is what...
To be clear, in the image you posted, it is over water, and we know damn well that air being over water is going to cool down, and the air higher up above is going to be less affected. I live near San Francisco, and I go out to the docks all the time, and it's very windy and it's cold below.
You are wrong.
Hold on a second. I just got to mute some brain rot that wants to interrupt. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I go out to San Francisco all the time, and the air over the water is breezy and cool over there, despite the fact that the surrounding areas are quite warm, because the water actually cools the air, since water is very, very effective at absorbing heat. And so in the image you posted, it seems like it all lines up with what I would expect, which is that over some body of water, there's going to be this cooler air, which up above is going to have some hotter air, and this is going to result in some downward curve of light. Now, maybe you want to dispute how much it's curving downward, and we could talk about that, but let's just see if we at least agree with this reasonably basic point.
Well, no, because we have just as much... Okay, so it's just the temperature gradient which is going to cause the miraging effects. So you'll overlay a concrete road on a hot summer day, right, or a footpath, right, looking through that, right, where you have the hot road heating up the section of air above the surface and then cooler air above it, you're going to always get an inferior mirage. It's going to look like things are cut off bottom up, right? It's going to cause the light to bend upward and displace the object downward in the distance. It's going to cause an inferior mirage every single time. Okay, so it's not just over water. So if we have, no, not the opposite, because quite often we have like 20-degree water and 20-degree air, for example. The water isn't always cooler than the air temperature, especially during the night or early in the morning, because the water temperature stays pretty uniform all night and all day, where the air temperature gets much cooler at night in some locations. Okay, and in the morning it's still cool, and it's not until it actually warms up during the day where you start to get the opposite effect, which would be the looming rather than the sinking effect. That's why sinking most commonly happens earlier in the morning or during the night, where looming is more common during the daytime when the air temperature is hotter than the water temperature or the ground temperature.
Wait, so you agree that it is often the case that the water will cool the air above, just above the water, and further above that, the air may have a higher temperature, And this is going to result.
No one gives a shit, dude. Don't stop trying to make up stories.
And this is going to result in the light subtly curving downward when we have that temperature difference, correct?
Yeah, I think looming's a thing, obviously.
Yeah, okay. And so why would I not say that this is present in this image?
Okay, you could have a little bit of looming, but what we don't have here is what you gave as your example. Okay, so you showed a geometric array. Okay, so I know the thing you were talking about with the pipe and the bit of clay that pops up behind the pipe when he pours the cold gas onto the pipe. Okay, and my point is, right, that it didn't change the geometric horizon. It didn't do what you're saying happens when you have this effect. Okay, so in this observation, the geometric horizon, right, aka the pipe, okay, that would be at 3.46 miles, right? Halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, it's not like all of a sudden the oil platform pops up and is visible behind the horizon. We're seeing the horizon completely hidden. If it was there, right? If the geometric horizon there, it would be completely masked and hidden, and we just see flat water, and then we see a horizon pop like behind the oil platform, right? Over 1,000% further away.
Yes, you're saying that the horizon is noticeably further away. But remember what I said,
1,000%,
which is
over 1,000%.
Remember what I said, which is we actually expect that the horizon can be much further away because the effect of refraction is exponential.
Such extreme conditions that you would have miraging effects that would also be there present. Extreme miraging effects like Fata Morgana, right? Or superior mirage or inverted images or floating ships, things like that would have to be present. You would have heavy distortion because you would have the most extreme. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, there doesn't have to be floating ships. That's actually the opposite case.
No, it's not the opposite case.
It is.
No, it isn't. Why does the bit of clay appear like it's floating above the metal pipe all of a sudden, right? Think of it as a ship.
It doesn't look like it's floating. It doesn't look like it's floating. It just looks like it's behind the pink tank. Look, I'm not even going to bother with this because it's missing the broader point. Look,
you don't know enough about it to be having this conversation.
No, look, you could post the video. It doesn't look like it's floating. It just looks like it's sitting behind the tank. Okay. But anyways.
Okay, so where's the horizon in it? The horizon's on the tank. Yeah. Does the horizon pop up behind it?
Pop up behind it? No.
Yeah, like in the observation I'm showing you here, the horizon's beyond the oil platforms.
Although it could, if you, instead of placing the clay behind the curved object, you place it on the curved object, and you roll the tank slightly backwards by, say, 20 degrees.
Okay,
right? So
yeah, well, I can't wait to see that one. You know, that would be a good one for the globe Earth side. This would be a good one.
But in any case,
okay, so let's look at this observation that I just posted.
Why am I getting interrupted constantly? What is this? Were you born in a barn?
I'm the one talking, and you're interrupting me at the moment.
Well, yeah,
we're both kind of talking at the same time. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So all I was saying was just we can, place the clay in a different spot. But the point is, you can just imagine the geometry of it, right? You can imagine you have this circle, right? And you stick a little pin. You stick a little pin in the circle, right? And if you draw a straight line between your eyes and the pin that's sticking out the back of the circle, you won't be able to see it. But if we start curving the line downward, angling from this pin behind the circle, right, it will eventually meet your eyes if it curves down enough. That's the whole point.
Okay, so you don't have something to show on a smaller scale, what we're showing in this observation.
What? Wait, are you talking about what I just said, the thing to imagine?
No, we're talking about that you said that if you were to place the object on the back of the cylinder or the tank or whatever you want to call it, the pipe, then this would happen, what we're showing in this observation. So you currently don't have a smaller scale observation that can show that what you're suggesting is actually possible.
Oh, no, I think that the other tank example shows that this is going to be what's going to take place, and we could be pretty much 99% confident in that.
Okay, but you
given
don't
what takes place in
you
the other
don't have
observation.
you don't have a small scale example that replicates what we can see in this large scale observation.
I mean, if you mean something that's just even more analogous than the example I already have, no, not on hand.
Yeah, it doesn't
The
exist
example I
because
have
it's
is
not
already
possible.
analogous because the goal is just to show that the light curves downward. If we know that the light curves downward,
No
then
one's
we're going
agreeing
to
that light
expect.
doesn't. No one's saying that light can't curve downward. We're saying there's no such thing as a geometric horizon.
Okay, so you then agree that we would expect the light would curve downward. I don't know why you'd think anything different
No,
would
it
happen in
can-
that experiment then.
It can
Like, this is the
deviate
equivalent
downward a little
to-
bit. Hold on a second. Okay? This is okay, now it's my turn to talk, right? Because I let you talk then. Okay, so in this observation, there's a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles, yes or no?
Yeah,
8 foot
I think
observation
so.
height. Okay.
I'm just assuming all the things in your observation, yeah?
Yeah. 8 foot observer height, 3.46 miles away would be the horizon. Okay, it's not there at all, right? We don't see a horizon at 3.46 miles, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and we can see the horizons far beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but really, the geometric horizon is at 3.46 miles. We just can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where's your proof that it exists? Where's your observation? Now it's your turn.
Oh, yeah, you could go to that same dock that people call the Black Swan on different days, and then the horizon may appear much closer.
Okay,
It's just
okay,
going
I
to depend on
agree.
the conditions
I
of the day.
agree. It's never going to match up with. You're never going to be able to prove that there's a geometric horizon there. It's never going to be at the distance.
But that
where it
doesn't
should
mean we
be
can't prove
on a
that.
globe.
Wait.
Hold on a
That
second.
doesn't
Hold on a
follow.
second. I'm giving you a direct request here, and you can say whether you do have it or don't have it. Now it's your turn to show a single observation that validates the geometric horizon exists in the first place. Do you have that, or do you not have that?
Well, I could do that, but that's off topic because we were asking
not
whether or
off
not this
topic.
observation. Well, I'll remind you what the topic was. The topic was, is this an observation that's unexpected on the globe hypothesis? And I'm arguing no. This is
Impossible.
actually
It's impossible on a globe, and you don't have any evidence that there is such a
what?
globe.
No,
in the
it's
first
totally.
place. So prove that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. Prove the geometric horizon exists in the first place. Where's your observations? I can keep pumping out observations that destroy the globe.
Wait, let's
right?
just be clear.
Hold on a
Let's
second.
just be clear.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
If you had an observation that matched up with the globe, that had taken the conditions into account, the variables into account, you would present it, but you don't have one, so you're not able to present it.
What? No, I've already explained that the globe
Explanations.
hypothesis
I want to see a
doesn't just
real
say-
world.
The globe
I don't want to hear
hypothesis doesn't.
explanations. You're trying to reverse engineer it. Okay, so you have no idea
Well, no, we're talking
what's
about
going
what the
on.
globe
Hold on a
expects.
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You have no idea what's going on with the vertical temperature gradient in any of the observations that I've shown you. No idea. Okay,
I don't know
so
why you would assert that, but okay.
you can
could
okay,
believe
so
that.
do you have any idea what's going on with the vertical temperature gradient in any of these observations?
Yeah, I already explained. There's just hotter air above, cold air below. What's the big deal?
How did you validate that?
Yeah, you know
Oh,
the
yeah,
temperatures
there's
of
two ways.
those days?
There's two ways that I did that. The first way is indeed noticing that the image is showing the horizon further back, which is what we usually expect because when you go out to different
was the
places
temperature
where
that
you
day?
see that. But hold on, I don't know why I'm getting interrupted every 2 seconds. So when you go
Well,
out to
what was
other
the temperature?
places and you look at where the horizon is, right? And then you measure the temperature of the air, and then you look on another day and notice that the horizon is closer. There's a less difference.
Where's your
in the
measurements
temperature
of the
air.
temperature?
Hold on.
Where are your
You
measurements of the
dying to interrupt.
temperature,
I know.
bro?
I know you think that this is like.
Yeah, I
going
told
to
you that
save
when you
just
bullshit,
relax.
I'm going to cut you off. When you bullshit, I'm going to cut you off, right? Why can't you just be intellectually honest and you say you have no idea what's going on
Me
in regards to
intellectually
the temperature
honest
gradient?
when you ask me a question and I'm answering it, you ask me how I validate it and I'm explaining to you. So I take validate to be.
You didn't validate
I take validate to be, explain why it's highly reasonable for me to believe this thing in question, and I'm explaining that.
I asked you if you have
want
any
facts,
validation
bro.
of what's going on with the temperature gradient on those days. What's the temperature just above the surface, and what's the gradient? What's it turn into as you go up in altitude? Obviously, you don't know that. Obviously not, because it wasn't measured.
I mean, it
Nobody
depends what you
measured
mean by
that.
know. If you mean know exactly what the temperature is, no, and I don't think you do either. But if you mean I don't know, if you mean I don't need to know the exact number either, because what I do know is that the air above is hotter by some appreciable amount, and that's all I do need to know. Just like how if I'm in an airplane, I cannot know my exact. Hold on, just calm down. Just calm down. Calm down.
Hold on a second, bro. No,
I could be in an airplane and not know my exact altitude.
Okay, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to start muting you, man. If you're gonna start doing this. Okay, let me respond to you. Okay. I know what the water temperature was, and I know what the air temperature was on those days. You don't. Okay, I know what it was because I've researched this. You haven't. You have no idea what's going on with the temperature on any of the observations I'm showing you. You're just trying to give explanations to try to make it match up with the globe, and you're butchering them in the process.
So you made the claim that I have no idea what the temperature was. You say you do know what the temperature was. Was the air below colder than the air above? Yes or no?
No, I said I know what the temperature was of the air, and I know what the temperature was of the water.
Was the air below colder than the air above? Yes or
why
no?
would it be? No, I don't think so, because the water temperature and the air temperature were relatively uniform.
How did you verify that?
Okay, so we got the weather report of the, there's a buoy, right, between the two oil platforms, and there's multiple buoys around, right? So you can look up what the average, like what the water temperature was.
And all those buoys are at the same vertical height, right?
No, it's the water temperature. Okay, so if you go to a location,
sea level is sea level, you idiot. They're all at the same height. Buoys.
We're talking about water temperature as well.
Yeah, so how is that going to tell me what the vertical difference in air temperature was?
Okay, so usually it's the surface heating up, right? Being the warmer water or cooler air, cooler water, like you said earlier, right? It's gonna cool down the air, and then it's gonna get warmer as it goes up, right? But if you have uniform water and air temperature, then that's not going to happen. There's nothing to create a cooler layer.
Was the temperature uniform? Was the temperature uniform?
Pretty much.
How did you verify that?
Weather reports.
Wait, the weather report told you that the air above is not different than the air below.
Yeah, you know how like if you live in an area, you can look up like what's the temperature today? Oh, it's 20 degrees Celsius in California at this.
But does that tell me does that tell me what the temperature is 2 miles up in the sky?
We're not looking 2 miles up in the sky, dumbass.
That's not the point. Does the weather report tell you the vertical difference in temperature of the atmosphere?
What the hell is this guy on, dude?
We're looking straight through horizontally, right, over 10 miles from a certain height. We're only worried about what's happening within 10 foot.
Are you begging the question that we're looking out over a ball?
Wait, you don't understand the geometry of this?
Are you begging the question?
So let me explain this. If you thought that it's only the height of the observer's atmosphere that's going to matter, that's just confusion, because there are objects that you're looking at that are much taller than you. And even more importantly,
we're looking at the horizon, silly. This is a horizon test. We're looking at the horizon. It's lower. The horizon's lower than the eye.
Is the oil rig 2 miles in the sky?
Even more importantly, if it turns out that the Earth is a globe and the light is curving, there is actually light that's hitting your eyes that's not coming from a straight line, because that's the entire hypothesis. And so we would expect that these higher blocks of light would actually be passing through higher points of the atmosphere. Did you really think that it's only the first 10 feet of atmosphere that matter?
We're looking through. That's what we're looking through.
No. If I look at a plane, for example, right, it doesn't matter that I'm 10 feet tall. I'm looking through a completely different chunk of the atmosphere.
We're not looking at a plane.
We're not looking at a plane. You're begging the question, bro. Everywhere.
The point is, you are looking at objects that are really tall, and B,
we're looking at the horizon. The horizon's lower than
how tall is the oil rig?
I could explain it to you.
How tall is the oil rig?
We're not looking at the oil rigs. We're looking at the freaking horizon. The oil rigs are just distance markers.
Yeah, so
buddy,
stop interrupting,
the
bitch.
horizon is also going to be affected by the higher echelons of the atmosphere if the Earth is curved. That's the problem.
What?
He's an idiot. I'm sorry. He thinks
Flip it.
air 2 miles
it.
high affects what you're looking at on the
Triangle,
ground.
shut the fuck up.
That's so funny, man.
Yeah, look, I'll explain it very simply. You just have to
Oh
think of
my
the
God.
geometry of it. So if there's some light, say, emanating off of the water that far away, and then that light is traveling through the medium of the air, making it to your eye, you certainly, on a globe Earth, can't draw a straight line from there to your eye if there's actually an obstruction. So you'd have to draw some curved path. And what you'll notice is that this curved path can actually be parabolic in the so-called extreme conditions being talked about. And that parabolic path can actually raise the light above your height and then back down to your eye. And this is what's causing some of those miraging effects you were talking about, like the floating ships. So it's actually very much expected that it's going to have to pass through these different echelons of the atmosphere. Also importantly to note, it doesn't even have to be that high if we're over a body of water, because the temperature difference in air that's right above the water versus just a few feet higher can actually be quite significant in many cases.
Oh yeah, really? Where's your data? Where's your... This is coming... Okay, this is what this is going to come down to. Do you have any evidence that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon or curvature of the Earth? Where are your observations that take these things into account, where you've measured the temperatures that you're talking about? Do you have a single one to present or not?
Oh, I am happy to show evidence for that once we're done with this dispute.
Do you have that or not?
Because
Do you have that or not? We're done with this, bro. You're making a
Oh, wait, I'm not done with this, right? Because this is a separate dispute.
Point, dude. Do you
This
have
is
it
a
or
separate
not?
dispute. And
Don't believe that's a lie.
and
Don't
so-
believe that's a lie. Don't believe that's a lie.
Shush.
So, yeah, that would be
Hold
some
on, you
separate
shush
dispute.
too. No, I've presented 2 observations now. I can keep presenting observations. Do you have an observation to validate what you're
Well, they're
claiming?
under the same category of observation. They're both just
Do you have
saying
one?
like
Do
it
you have
seems
one?
like the horizon is further away than it should be practically. And I pointed out that this is just going to be responded to by the level 0, refraction point, which is just that we expect that the distance is going to be
What's a
further
level
in
0
some
refraction?
cases.
You have no
And
idea
the
what
reason
you're
it's going to be
talking about.
further in some cases is because
Do you have an observation to share to validate the Earth is a globe or not?
well, are you trying to change the subject?
No, I've
that a dodge?
presented 2 observations that show the Earth can't possibly be a globe. You're claiming it is a globe. Where's your evidence of that? Do you have it or not?
Yeah, I showed that both those observations are compatible with the Earth hypothesis because of refraction. So
Okay, you have no idea what's going on with the refractive index in any of those observations.
I explained what's going on, which is that there's a temperature differential. The air
How
above
did you
is hotter,
validate
the
the
air below is
explanation?
cooler.
What's the temperature difference? What's the temperature difference? Tell me the temperature difference right now. Go.
Oh, do I need an exact number in the same way that if I'm in the cockpit of a
Yes.
plane, right? I need some exact number to know that.
What's the temperature difference?
Question in good faith.
What's the temperature difference?
Answer
Tell
that
me.
question in good faith.
No. What is the temperature difference?
This number.
Yeah, what's the temperature difference?
I obviously don't have some exact number in the same way that I'll claim that I am.
Okay, so
at
you don't
least
know
a
what the
mile-
temperature. You don't know what the temperature difference is at all. You have absolutely no idea, whatever, at all. Okay, you're completely bricked, bro.
Hello, brother.
It's just kind of pointless unmuting you at this point.
Your question's retarded because it's like asking how long's a piece of string. It's like asking what's the weather like. What's the weather like where? When? Idiot.
Yeah, so he's saying that he knows the specific temperature conditions that would cause the observation to match up with the globe.
He knows
Right, when-
the interaction between different temperatures. So your
Okay.
question is retarded.
Why is the question retarded, Sarah?
Because it's like someone explaining to you how
What's the
weather works,
argument?
and then you
What's the
saying,
argument, Sarah? What's the argument presented here by me? What
Look,
is it?
this is an analogy.
You don't even know what you're
someone-
talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're like the
Imagine
kid.
if someone.
You're like some freaking little dumbass little kid that walked in halfway through a freaking movie, trying to tell everyone what's going on in the movie. You have no
Hello,
idea.
brother.
Sit the fuck down.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about observations that completely destroy the notion that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Long distance observations that are impossible on a globe.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always fucking stumble when you ask for their data, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They want to rabble on about science. Science doesn't go by generalities. You know, you want data, you want numbers, you want to quantify things, right?
Yeah, so all I asked, right, I presented a whole bunch of observations, and then I asked if he has one observation that validates that the Earth's a globe. Couldn't present a single observation, right? Male, whatever, male destroyer.
Now that I'm unmuted, I was asking you in good faith, if you're in a commercial flight and you are flying quite, high, but because you're at cruising altitude, right? And I ask you, what's your exact altitude? Are you going to have a number for that? Just in good faith, say yes or no, and then there's a follow-up.
Of course not.
Okay. And then if I hear you say something like, the atmosphere up where I'm at is thinner than where it is below, is it reasonable for you to say that in spite of the fact that you don't know your exact altitude?
Yeah, because the atmosphere uniformly gets thinner as you go up in height, right? It's not controlled by ever-changing temperature variations as it is when you're down low. So it's a completely false analogy. Okay, so when we're down low to the ground, we can have during the day we can have a hot footpath, right? And that's going to create a warm layer of air lower to the surface, and the air above is going to be cooler, so the light's going to deviate upward. Okay, and then if we get someone cools down that concrete with a hose, right? All of a sudden it cools it down, and then we don't have that light deviating upward anymore. Okay, in fact, the temperature of the concrete might get lower than the temperature above it. Then we can get an inverted temperature gradient. Okay, so it's very dependent on what's going on. We can have hot pockets of air. We can have cold pockets of air. We can have warmer water temperature than the air above. We can have much cooler water temperature than the air above it, right? So it varies so much, and it varies constantly throughout the day. That's when we look at time-lapse footage, right? We can see things shrinking, looming, sinking, towering, stooping all day long, right? Warping around like crazy, right? It's not like the uniform decrease in the pressure of the air as you go up in height, right? So completely false analogy.
So to be clear, you agree that it is reasonable for people to make claims that hinge on a quantitative metric, even if they are not familiar with the specific.
Yeah, this is just fucking sophistry, mate.
Right?
Can you demonstrate any of your claims regarding refraction? Can you demonstrate any of your claims?
Oh yeah, the claim that hot air above and cold air below curves slide downward. Yeah, my opponent actually agrees with that. My opponent actually agrees with that.
Demonstrate it. Demonstrate it.
Wait, do you disbelieve that?
I say, how did you determine that there's? How did you
demonstrate it? You're making a claim.
Wait. Do you disbelieve that? Yes or no?
It's not about belief.
Wait, so if you believe that, why would I go through the labor of trying to demonstrate that, especially when I don't even have image perms?
Because Globers come in here. You've been on this ship for the last 10 years.
You're wasting my time, so I'm going to get back to the because your buddy, by the way,
and you
reify agrees
it. You
that
reify the globe.
Cold air below curves light downward. Just
and
so
what do you give us as demonstrations that light can do this stuff? You give us demonstrations of a laser shooting through glass and then sugar water. That's not a fucking demonstration of natural conditions. Where's your demonstration of any of your claims?
I don't know what you're even on about at this point, because again, my opponent, which is your buddy, actually agrees that hot air above and cold air below results in light curving downward. He agrees that it results. He agrees.
Shut the fuck up. Right? It doesn't explain the observation in any way, shape, or form. Right? You need to be able to demonstrate that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place. You need to demonstrate that the Earth is curving over distance. Right? You don't have anything to present to back those things up. Right? Just trying to reverse engineer the observations we're presenting by just making things up about the meteorological conditions on the day. Right? That just shows that you're full of crap, right? And liars get banned. Dishonesty will get you banned, right? You're lucky that you're still here as it is, because you're full of shit. All you did was butcher how mirages work, butcher how atmospheric refraction works, butcher the observations, make up a whole bunch of nonsense bullshit about what's going on with the temperature gradient in the observations I presented. You refuse to present anything yourself. Completely bricked, dude. Completely bricked. You can stay on mute now as well.
That was fucking painful, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Extremely painful.
Here's what I don't get, right? If refraction is happening everywhere all the time, where's the first order measurement of the actual fucking geometry? You know what I mean? Like they had to know what it was in order to send a satellite into orbit, right?
These guys don't know fucking shit.
Yeah, you don't know shit as well.
Who is that?
Oh, I'm Press.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Press these
damn
balls
it.
across your face.
Do you have anything to present?
Look who it is.
Actually,
It's
yeah.
on. Go for it, man.
Yeah,
Into the
so
room.
has anybody here heard of Naja?
What is that?
Naja head back and forth on my dick.
Ah, you piece of
amazing.
shit. Get the
All
fuck
right,
out
bro.
of here.
That's cool, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's the
I got
caliber
you.
of Glober.
No, that's
They,
hey, listen, that Globers, male Globers, they want males to do that to them.
Yeah, this guy's been in here before. He's a complete fucking debate bro goof. Like, it's pathetic, man. You guys want to engage with him, you'll see what I mean. But he's almost as bad as performative, except, like, obviously less intelligent. But same act, you know. Feel free to test that claim.
Right. So this is the question on the table. Okay. Does anyone have an observation in the real world that proves that the Earth is actually curving over distance? Okay. So this can be in the form of validation of drop over distance or validation of the distance to the horizon conforming with a globe. I bet none of you globers have that. I guarantee it. And if you have it, bring it on. Let's go over the observation and see if it's done properly.
I want to hear what Sarah has to say.
Oh, Sarah. Okay, go ahead. All yours. Sarah, you're unmuted.
I want to hear what Performative has to say. Unmute him.
He completed his.
Is he your orbiter or something? What? Who's white knighting for who here?
Your Destroyer doesn't have Destroyer. You don't even know what Destroyer's argument was or anything.
No, I know enough to know that when you're talking about a relationship between two,
Tell us what it is.
A relationship between two things, and then someone asks for you to just randomly give a number for the two things is hot and cold, right? You asked to randomly be given a number.
What's the argument on the table here? What's the argument on the table here?
Unmute performative, and he'll educate you on that.
No.
No idea.
You fucking.
The argument on the table is the geometry of the Earth.
You tell us what the argument is, and we'll unmute him.
Oh, look, I even gave it to her.
Okay, so P1, if the Earth is flat, then the sun does not have fixed spacing in the sky. P2, the sun has fixed spacing in the sky. C, the Earth is not flat.
No one was talking about that.
Fuck are you on about?
Dumb bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Stupid.
Fucking.
Sit the fuck down.
Come on.
Lounge show.
For any of y'all that are listening, the argument on the table is the geometry of the Earth. The Earth is a certain size. The horizon is the consequence of geometry.
Flat
okay, well. Yeah, right, wildling.
Oh, Sarah, calm down.
How the hell did this one get over the ice wall?
Yeah, eat shit, Sarah. Shut the fuck up.
The wildling.
Again, the claim on the table is the geometry of the Earth and the consequence of that geometry. The location of it is supposed to be in a specific location because of the specific size. Does anybody have any evidence for that?
Hi.
Hello there.
Hello.
What's up?
You won't mute me because I ask a simple question.
No, people don't get muted for asking simple questions. People get muted if they blatantly lying over and over again and constantly interrupting.
I got muted because I didn't fast, convert miles to the kilometers. Yeah, that was 3 hours ago.
Then don't do that anymore.
I hope so. The guy that muted me was really aggressive towards me, and was aggressive because I didn't convert miles to kilometers quick enough.
Well, then make sure you do your conversions properly from now on.
I mean, you don't need to make, He was mad because I said.
Are you just here to complain?
Yeah. It was complain.
Okay, put yourself back on mute unless you have an actual argument.
Oh, for fuck's sake, again.
Yep, for fuck's sake, that's right.
Hi guys, can you give me the biggest argument why the Earth is flat, bro? Because I don't get this shit. I don't get it.
Yeah, I can.
The Earth would be flat, bro.
Calm down.
No, I'm calm down, bro.
Yeah, relax, bro. It's okay. Okay, so most of the surface area of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. Okay?
Yeah,
water needs a container, and then the surface of the water doesn't curve over distance. And that is impossible on a globe. And if you have a surface, almost finished. If you have a surface, a large surface area that's not curving, it's by default flat.
Okay, bro. But we have gravity. Gravity beats everything.
Okay.
That's great. If the gravity is the reason why the Earth is a ball, then there should be curvature, right?
Bro, listen. Do you understand that the gravity can't leave a shape in a flat state? Gravity pulls everything
That's great.
together.
That means the Earth is curving, right?
That's mean the Earth is round, bro. That's it.
Right, it's round. So how far away is the horizon on Earth if you're 6 foot tall?
I don't get this question, bro. Come on, what kind of question is this? Nah, listen, bro, listen.
Okay, how big is the ball? How big is the ball?
Okay, wait a second. Do you understand how strong the gravity is?
I agree with you. Gravity curves things into a ball. All right.
Okay.
How big is the ball?
Gravity is the first thing that's responsible on making an object circle or round, basically.
Okay. Okay. Great.
If we go to like Mars moons, like Phobos and Deimos, they ain't perfectly round because they have low gravity.
Okay.
Just keep with me.
Okay.
Stay with me, bro. Stay with me. So basically,
so if gravity makes things round,
I almost finished. Almost.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Almost, bro. So basically, for Earth to be this strong in gravity, she needs to be round. She don't need to be flat, bro. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
You can talk now, bro.
How big is the Earth?
How big is the Earth?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of question is that, too, bro? I don't have the.
God, I don't know what to say.
Nah. I didn't say that.
What's the circumference of the Earth?
Bro, how many water in the Earth? Yalla. How many water in the Earth, bro? Yalla.
540 trillion or 540 quadrillion gallons.
And all of this shit is on a flat surface. What the fuck are you?
Damn
taking,
right
bro?
it is.
You take medication,
You're damn
bro?
right it is.
Bro, what is the edge of the?
Bro, I know more about the Earth than you do, bro.
Bro, what happens in the edge of a flat Earth? As the water came down, or what the fuck happened there? Is there like a trampoline there?
Dude, hey, dude, you're freaking out. You think that you're gonna fly off into space? Space is fake, dude. You don't even have to worry about it.
Come on, bro. So you tell me all the pictures from NASA and all the people that goes to the moon, everything is fake, and you are.
Unfortunately.
Nah, bro, that's gonna be happening. I also heard that, like.
Do you believe your government? Do you trust the government?
I trust I trust like NASA and space agency. You know, I trust them, bro.
No, the government wouldn't
they
lie
did
to
a
you,
lot, bro. So okay, give me a second. So basically, like you are not denying that the fact that people go to the moon, did go to the moon, basically.
No, nobody went to the moon, dummy. Nobody went to the moon. Nobody went to the moon. No, you can't use that. You can't use that as an example. You can't use that.
You can't have
that as an argument, bro. Sorry, you can't use that. You can't use that in here.
Okay, listen. 500,000 people working on this project. Everyone lied of them. Everyone lied.
You're lying.
Come on, bro.
You're lying. You're lying. Saying that many people worked on it. You're a liar.
You can search this up. You can search this up right now.
Oh, you're a liar.
You can search this up right now.
No, you
Search
can't.
This up, bro.
No, you've never searched for it ever in your life.
I swear I did search for it, bro.
No, you never have.
God,
Stop lying to us.
What are you talking about?
Is that? Did your parents teach you to lie? Is that what you learn over there? Lie to every.
Bro. Why are you lying?
Always lie. Always lie to everybody. That's how you make it in life. Lie to everybody.
Bro, Earth is not flat, bro. It's never gonna be flat. Your brain is flat, bro. I think.
It's already flat.
I swear your brain is more flat.
Yeah, your Quran says it's flat too.
So give me arguments, bro. Give me arguments, bro. Why you fucking like? You didn't say nothing. You say no.
I said space is fake, dude. Space is fake, and you freaked out. As soon as I said space is fake, you started freaking out. Listen to you right now. You're freaking out, dude.
Okay, bro. I'm listening. Say something.
You were freaking out. I can't even talk. I told you space was fake, and you freaked out, and that was the end of it.
Okay, wait a second. And what is basically I see at night, like those stars, those.
Yep,
those
stars. That's what you see at night. I see the same thing.
What? Then what the fuck is that? Is that the fucking hologram, bro? Come on, are you crazy,
those are
bro?
stars. Stars up. Yep, there's stars.
And you just said that space is fake.
It is.
So, how is that possible? That stars is real, but space is fake?
Oh, no. Yeah, stars that you think are lit up gas balls of fire in a vacuum, those don't exist. The lights you see in the sky, those are real.
Light of what? Light of what?
Oh, I don't know. Lights up in the sky. Same thing. I know as much about them as you do.
You are the dumbest motherfucker I ever seen today. I swear to God, you are the dumbest shit ever.
So you and I are both stupid then.
How the fuck you gonna give something? You gonna give something? Gonna say something without giving an explanation?
I don't need
Those
to
are
explain
fucking stars,
anything.
bro.
I don't need to give an explanation.
People using
I don't need to give an explanation. I don't need to give you an explanation. Stars are we use stars for navigation. That's what we use them for. Nothing else.
Okay. Wait a second. Give me a second. Is God real, bro? Is God real?
Who, yours?
Oh, he's also fake.
Yours?
It's
no,
also fake,
that's
I
all
think.
made up shit. Magic carpets and shit like that. That's all made up stuff.
So
yours
what is
all
your God,
made
bro?
up shit. Yours is all made up. Your religion, it's all made up to control you. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about religion, bro. I'm talking about God, bro. I don't give a fuck
Yeah, your
about
religion. Your religion is made up to control you. Now, did somebody create flat Earth? Yeah, there was a creator that made flat Earth. Yep, there sure was.
Bro, actually my religion, listen. Actually my religion tell me that Earth is flat. Just to know this. But
So
I don't
why would
give
you
a
go
fuck
against
about
your religion?
What I'm
Why
talking
would you
about
go against
God.
your religion? Why would you go against your religion?
I don't give a fuck about religion. I'm talking about God. Is God real to you, bro?
Man,
Is
you're
God real?
gonna go to hell now.
Is God real, bro? That's it. That's the question.
Oh, I don't know if your
You just
magical
deny
God
it.
is real. Does he watch you in the bathroom? That one? I don't know.
Bro, is God real? That's it. Just answer the question.
Define God. Define God.
What the fuck did you mean by find God? Bro.
Define God.
Define God. Listen. God is the one that made the earth round and created stars and heaven.
Oh, yes. No, I don't
earth
believe
and
that.
galaxies.
No, I don't believe in that shit. Nope,
You don't
not
believe
real.
in that?
No, it's not real. No.
Okay. Why are you screaming, bro? I'm like, I'm friendly with
You
you.
gotta
bro.
calm down. You keep talking.
No, I'm not. Listen, calm down, bro. Why you are
Somebody
screaming?
needs to teach you manners.
Bro, I'm not hating on you, you know? Like, I'm listening to you, I'm talking to you normally. Why you hating on me and screaming to me, bro? Listen, do you believe that Earth is a flat Earth pizza like?
No.
So what is basically do you believe, bro? I don't get
I don't
it.
have a belief system like you. Flat Earth, the Earth is flat and stationary, and it was created by a creator.
Listen, I have one simple question. Maybe it is the last, bro. Is like, this international station, like, do you know it? SS, like, TSS, I don't know. Is it really yes or no?
No, that's not real.
What's the full name? I forget about it, please.
ISS, the International Space Station. No, that's not live. No, it's not real.
That's impossible, bro. They literally have a video of it, like.
Oh my God, I have a video of Bigfoot.
Nah, listen. I also have a video of Bigfoot, but
so Bigfoot's real then. You and I both. I don't have a video of NASA stuff, but real. You do, and you have a Bigfoot video of Bigfoot. So that makes Bigfoot real also, because you have a video and I have a video of Bigfoot. Then Bigfoot becomes real, right?
Bro, Bigfoot is real already, bro. What are you talking about? I swear Bigfoot is real.
Oh my God, I know.
No,
everybody swears it,
bro. ISS, I don't know what did you say it, International Space Station, is fucking real. People saw it with their telescope.
No, you didn't. You didn't see it with a telescope. You're just lying to yourself.
Literally, my friend have a telescope and saw it passing by the moon. I swear.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You're a liar.
Bro, you can't just keep telling me a liar while
Yes,
I'm
I
telling the
can
truth.
tell you that because you're a liar.
International Space Station is real, and people from my country visit it. That's it, bro. Like, I don't get what you're trying to say. Like,
What's up there that they're visiting it? Is there a beach there? Is there a vacation? What's going on there? People visit it.
They just do an experiment. Listen, bro. I have
What's the
another question.
experiment? What's the experiment they do? Tell me the experiment.
Planting trees or something. Planting
No, they can't plant trees in a vacuum.
They do that. They did that already. They do potato, bro. Listen, I'm gonna ask you another question.
No, we're
Leave
not.
that.
It's not a movie. This isn't Martian. We're growing potatoes. What's wrong with you guys?
Like they see how the bacteria react and stuff. Listen, bro. I'm not fighting with you. Listen, is the rover in Mars real? Yes or no?
No, that's in Devon Island in Canada. It's on an island.
Everyone's saying the same argument. They're not even similar, bro. Come on, bro. So why did no one see the rover in Canada? Why did no one see it?
Yeah, you can go there. There's pictures of it. You can go look. You can go look at it. I think you can Google Earth it and zoom in on it.
No way it is there. No, I'm asking you a real question, bro. Is it really there?
I just told you.
Swear on God, bro, is it there? I swear I don't know about
I'm not going to swear on your magical making stars in vacuums of space God. That's bullshit.
Okay, do you have a video, like something? Like,
yeah, there's all kinds. Google it. Google Devon Island NASA rover, and you'll get all kinds of pictures.
Okay, just stay with me. I'm going to Google it right now. I know the place, but I don't know that they find a rover there.
How do you know the place? That's crazy.
I know the place because I know the place. They said that like it is like very similar to the Mars, but.
So you're going to tell me they wouldn't put a rover there?
Why they have like it was like an experiment, like because it's like too similar to Mars. That's it, bro.
Well, prove it. You got to prove that Mars is similar like that first.
I don't get it, bro. Why people hate
I know you don't get it because you're just involved in a bunch of stories that are made up that you were lied to about, and you just believe all the shit. I don't.
Bro, if what you're saying is true, like the moon and the sun should be like a baseball like size. They shouldn't be that big. Is that right? In your opinion?
Now the moon is a baseball? Is that what you're saying?
The hell?
No, I'm saying in your flat Earth, bro. The moon and the sun, like they should be like in a baseball size, bro. And
Wow.
the sun should be.
Go ahead and explain how that works for us. How that becomes a baseball.
Yeah,
because literally there is no space, so the sun is too close. That's it, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say.
The Earth is round, guys. Sorry to say, but the Earth is round. Come on now.
Round like a hula hoop?
Mm.
Round like a CD?
Round like a CD?
So is that all you guys got then?
Bro, listen, bro. What I'm trying to say is that I didn't really find a good argument about the Earth being flat.
You won't be able to find a good argument that the Earth is a ball.
Bro, listen. There is an experiment. You can look that shit up in YouTube.
Okay, what's the experiment?
There is a boat. Listen. There is a boat going in like ocean. He is going. The experiment team go up like 4 floors or something before the boat can go like with the curvature of the Earth. They go up like four stages and they can see the boat again. I hope you understand because I'm not.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean anything.
Why here a lot of people? What the fuck is that?
What's up, Ra?
Oh my god, that's crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What's so crazy that everyone's not talking at once?
Yep. What the fuck?
You want everybody to open their mics and all talk at the same time. That would be chaos.
Yeah, I love this way. Yeah, I love this way. When
Yeah,
everyone
you like
talks at the same time. Yep, yep.
Yeah.
I talk everyone meditation.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. It's like at a market in Bombay.
Like in my culture, all the people talk at the same time. You know, Italiano.
Well, here we try to have structured conversations about the topic. Because it's live streaming as well on YouTube.
I don't know. Wait. Who talk? Who the talk? Okay. Talk. Can you talk? Can you talk, please?
Wait. So we are broadcasting worldwide. Is that what you say?
What's that? Sorry? Yes. Can you speak a bit louder into your microphone, please?
I mean, are we like broadcasting worldwide right now?
Oh my god. Okay. That is. Oh my god.
Yeah, two live streams on YouTube actually. Yeah, there's two separate live streams right now on the internet, recorded forever.
Shoot.
And then these live streams get shared on other platforms as well. So. Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
What's so exciting?
Quiet now. Like the world, like what the hell am I watching now? What? I really don't get it. Why it's so quiet? Why? Where is these people who was?
It is not quiet. Let's start it like this. What do you think about the shape of the Earth? It will not be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's square. It's square.
It's squared. Who told you that?
Yeah, if Earth can be flat, then it can be square too.
Oh, he did say squared. Right. Okay, so you're confusing basic terminologies here. Okay, so we can teach you here. Okay, so flat and smooth and bumpy. Things like this, right? They're descriptive terms. Okay, so you could have a bumpy surface or a flat surface. Okay, that's different to a square or a triangle or a diamond, etc. Right? Very different. Flat is not a shape. A square is a shape. You're welcome.
Yeah, you can see from the space. Earth is round. That's the truth.
We can't go to space.
Okay, if you can see the Earth from the space round, is it also round from the ground?
Well, it doesn't have to, right? I mean, we are like.
I'm asking this question: if Earth, let's say like this,
perhaps.
Okay, let's put it like this. Let's put the ant on the sphere. Let's put the human and big giant. Does Earth will change the size?
Wait, you say human be giant? Okay, I didn't get.
No, I'm saying this. Let's put it. The penguin and the human and the big giant together observing the Earth. Earth will be the same size or will change the size?
Well, if you're a monster, then the size of the Earth must be kind of smaller than normal size.
Okay, but the size of the Earth will be the same all the time, whatever size it is of the person or.
Yeah, but.
And what is the size of the Earth?
Well, I didn't know how big it is because.
But you know that you're small on that big Earth. Is that correct?
Okay,
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, let's find out how small we are on that Earth.
Well, I can make a comparable because.
Well, let's find out, man. Do you know?
Okay.
How we will find out the size of the Earth?
You use science. Yeah.
Wrong.
Do we know the size of the Earth?
This guy's saying you would use science, Sasha.
I think I didn't know how big is it in a kilometer or something like that, but we all know it's tremendously.
Let's go into that, shall we?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So
it's 6,000. It's 6,000 something a radius kilometers. Okay.
Okay.
That means for the first one 180 centimeters. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're following? Your geometrical horizon would be somewhere on about 5 kilometers.
Okay, so my horizon will be 5 kilometers.
Yeah, that's we're starting to curve, and then everything what is behind, it's dropping and dropping and dropping because of the curve, you know.
Bro, I'm back, bro. Yeah. Did you hear my experiment, bro?
Okay. Just wait. We are into geometry now. Okay.
Did you hear me, bro?
Just wait. This is the math. Okay. Now listen this carefully. This is second part of the sentence. With 30 centimeter height, okay? Not with 180. With 30 centimeter height, we have observation showing 16 kilometers.
Okay. That means?
That means if you're living on the sphere with this size, what you believe, with 180 centimeter height, you cannot see more than 5 kilometers. But when you go to reality, when you make observation with 30 centimeter height, that means 6 times less, you can see 16 kilometers. What is that telling to you?
You mean the Earth is round?
That if Earth is round with 180 centimeters, you could see only 5 kilometers. But in reality, when you make observation with 30 centimeters height, that means 6 times less height, you see 16 kilometers.
Bro, so you can say it is round based on that, bro. You can say it is curve, you know? It is curve. You didn't reach to prove it is round, you know? You can say just only it is curved. That's it. So experiment is good, but
it's curved in which scale? In what scale?
Like I get this, but people said that if you go in a high altitude, you can see the curvature again.
Yeah. People did that also. It's Guinness record. They with photograph. I think they did that in Alps from France, you know, and they shoot the 255 miles without curvature, with higher elevation. Bro.
Yeah, I get it. Listen, there is one thing. No one can prove it wrong. That you can't just deny everything that NASA has proven, you know? Like has showed, like all the photos, everything. You can just say everything is fake. You can't do this. You can't do this, bro.
Yeah, that's all fake shit, dude. All fake.
Are you saying that the beach and the ocean it's fake when I make observation? One simple question for you. When I observe the ocean, is it that ocean fake when I observe it?
So you're saying the Earth is flat? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that
the Earth is round, bro.
I'm saying that sea level is flat, and all about the sea level you're measuring the height elevation change because of the sea level. Water is flat, yes. And you call that sea level everywhere in the world. Like in Austria, they're calling sea level mountains, but they don't have a sea.
Bro, sea level is like something like united in the world, you know?
Yeah.
You get this?
Yeah, it's
like
one
the sea level is the
one
same in every
baseline.
part of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everywhere
one
you see-
baseline. That's it.
Yeah.
Like if we go to this, like Himalaya isn't even the highest mountain. There is a higher mountain because he's like already deep down in under the water. It's basically 12,000 kilometers higher than Himalaya if we go based on this. But listen, what I'm trying to say is NASA can't be wrong at everything.
Yeah, they're wrong about everything.
Professor.
Yeah, they are wrong.
Nah, bro. Yeah, bro. Listen.
Prove it.
Why the fuck would you say that?
Because they're
There's
wrong.
a lot of different like agencies.
No, I don't care. I don't care what you
like,
say, dude. Did you know they were renamed into a what are they? They're not a space agency anymore. Trump renamed them. No longer a space agency.
Bro,
they're an intelligence. They're an intelligence agency now. They kind of puts out propaganda. So they finally admitted that they're just an intelligence agency.
Bro, listen. I get this one. I know this. I know this information. But listen.
Oh, good. So
We
then
can say
they're
that
not a
all the
space
world-
agency.
It have been, bro. It have been. Right now, I don't give a fuck what it is night round. But listen. We can say that all the world is wrong about space, but you can't deny that
they're all
Chinese
wrong.
people are
all
also wrong.
All of them.
Chinese
all of
does
them.
never lie, bro.
Yeah. Oh no, the Chinese would never lie about anything. No, they wouldn't lie. They wouldn't steal people's ideas either.
In which one vacuum it's in which one it's not a
What do you
vacuum?
mean by that, bro?
Yeah, they wouldn't copy somebody's like if we sent them a printer. We want you guys to manufacture this printer. Next year they'll come out with the exact same printer called Fengwei printer, and it's the exact same one, but they didn't invent it. They just copied ours. That's legal, right?
Bro, listen. We don't talk about like copying something.
Oh no, so they don't lie. They only don't lie about space. They lie about other stuff, but they don't lie about space. Is that what you're telling me?
Listen. Chinese people, Indian people, US people.
No, Indian people don't lie. They're not. Indian people. Listen, Indian people are not scammers. Indian people don't.
Bro. Listen,
Indian people don't scam anyone, do they?
Bro.
They're not liars.
They all reached the moon, bro. They all reached the moon. You are the only one that denied
No, nobody went to the moon. Nobody did.
Nobody. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody went to the moon. Nobody went to the moon. Don't cry. Listen, I'm just telling you the truth. Stop crying. I'm telling you the truth. Stop crying.
So why is the flag is there, bro? Why is the
there
flag
isn't
is still
one.
there?
I already looked. There's no flag there. I looked.
There is a fucking flag, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, there's not.
There is a fucking flag.
I took many. I took 1,000 pictures. There's no flag there.
Hubble. See, Hubble telescope.
Stop just naming shit, dude.
Hubble telescope. I'm talking about Hubble. You don't know Hubble?
That's on an airplane. It's on an airplane. It's on an
Hubble
airplane.
telescope, bro.
Yes, it's on an airplane, dude.
Yeah, what can we see from the Hubble? What can we see from the Hubble telescope?
They fucking see the flag from the moon, bro. The flag that they put
from the Hubble telescope. Okay, get us that image of the Hubble telescope showing us the flag on the moon.
You can find it on Google, bro. It is everywhere.
No, it doesn't exist.
Everyone
That's
see
the
it.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Can you find on the Google?
Look it up.
Can you find on the Google radius of the Earth?
You Globers listening should be embarrassed that you're letting this guy say stuff like this.
Bro, listen. Don't fucking do me like this, you know? The radius of Earth is known, bro, like 6,030. I don't give a fuck. Listen, what I'm talking about is they captured the flag from the moon. That's it.
Can I ask you one question? Can I ask one question?
You can ask me 2 questions, bro. I don't give a fuck. Ask me a question.
No, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, bro, I'm listening.
Where the flat earthers are wrong.
Listen, basically, the calculation is extremely wrong. If we need to talk about this,
Can you tell me that? Can you tell me that in details, please? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Listen. I'm not like someone like average on my knowledge about this.
Just
the only thing that distracted me is the language. I'm gonna tell you. The only problem that I have is my fucking language because I'm not native English. Listen.
Okay.
What I know is that flat earthers tell people that Earth and the Moon are in the same size, and that's basically
no,
like
they are not saying that. No, they are not saying. No,
they
no,
say
you're wrong.
that.
No,
What the
no,
fuck are
no,
you
you're
talking
wrong.
about? Look at the fucking pictures.
No, you're
Look
wrong.
at the fucking pictures.
Man, I'm here for 5 years.
Bro, listen.
Man, can I finish my sentence?
You can finish it.
Can I Okay, I'm here for 5 years. No, they are not saying anything about the moon and what you said now. Same size or whatever. Do you understand?
Bro, listen.
Man,
They
I
said
asked
that
you where they are. I asked you where they are wrong.
Listen.
I want to clarify. I want to clarify on it. I ask you where they are wrong. You started to say something about the moon. I stopped you and I said
is
no.
Wrong.
Yeah, I stopped.
Everything
you know
is
why?
Wrong.
I stopped.
You know why? The Earth is a big flat surface. Listen.
Can I finish my sentence?
Listen.
Can I finish my sentence?
Finish it. Finish it.
Are you listening?
I'm listening.
What did I say?
You said that. Give me things about flat Earths that are wrong. That's what you said.
Okay.
Is that right?
And then you said that something about the moon and the same size. And I stopped you and I said, no, they are not what they are saying. I'm here for 5 years and
not
I know
this
what
they're...
Okay. Now again.
5 years with who?
With them. Listening them.
Who's them?
The people here. I will tell you the names now.
I'm not talking about the people here. I don't know the people here. I'm talking about in general. Those people ain't the one who made flat Earth.
Where are you now? Where are you now?
I'm gonna tell you something.
Are you on server? Are you on server where it's written 24/7 flat Earth?
Yeah, bro, I'm in the server. But
okay,
listen,
great. I'm telling you now this. I'm for 5 years here, and they're not saying anything about the moon. And I try to again where they are wrong. That means that you must know what they are saying to be wrong about that what they are saying. But you started with something what they are not saying. That means can you start with something what they are saying and tell about that where they are wrong in that what they are saying? Do you understand me?
I get it. I understand you now. I know what you are talking about. You're talking about
where
what
they
they
wrong
say.
now.
Okay, I get it.
What they are saying.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Okay, what is the main point?
What I'm trying to say is that
I want to know only one thing. What is the main point? What flat earther will tell you? This is the main point. He will tell you the moon is the main point, the sun is the main point, the volcanoes.
Okay. Give me a second. I know what they said. They said that the space is fake. Yeah.
No, that's not correct again. That's not correct again. I'm speaking only about the flat earth.
Who said
what
that?
They are saying about what they are saying
what the
about
fuck are you
the
saying?
earth.
Shut the fuck up. No. Wait a second. Professor, like his name is Professor Triangle, just admit that the space is fake. Just admit that. And
Man,
like 10 minutes right now.
That's not what Sasha's asking you. Yeah, so what? Space
Bro,
is
that's
fake.
what
Big
he's
deal.
asking me.
Has nothing to do. Yeah, because I wanted you to stay away from talking about outer space. So we're just going to say space is fake and we're keeping you away from that. And then you freak out, dude.
Brother, let's see if he knows that. Okay, do you know? Okay, do you know why? Okay, professor. Okay, student. Listen, student. You need to listen sometimes. You need to listen sometimes. Okay. That means why they are claiming that space is fake? What is the reason? What is the main reason for that?
Can I answer?
Yes.
They say that NASA, everything NASA produced
No,
is
that's
fake.
not. That's not
So
correct.
basically,
That's
space
not
is
correct.
fake.
That's. I'm 5 years
That's not
here.
correct.
That's not.
I
That's not
know
correct.
that's not correct. I know that.
I will tell you if
I
you
know
want to
that.
know.
I know
I
that
will tell you.
already.
I will tell you if you want to
Okay.
know. But that is not correct. Do you
I
want to
want
know?
to know. I want
Okay.
to know.
They're telling
I
that.
want to know.
Okay. They're telling the space is fake because of the gas pressure.
What gas pressure? What are you talking about? What kind of gas pressure?
That's what you breathe now in this moment. That 40.7 psi. You know what you can breathe. What is less breathable if you go up. You know.
Yeah, I know. I get this.
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
What is wrong with that?
That's a normal science.
Yeah, you cannot have gas pressure without container. That is wrong.
So basically, like,
basically,
like what they
can you
call
have it?
them, like,
Basically, question for you: can you have it?
Can you have what?
Gas pressure without container.
We can have it, bro.
Okay, can you demonstrate that?
We can have it.
Can you demonstrate?
Like, how do you want me to explain that? Like,
Not to explain, man, because everyone can demonstrate you gas pressure inside of container. That everybody can show
okay,
you that.
what I get. Listen. Okay. Gas pressure is basically when you are closer to the Earth is higher, and when you go up is less. That's it. So basically, what I get from what you're trying to say, is that have a relation with, like, what is the thing that's around the Earth, like that.
What is that?
Like a
What
shield
is that?
from a.
Yeah, what is
like
that
a shield from external radiation. What is name of this?
What shield, man? There is no shield in
the shield from external.
Dude, you're trying to make up a story about it. Dude, you're trying to make up a story about an invisible magical shield. Stop it.
Nah, bro, come on. Everyone knows this. It is a shield. It is a shield that protects us from the harmony of the sun. The harmony of the sun, the radiation of the sun. There is a shield around the Earth that
You're
protects
talking
us.
about the magnetosphere.
When you go to Antarctica or you go
No,
to,
there's not a magical. There's not a magical umbrella around us protecting us from radiation rain from hitting the Earth. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, are you saying the magnetosphere?
So you're declining. That's it, bro. I love you, bro. Who said that? Who said that?
Magnetosphere, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm trying to say. Bro, you are the best, bro. Listen. What I'm trying to say is this is real, bro. Why the fuck is this wrong? Is this fake? He is literally protecting us from the harmony of the sun, bro.
Yeah, prove
He's asking why the magnetosphere is wrong
Prove
to
it.
say
If
that.
you go to the North Pole, listen. If you go to the North Pole, or the other pole, listen, you're gonna see at this guy some colors, maybe green or something.
The Aurora Borealis.
You know what is this called?
It's just in the north.
Borealis.
It's only in the north.
All right, so here's, I guess, his evidence to Sasha's gas pressure without a container is the fact that the magnetosphere is preventing
Aurora. Listen, it's called Aurora. Aurora colors or something.
Aurora Borealis.
Is it Aurora or something?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm talking about, guys. The Aurora is the biggest evidence about the shield of radiation. That's it.
Може, Джон. И купи onaj хлеб, купи два.
You get it, guys? So you tell me the shield isn't real too?
No, there's no magical shield. There's no magical shield, you weirdo.
So what the fuck is this then? The Aurora,
it's your imagination. Just your imagination, dude.
What the fuck, bro? Nah, you have to be kidding at this point, bro.
Sucks, doesn't it?
Check. Am I coming in low, guys?
You're fine. You're
You're
fine.
good now, man. Much better.
You have to be kidding at this point, bro.
Why?
So the proposal right now that you
there is
have,
no magnetosphere. You saying there is no magnetosphere, bro?
No,
You're saying there is no magnetosphere. It is the reason why you are alive, bro.
Yeah, the magnetosphere is not the thing that's holding in the gas pressure. That's okay. So in the globe paradigm, if you're saying something correct, you'd have to understand gas pressure being contained by something. It's not the magnetosphere is not containing the gas pressure. I hear what you're saying, but that's not the container for gas pressure. In the globe paradigm, it wouldn't be. So the gas pressure has to be contained by something that would prevent it from leaving the Earth, and it's not the magnetosphere that's holding it in.
Bro, the atmosphere. Come on, bro. The atmosphere is holding the gas pressure. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say all the time.
The atmosphere is the air that you're breathing. So it's not, the air doesn't contain the air. It's contained. Okay, so what people in here are trying to get you to think about.
No. The atmosphere is a liar, bro. Liar. You know what is liar in it? Not liar.
Wow, you're freaking out, dude.
What do you mean by that? I don't.
Liar is like liars. There's liars in this guy. Like there is 7 layers.
Layers. Okay. Yeah. So there's got layers.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's fine. You got layers in the atmosphere.
You know Amazon? Amazon layer.
The ozone layer?
Ozone layer, yeah. Thank you.
So check it out. They have layers. Hey, dude. To have layers, you need a flat Earth so you can layer things.
The fuck are you? Nah.
You're talking about stratification.
Right no, I'm not taking you seriously anymore.
No, listen. You're talking about.
I'm not taking you.
You're talking about stratification, and he's correct. You would need to have a horizontal plane, but all right. Now think about it like this.
No need for that, bro. No need for a horizontal thing. It can be around and have the atmosphere, bro.
All right. What's your name here? Safifu.
Safifu.
Yeah. All right. If you're thinking about the air pressure on the Earth, you have to think about it in ways that make sense to physics, right? You have to be able to explain it with reason of physics. So if it doesn't have an explanation that we can examine, then you can't prove your claim. So your claim has to have physical interaction. Like people have to be able to demonstrate that what you're saying is true. It can't just be something you say and then we can't test it. It has to be something that you say and we can test. So for example, if you're saying that the atmosphere or the ozone layer is containing the gas pressure, then who said that? Like, can you show us a source where they're saying that is the case? So you can't say something and then expect us to believe what you're saying. We can't take you seriously. In order for us to take you seriously, it has to be something that's documented true. And then they have to do like tests to verify this.
I got it, bro. But like I have a question too, like
so do you have a way to think about do you have a way to show us in physics how this is the application of what you're saying is true? So right now you're saying the ozone layer is containing the gas?
I say the atmosphere layer contains the gas. The first one. The first 7 one.
Okay, how can we test this? How do we know this is true?
We can test it by simple physics, bro. Like when you go up.
Give us a method.
When you go up, like in height, the pressure, like it decreases.
I know, but what is the reason? If you're saying the reason is because there's a boundary layer that's preventing the air pressure from escaping the Earth's system, then we want to know how is that happening? How do we test for this? How do we know that's true?
I have no idea, bro. Actually, I have no idea.
That's the point we want you to get to right now. Say FIFO. We want you to understand. Bro. A lot of people don't really know the answer to that question. Getting you to think about it is the most important part of our discussion with you, so that you don't leave here thinking that we're just crazy. we're asking the same questions that you're thinking about right at this moment that you couldn't answer, that's because nobody has the answer. I'm just going to tell you right away. I've been doing this for years, sir. It seems like very,
Yeah, I got it.
it seems very silly when we talk about the things we do in here because it seems coming from outside, listening to us, you're not going to understand like why we're saying the things we are. But if you think about it like the way we're doing right now, you start to realize, well, I don't really know. And then when you go look for the answer, like let's say if you leave this channel and you go look for the answer, you won't be able to find it. They're not going to have a way that they've tested the claim that you think is true. So we're asking these questions, man. We're regular people like you are. It's just that we're asking the questions that it feels like there's no answer to it. So that's why you might get a little aggression.
I like the honesty from you, you know, like I like the respect. But listen, my only problem with the flat earthers is like the size of the moon and the sun. That's it, bro. They're saying that they are too small and that by physics isn't possible. You know, they say that the earth is going under the water.
Yeah, I don't know where you've heard this before. Who did somebody say that in here? Or just you mean flat earthers in general?
Theories. Yeah, flat earthers in general.
In general, well, this room varies from the social medias because we investigate each claim. So I don't think anybody in here would be making those kind of claims because the claim to size, either side would have to know how they got the size. So the flat earther saying it.
He said it before, and we agreed that he didn't hear that in here. I don't know where he's hearing this stuff from, but it never came from here. And besides, you don't know what the moon and the sun are anyway. And besides, the sun is not a gas ball in a vacuum chamber, and that's why you freaked out.
Yeah, it starts with us challenging the claims. It starts with us challenging the claims that they're telling us, Sefifu. If we don't challenge the claims that they're telling us, then we're making a choice to accept everything they're saying. Everything the narrative is about the Earth being a globe and the way the atmosphere is, all that stuff, we're just accepting it. So if you don't challenge any of these things, if you think we're... What?
With all due respect, bro, but like I'm talking about the people who made this theory. Like you are people like you just listen to other people, I think, or something. But I'm talking about the people who made this theory. They said that the Earth and the Moon are very small. Like the sun is go under the water. I don't know what the fuck this means.
We're not worried about those guys.
What I'm trying to say is that
we're not worried about those guys. I don't care. Like people can say a lot of stuff.
Professor said that. Okay. Professor said that the space isn't real, bro. I don't know. Is that
what we have to examine,
guys?
Yeah, we have to. It's a bold claim, right? But he knows what he's talking about. Otherwise, he wouldn't say it. All right. And a lot of people in here, when we make our statements, it's to grab your attention. It's something that's very provocative. You're going to be like, oh shoot, what do you mean it don't exist? What are you talking about? So that's what it's meant to do, so that you can ask more questions about it. How do you know that's not true? Then you can ask and they can tell you. But it's important, right? Like right now in your head, you think the Earth is a ball and it's in the vacuum of space. You know, there's other ball planets and all this kind of things. But you only think that because that's what you've only been told for all of your life. You've never been challenged. And so in this room, you're being challenged for that very thing. So I would say take it like you want to challenge your own self. Don't take it like we're against you. Okay, when you do that, then you get offended. We're not trying to offend you. We're going against the narrative. Because like all of us in here came from the same place. We came from the same place like you did. And a lot of people reacted like you did. So it's not, you're not
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you're not our enemy, bro.
I really I love you, bro. What's your name?
AV.
Thank you, bro. I really appreciate you, you know.
Yeah. You're not our enemy, man. You're supposed to be our friend. The narrative is our enemy.
Like, it's like we talk, bro.
Yep.
It makes me like feel like I did something wrong, you know.
No. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not you. It's not you.
Yeah.
So let's just.
What I'm talking about is like claim. Okay, complete.
You're lagging. You're kind of cutting in and out, Safifu. Your internet is
like what I'm trying to say. Do you hear me, bro?
Yeah, it's choppy. Your internet is very choppy. I don't know if you got away from your router or what. You're coming in and out.
In the meanwhile, can I say something?
Yeah, hold on. I just want to make sure he can talk and then finish what he's saying, because I interrupted him to say that his internet is choppy. And then if he can't come, if he's really choppy or something, maybe you can come. Hey, do this. I got maybe disconnect and come back again. Like. The Phoenix, I'll let you come in here in just a little bit. I want to see if you can finish.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, no problem.
Bro?
Yeah, go ahead, Safifu.
So, like, my biggest, like, problem in everything, like, the way, like, flat earthers, I'm not talking about you again, okay? I'm talking in general.
Yeah, we get it.
Like,
go ahead.
He hates space agency. Like, for me, I respect NASA. They did a lot of good shit, you know? Like, basically, they went to the moon, and there are a lot of people that, like,
That's incorrect. Space is fake, dude. Space is fake. Nobody went to the moon.
Okay. I got it. But listen, for me, I don't believe that 500,000 people gonna make something. Like,
there wasn't 500,000 people in on it.
And everyone got, like, I don't get it, bro. I don't really get it.
Right. Like,
a lot of people has worked.
There was only 12 or 14 people in on it, dude.
Yeah, as far as like what the number of people you're saying have to know about it, and like I think that's what you're saying, and Professor Triangle is responding to that. It's not as many as people as you think know about it. There's a lot of believers, and there's only a few, very few people that would know, and those people were the ones that are claiming they've been far enough away from the Earth to make an observation of the Earth looking like what they say it is. Like those, you can say are straight up lying. The ones who are believers are the ones. Oh, you're choppy again, bro. Like I don't know. Your internet just went all cattywampus, dude. Like it's not. Sorry. I tell you what, Safifu, maybe you should take a moment and fix your internet, and we'll talk to this guy Phoenix, and then you can listen to him, and later on you can comment because your internet is not going to let us hear you correctly. Phoenix, if you're there, go ahead.
Yeah, so like while you were talking to this guy and he said that about the sun and the moon, like it may be small size, maybe big size, but in our everyday life experience, we can see that far away thing it looks kind of small, and we know for sure that when the sun comes, like there is the feeling of
warmth,
like the hotness, and like a lot of lights are being cast by the sun. So and also like the sun looks so small, so like we can conclude from this experience that the sun may be a big thing, because of the warmth and because of the light, but because it is so far away, that's why it looks so small, because a smaller thing of that size cannot give that much light.
Okay, all right, so we're talking about the sun. We're talking about the sun. You heard something and you wanted to make a comment on what you've heard, but actually the premise would be the understanding that the Earth is a globe in a solar system, right? That sort of thing. But I just want to examine your claim, only what you just said, right? To see if you know anything about what you said. It's important, right? If you know something, then you're able to tell us how you know what you know. You follow, Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know the information you just said to me? How do you know this?
Like I know this because of my own experience, like in everyday life, the things far away are shorter, but like their effects, if like so high and they look small, it means that the thing must be big, conclusively. Really? Like from from the logical standpoint.
All right, so you're saying logic and not data data would tell us how far away with a numeric value. How far away do you think the sun is away from you? Do you know the answer to that, or is it only logical? Is it just logical to you? It's not.
No,
you don't.
Logical, because you know why? Because like the sun is an unknown entity, and the moon is also like an unknown entity. So we have to use the logic. We cannot use the data. For the data to be there, we have to go there. We have to measure the distance between, But
we agree on that. We agree on that much. I mean, I say we can agree on that much. Like we don't. It's an unknown entity. That's a good answer for that, actually. All right, it's unknown, but it's logical at the same time. But yeah, are you actually saying it's better to think that the sun, because of the size and it looks like it's where it is, that it should be closer than what they're saying it is? I'm just only guessing at it. Are you saying that right now? It's not what they've been telling you, that it's 93 million miles away? Or are you saying you agree with that?
Yeah, like from the amount of warmth and light it gives, like a small bulb, like if it was small bulb, it would not be able to like light up that much area. So because like when we see the sun from our own naked eyes, we can see that it's a very small dot in the big sky. And such a small dot has such a huge effects on plant life, on the human bodies. Like on everything you can look at.
What's that got to do with the sun? What's that got to do with the size?
Do you
like
agree,
a small thing and like the big effects. So like this is what I'm saying. The thing must be too far away.
Okay, it's too far away. So that do you agree that the sun is what they're claiming how far away it is? Are you agreeing with the idea that it's like 93
No, I'm not. I'm not in agreement, because I don't know. Like nobody has measured it that much.
Okay.
They just pop up some kind of how to say numbers, and they just say like it is that far away. Yeah.
All right. So I guess what I can say from what I gather from what you're saying is you don't agree with mainstream, and you definitely don't agree on what you think they say it is. But that's fine. We're in the same. We're in the same category, except for that you say that it's far away, but far away and close are not they're not a distance value. They're not distance values. You can't, like, I can say the sun's far away, you can say it's close, but we're not giving a distance away from us to give a value to how far away and how close you think it is. So saying it's far away or saying it's close doesn't give us an indication of distance. So that you know what I mean? So we don't know distance just by saying, well, it's too far away or it's too close. Like we don't know. Like that close to you might mean far to me. So we don't. There's a lot of room there to find out like what people think. But anyway, that's not what I want to ask. I want to go back to the premise. Do you think the Earth is a giant sphere that you're standing on? That's the most important question we ask people when they come in here.
Like we do know the Earth is very giant, because we can see that from like one country to the next country. If you want to travel with your car, like it takes so much time with the high-speed cars even, So like from this logical perspective, I can say that the Earth must be huge. Like this is one clear statement. Earth must be huge,
Sure. All right. It being big does not give us an indication if it's a geometric shape. Meaning, if we travel from point A to point B and the distance traveled is like 1,000 miles, it doesn't give us the fact that the Earth is a giant sphere. So what I'm asking you is, it doesn't matter about distance. It matters only if we understand the distance traveled is over a curved surface. Do you think we can know this?
Like we can know that the Earth is not a triangle, because
we're not making a shape a claim to the shape.
Stupid. Yeah, that's dumb.
All I'm asking you now is,
I'm just saying, like, how can we deduce this from our
no, you're right. That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask you, and you're agreeing that it's not possible to do it from just traveling over the surface. It sounds like that's what you're saying, right? You can't know this information just by going from one place to another, right? Isn't that what you're saying or no?
Like I'm kind of confused here, but like
right.
I'm just saying that the shape
I'll give you
of the
I'll
Earth.
give you where do you live at? Like you live in what country do you live? Not specifically, just
Pakistan.
what country?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're in Pakistan.
Like I'm living in Pakistan right now.
Have you? What's the farthest distance you've ever traveled? The farthest. How many miles?
Farthest
or
I have
kilometers?
gone to the south. Yeah, like to the south of Pakistan, which is like to the sea. And I'm living in the mountains. So like from the mountains to the south, like it is about, I don't know, but it's like a huge distance.
Like more than you do it in kilometers or miles? Like how many?
Kilometers. Like it took us about 30 hours, straight traveling.
Okay.
30
Are you
hours.
going at like a decent
traveling.
speed, like 60, 70, like
Not 60, like 100 to 120, 30,
Okay. So you're traveling that far distance. It takes 30 hours to get there. So in the distance travel, where you started from and where your destination was, did you know that you were traveling over a sphere?
No, because like how can I?
That's fine. No, I'm not.
Like,
I'm only asking you. I'm only asking you from your experience. Is there any way to know that the distance traveled was happening over a giant ball?
Like I do know because like when I was going to the south, like I was feeling that I'm coming from a higher plane to the lower plane, because like the sea level is too low, and I was coming from the mountains.
I get what you mean.
So,
I get what you mean, but it's only elevation change. That's a little bit something. It's not too different from what I'm saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is it's just going from a high place to a low place. You can that can happen on a horizontal plane. Like how you have your floor in your room, so you can have something high and low on a flat surface. That's not that's
on
not
a very
problem.
In a very small distance, you can have very high and very low surfaces.
Yeah. So what I'm only saying is, did you realize you were traveling over a sphere, like a giant ball? Do you know that if this is true by the distance you traveled?
For example, like if there were two straight lines, the distance would be like somewhat different. For example, I'm saying, like if I were traveling in a round disc-like shape, the distance will be a little bit more because I would have to travel in a curvy way.
Yeah, hold on, Phoenix. No, not the disc. Don't think about a disc. Think only a ball. This is the only question I want you to answer. Do you know that when you experience the travel from point A to point B, where you reach the ocean or whatever, do you know that you traveled over a giant sphere? It's a yes or no. Do you know this by your experience?
No. Like from my own experience, I didn't even get that a slight experience that I am like, because everything was flat, everything was smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, like from my own perspective, like I can say.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't disagree with you on that. No, the only thing I'm asking you is because the question I ask you is what a lot of people would say, that from a point A to a point B over a long distance, people can know that they're traveling over a giant sphere, but you are saying the opposite, which is what we all would say in here, in this room. We don't agree that anybody can experience traveling over the sphere that they think they live on, which you're agreeing with. That's the only thing I wanted to ask you. So that's the most important part. So it's either by experience or by way of measurement that you're going to understand that the surface is conforming to a giant sphere. In some way, we could measure and test this. But it seems to be... For
example...
Go ahead.
Yeah, if, for example, there is a big a football, there's a big football like the size of a room, and a small ant want to travel from one place to another place, the football would be like perfectly flat to the...
Okay, so you're saying we experience a perfectly flat Earth, right? Like the idea of it anyways. But you say in some way the Earth could be a giant football.
I am just
right?
saying, I'm not claiming it. Like I'm just saying.
I know you're saying it
this
could be
is possible. You know?
It's possible, right? But let's test the idea. They say that the Earth is a certain size, Phoenix. The size of the Earth has a dimensions. The dimensions of the Earth are giving to us in a numeric value. So the radius is 3959 miles, right? From the place where you're standing on the Earth to the center. And the circumference is 24,901 miles around the equator. So they're giving us the size to how big the Earth is. Do you understand?
Yeah, they are giving us. Yeah.
So in other words, the size of that football is known. That's a known size. So it's not like too big that where we can't know it's not a ball. They're establishing that it is a ball. So some way, somehow, even though you say it looks flat and I say the same, they figured it out some way that the Earth is a giant ball. So when I'm asking you and everybody in this room that's going to ask this question is, how do we know this information is true? Because you experience a flat Earth. I experience a flat Earth. I'd say the same thing you do. You travel the long distance. You don't experience a globe. You don't test and measure it in any way. So how is it possible that they're telling us that it's a giant ball with a certain size? How did they get that information? And if you say you don't know, that's fine. That's what we want everybody to understand. How did they figure it out? You can't just imagine it's a giant ball. You have to have some way to verify that it's the thing they're telling you.
Yeah. Like there is only one possibility, and that is like if somebody starts traveling in a ship, from say for example, the Karachi port in Pakistan, and they travel all the way, and then they came to the same place. Then maybe so there is two possibility. One is the person may feel like that he has traveled in a circumference, in a disc type of circumference.
You think he's traveling? You think he would experience traveling over a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying there is two possibilities. The person can say that he has traveled in a circumference.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But what I'm asking you though is, you told me your experience when you traveled your distance that it's on a flat plane, pretty much. But when you're saying this guy on a boat will travel, that some way he's going to say he's traveling over a sphere.
No, I'm just saying he can have two kind of thinking in his mind. He can also imagine it to be a sphere.
I know, you can too.
Also imagine it to be
Listen, the part I'm trying to get to, Phoenix, is you can imagine whatever you like. I can imagine whatever I like. I could say we're on top of a turtle. I don't care. I mean, whatever you think you say that you're on, it doesn't matter. The only thing I need to know from you and from everybody that wants to ask the question, how do we know it's a sphere? Because your experience is not one traveling over a sphere. So you have to be able to ask yourself this question. And you can't say that someone can imagine that they're on a sphere. I know that anybody can imagine whatever they think they're on. I want to know how they know they're on it. How did they figure it out? And if you don't, there's two answers. Either you know or you don't know. Those are your options.
Is it possible, for example, that
Phoenix, we're not going to move on. Phoenix, you either know or you don't know. Be honest with us.
I'm just saying that whether if it is possible.
Phoenix, you either know or you don't know, Phoenix. You have to stop right here. Be honest with yourself. You either know or you don't know. And if you know, I'll let you continue. If you don't know, say it, sir. You can't keep saying things that don't. It sounds like you don't know. I'd rather you be honest with the panel right now. Please.
So you want me to say whether I know this for sure?
Yes, I do.
I'm just saying honesty, that nobody knows for sure, but the scientists can have experiments designed. For example, they can.
Wait, you're saying two things. You're saying we don't know and we do know. So you can't have two things that are in the same place.
The scientist can actually test.
Right. That is what I'm asking. I'm asking not just you, but who would know this information? And you're saying the scientists would know, right? Is this what you're saying?
Can the scientists devise an experiment where they can prove it?
Yeah. Let's go there. What scientist has proven it? Because that means that you know that some scientist has proven it. Which scientist?
No, I'm not saying whether somebody has proved it or not. I'm just saying that whether a scientist can.
Phoenix, you have to pick a side.
Whether there is
we know
possibility,
or we don't know.
I'm just saying Phoenix. Whether there is. No. I'm actually asking you. Tell me whether there is an experiment that the scientists can devise, which can actually end this debate. Whether
I know that's what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, this is the problem, Phoenix. For as many years as people have been around, for at least 100 years, we could say for sure that people can actually have a method to find out if the Earth is a globe. You would say that for the past 100 years, right? Because that's where all the technology for rockets and all kinds of stuff, right? So if you're saying that scientists have known that the Earth is a globe, well, we need to know what method did they figure it out. How did they do it? If you know, say I know. If you don't know, say I don't know. You get me? There's two options here. You can't keep saying that we know and we don't know at the same time.
Yeah, scientist was saying that the wake of the ship actually disappears. You know, I think there was like one famous thing.
All right, so let's examine that. How do we know that a disappearing ship from the bottom up is evidence that the Earth is a globe? How do we know this?
Because, like, you know, there is a big bulge of water that will come in between you and the ship, and you won't be able to like see the ship.
All right. How do you know it's due to the Earth's curve? Did we measure it somehow?
Like logically, you can see that
no,
going far away from your eyesight.
Phoenix. No, not logically. We're not talking about logic at the moment. Now we're moving to data. Data is going to give us measurements, right? They're going to give us values. So how do we know that the ship is disappearing from the bottom up due to the fact that it's the Earth's curve? Now we're moving away from logic because observation is going to be able to give us a test. We're going to test the distance at which we start to see the ship disappear from the bottom up. So now we're going to give some data. What is the data behind the ship disappearing from the bottom up?
Like if the Earth was flat, the ship would not disappear.
No, sir. What data do we have to support the Earth being a globe with the ship disappearing from the bottom up? Please present.
No, so like I'm asking you, why would the ship
don't ask me. Don't ask Phoenix. Don't ask me. You need to be honest with yourself if you know this information.
No, I don't know actually.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't know.
So let's talk about how you don't know. So you don't know if the ship disappearing from the bottom up proves that the Earth is a globe. Is this true, sir?
I don't know whether like how do they figure it out, but like I can see this. If the Earth was flat, it would not disappear.
No, that doesn't. No, you can have things that disappear on a flat surface. You haven't seen this yet demonstrated. I can maybe give you that, but we do have demonstrations in the text chat right now. You could look in the text chat. There's examples of this happening on a flat surface. You've maybe never seen this, and that's what I'm going to give you. So you can look in the text chat. There's stuff that you can see that over a flat surface, you can have things disappear from the bottom up. I'm going to give that to you because you've probably never seen this before. But there's an explanation outside of it being a curved surface. Now, when you examine this, and this is happening over a flat surface, you cannot say anymore, logically, that it's happening over a globe. You can't do that anymore. Because it can happen over a flat surface. Now, we can say that they do not have data to support that the Earth is happening, that this disappearing from the bottom up is happening over a specific distance away that the Earth should be measured as. We can say that for sure. Because the Earth is given to us with numeric values the radius, diameter, and circumference, and we can test these values for a distance, right, of how much curve there should be. But there's never been a test that can validate the Earth's size because the Earth isn't a globe. So therefore, the evidence we have against that would be that this can happen on a flat surface, for sure. Absolutely, 100%. You probably have never seen this, so we're showing this to you now. Thank you, everybody who's posting in the text. But this is important for you. And maybe take some time and consider this, Phoenix, what we're saying. How about this? Yeah, just take some time to consider it. It's a lot to take in if you're being shown something that you've never seen before. I wouldn't want you to respond right away and be too hasty to make an answer.
One directly to
Yeah?
the surface.
All right. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
If we have it, I'll just ask any other speaker. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was actually looking at the video posted in the side chat.
Yeah. Take some time to consider it, yeah? Because you've never seen this before, and then hopefully you can consider it. I want you to consider it. I don't want you to answer right away whether you know or not.
Yeah. I know. I have actually talked to the flat earthers before. Yeah, they have very good data. Yeah, that's a very
it's helpful
out of the
to
box
understand.
data. Yeah, out of the box. Yeah, I would say.
All right. But we have to be able to put data to the Earth being a globe as well. So it works for us, right? This information works for us. But if they're saying that the Earth is measured to be a globe, then this data would work for the Earth being a globe. You understand, right? Like everything that we collect and we can test, if it was a globe, it would work for the globe. But if it doesn't work for the globe, then guess what? It's not a globe. So that's a very, very powerful point, that you have to consider. So that's why I'm saying I don't want you to be too hasty.
This means that if we have a powerful telescope, or a thing like this, we can actually zoom in forever,
No, that's incorrect too. The telescope has an optical limit, which, like your eyes have an optical limit, how far you can see. The telescope will have its own optical limit because the lens will not allow you to see only until the distance that it's able to see through. So, and then we have a lot of other
for
factors.
example, if we take a very big lens, so we can see from one part of the Pacific Ocean to the other, from the Japan to the US.
No, that's not possible. That's not possible. Yeah, your understanding of how optics work is partly the reason why you're making this error. This error that you're saying right now that you could see if you had a powerful telescope to that side, it's not, because there's a lot of contributing factors. Even if you did have a powerful telescope, you couldn't see through the layers of air in between you and the far distance, even if that was the case. There's a lot that contributes to why you can't see something in the distance. Phoenix.
Layers of air? What do you mean by layers of air? Air is
okay. Think of
transparent.
Well, so is a mirror glass. So think about it like this. Have you ever seen a window pane? Window. Okay, the glass in a window, right? The glass is transparent.
Yeah.
Will you agree with me that it's transparent?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine you stack a bunch of pieces of glass back to back. What's going to happen over the distance?
I don't know. I have never done this.
It creates an opaqueness. That mirror itself will start to compound against each other, and you won't be able to see through it.
Really?
Yes, really. The air is the same over distance, over vast distance. It can do the same, and it just depends too on the air, and there's other factors too. And I'm only telling you this to put it as an example that there's factors that contribute to your vision not being able to see things in the far distance. There's optical effects. There's atmosphere, environment contributing factors like mist, smog.
But we can do something else. But we can launch a laser, from the Japan to the US. like
No.
from one shore to the other shore, you know? The lens can actually...
No.
Why not?
Because the
like if we take a very powerful laser.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. There's lasers with a certain capacity to reach a certain distance. Their maximum limit would happen to be the strength of the laser. How powerful it is and how its ability to travel over the distance. There's other factors that might contribute. They know this in the military, right? So military has certain lasers that they use for painting targets. Like in the military, you'd use a laser to paint a target. Like if you're a soldier on the ground and you have like this giant laser that paints a target, you'd be able to point the target laser at a target and be able to paint the target. And so the missile or whatever can be guided to where that target is. But that laser, that soldier has to get close enough to where the maximum effective range for the laser to be painting the target. He couldn't do it at any distance. So every single laser has to have a beam that's collimated powerful enough to travel the distance that they would be effective at. So the laser that you might think could be made would have to be a super powerful laser to travel a certain distance. And it had to be a real expensive one too. So it might even exceed the capacity of something we could make today. And for what reason would you need it built for that? You know what I mean? So there's no reason why somebody would construct such a device, but even if they did, they would have to construct it in a way that the beam would have to be strong enough to reach one point to the other. So there's a maximum effective range for everything that we talk about in this room, especially lasers, right? They have a extinguishing limit, like where the beam would spread out over distance, but it's specifically a certain type of laser would have the beam spread based on how powerful it is. It could stay tighter the more powerful the laser is, but it could only travel a certain distance over the, where they're trying to shoot it from. And these things you can find out for yourself. Like, you can't, it's a hypothetical, I know, that you just said from one country to another and have a laser shoot to the other one. But you can do short distances.
What about like the scientists are actually bouncing off lasers from the surface of the moon? Because they say that the NASA has some kind of reflectors, and that you can like bounce off the laser from the surface of the moon. Because I say that the scientists go there and they have placed it, and there is big, articles that you can see on the Google, you can Google this.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things you have to accept in order for that to be true. You have to accept that people actually went onto the moon and they went from the surface of the earth to the moon. They landed there. Like, there's a lot of things you have to accept for the idea that you think that reflectors on the moon are going to bounce back a laser. So the bounce back of a laser from the moon is something you have to accept after you accept a lot of other things. You have to accept that the Earth is a globe. You have to accept that the moon is somewhere you can land on. You have to accept that the rockets went there. You have to accept that they could actually land on them. Like, there's so much you have to accept. And then you can bounce lasers off of them. You have to accept all of that.
But like, how can a laser can be bounced off the surface of the moon? Like, how it is possible? Because
we're not worried about that, because you have to accept so many things before you get to the part where there's lasers bouncing off the reflectors on the moon. You can't already just say, well, lasers, light bounces off the moon with reflectors. You can't say that, because you have to actually first prove they could leave the Earth and go to the moon. You have to prove that. You have to start proving that first, and then you can talk about your lasers bouncing off of the moon.
Circular reasoning. No, that is circular reasoning.
No. The circular reasoning is Phoenix. The circular reason is happening right now because you think the idea that they already done it, and so therefore you don't need to prove it. See, this is a problem you have. Like, we can't start from that premise. We have to start from, how did they get there? Did they just leave the Earth and magically, drop reflectors on the moon? Like, you don't even ask yourself the most important question. How can we get some vehicle to leave this Earth? And then they're making this claim that dude, like we don't even need to talk about reflectors. If they could actually leave the Earth in a vehicle and look back and say, well, they see the Earth looking like a globe, so why do you need to send laser beams to the moon and prove that you can do this when you already know the Earth is a globe? You already answered the question.
But it is a kind of a proof that they have put there for the people to look at it, after they have returned. It is because the people would have doubts in their mind. Listen,
bro. No, it's putting your mind filled with ideas that you think the lasers are being bounced off the moon, and it makes everything else about that, the idea that they landed on the moon, everything becomes true in your mind. By proxy of you doing this laser, whatever you're doing, shooting lasers at the moon. So you shoot a laser at the moon, then all of a sudden, all of the other things that happen to get to the moon become real in your mind because you bounced the laser off the moon. So whenever you try to do something like this, it makes everything else true. It's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a logical fallacy. It's called pragmatic fallacy. So you think because something happens and it works, therefore, your premise is true. They went to the moon. They landed reflectors on there. They rode around in dune buggies. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You believe it. You believe all of the other things. You don't understand the problem of logic here. Is that you have accepted all the other things that were making the story of the laser being shot to the moon true. Makes it all true. Because you did one thing, it's a pragmatic fallacy. Meaning that just because it works, the laser beam getting a signal back, now it makes it all true. You've accepted a lot just by doing what you're saying you're doing. So right now it's a logical fallacy, and you like to talk about logic. So it's a logical fallacy.
Let me tell you about a logical story. For example, there is a place, and like nobody has gone to this place, and like it is said in the stories that no human can go there. But there is one human being, and he's saying that I have gone there and I have put something there. And if you don't trust me, go there, see the thing for yourself. And he put a picture of his mother or girlfriend there, And you go there and you see the picture, and then you make it confirm that yes, he has gone. So this is what the NASA is saying. The NASA is saying, if you do not believe us, take a laser, bounce it off, you will believe that we have placed these things over the
photons do you get back?
Hold on.
So it is the S card of.
Yeah, I know. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a logical fallacy. You are agreeing with me now. It's a logical fallacy to take on the assumption that everything they did to get to the part where you're using a laser being bounced off the moon is true because they did all the other things. You're accepting a paradigm that they actually went there. You've accepted it all without even questioning the first step. You've kind of did a leapfrog. You leapfrogged over the fact that they could actually leave the Earth and go to the moon. No, you don't, because you would be like, oh, wait a minute, I haven't proven that they could actually leave this Earth. I have to prove this first to actually make the premise that the Earth is what they're saying it is based on the laser being bounced off the moon. Like I have to actually know that they took a vehicle, went to the moon, put a reflector down, and now that the reflector's on the moon, now people can shoot lasers to it, and then the moon's gonna, not to mention the distance, and there's so much you have to consider. But you didn't consider any of those things. You've accepted everything, and now you're saying we bounced lasers off the moon. Now we know it's true. The story that they went there, the story that they put a reflector, the story that they were riding dune buggies and landed on the lunar lander, all these things, you've accepted all of that, dude. You haven't even challenged yourself. This is the problem. I've been trying to tell you this ever since you brought up the lasers being bounced off the moon, but you want to just jump right to the lasers. This is a logical error, man. You have to consider this. I'm trying to reason with you right now.
Yeah, actually, I know, but it is actually saving of the time. Like we have to save our time, our energy.
No. Wait. No, we're not. No, sorry, Phoenix. We're not gonna. For the sake of not having to do the work ourselves, we're just gonna accept the story. No, we're not doing that. We actually want to do the work. We want to know. We want to do the research. We want to find out for ourselves. We're not going to bypass, for the sake of time, the fact that they actually did something that we're saying they can't do, and accept that the lasers are bounced off the moon. We're not going to do that, dude. We're not going to do that.
Let me tell you, if you can bounce off the laser from some other point on the moon, then it will be the proof that some random lasers can be bounced off the surface of the moon. Then it will be the proof that not only the places that the NASA has
hey, let's put it this way. I know what you're saying. Let's put it this way. What if you could have bounced the laser off what you think you can do on the moon prior to them putting the reflectors on? What happens to your story then? So if you could find out somewhere,
this is what I'm saying.
Somewhere in history that somebody actually attempted to do that and they got a signal. What happened to your story about them putting reflectors on the moon if they could do this prior to them going to the moon?
This is exactly what I am saying. Like you can disprove it very easily if you can bounce it off on some other place on the moon.
Have you looked in history if anybody's ever attempted to do this?
Hold on, I can answer that. Listen, dude, I
have never found anybody else who has done this.
I shined the laser at the moon. I shined it at the moon, my laser. I didn't get a reflection back. So now what does...
Sorry?
Phoenix. Yeah, I took my laser
yes.
at the moon and I didn't get a reflection back. What happened?
You took your laser and you bounced it off? And it didn't come back?
No, it did not come back.
What do you think about that, Phoenix?
No, I actually did not get you. What are you saying? You mean like a normal laser that we are holding in our hand?
What are the other kind of lasers that there are?
Oh, bro, government lasers.
I know what
there are some dedicated specific lasers that you can build one, but
So no, that never happened. Besides, this is supposed to be a ball. How do you reflect things off the surface of a ball back at you?
There are big lasers, private lasers that you can actually hire it, for
but you're making up
some measurements.
Yeah, Phoenix, that's great, but you're making up more stories to actually cover up the fact that you can't prove that they actually went to that place to leave a reflector. And I even asked you in history, if they were able to do this prior to the idea that they put reflectors on, what would your story what happened to your story after that?
Yeah, the story will just crush to pieces.
Okay, can you do the research and find this out? Maybe that would help you along. Just find out in history if that's ever happened. That you have
I'm actually doing this. Doing this. You would not believe me, but the thing is that I haven't found anything yet.
Okay.
I have a fun question. Do you think they had lasers like this in the 1950s or 1960s?
Yeah, maybe this is the reason.
Okay.
And maybe this is the reason why I haven't found any data yet.
When did we put reflectors on the moon? What year?
I think it was in 1969.
No, not 1969. That would be probably now, I'm guessing, the Apollo 15 and 16, 17 missions. So that would be like in the 1970s, 71, 72 period. Okay?
So then now you need to look into bouncing lasers off the moon prior to reflectors.
Yep. Phoenix, did you hear what was being said?
Yeah, you can't reflect lasers off a ball. I mean, that'd be weird. Where would it go? How do you get it to direct back at you?
I think he's looking it up right now. he's trying to figure out, before 1970 seems to be like there's a story attached to the reason why people think they can bounce lasers off the moon.
What is a laser? Laser is like is it like a light, a kind of light that's launched from some kind of device. So if it's each kind of laser has like a wave, like a photon. What is it called? Photon particle that's launched while it's going through like mediums. And when this particle hits the target.
Yeah. So what did that laser device look like in the 1950s?
Yeah, we're trying to get to the part where Yoder's getting everybody to realize what we're asking right now is that the claim is that they're bouncing lasers off the moon using these reflectors. That's how it's being bounced off the moon, right? Currently? The idea, anyway?
You're saying like there's like an artificial object on the sky and the laser got bounced off from that artificial object so that people can believe that there's a moon and that the moon has like this distance. The laser can measure.
Dude, no. I don't know what you're saying. If you even agree with the paradigm of the Earth being a globe and there's a moon up there with like a round ball. I don't know where you're on. And I don't want to detract from Phoenix actually answering Yoder's point. So we have to just kind of keep it simple for the guy because he's already confused as it is. So Phoenix, did you hear what Yoder?
Sorry,
did you hear what Yoder was saying?
Hello, what? Sorry, I didn't heard.
So I want you to hear his question to you, and I think you were busy looking up the information, so you didn't hear what he had to ask you.
Yeah, I was busy. Yeah.
Okay, Yoder, if you're there, just ask him again. Maybe
I'm here.
I gotta go in a second, but
okay.
So there's a claim on the table from MIT that they bounced lasers off the moon in like 1961 or 62. Besides the obvious problem of doing that off of a reflective surface that's a ball that's also lumpy, I wonder what kind of laser that looked like. Like, can you imagine a 1961 era laser must have looked like to do a 238,000 mile beam propagation that can also reflect off that surface and be detected back on Earth?
I posted it for you.
From two rotating balls.
Yoder, if you can give me the link or the sources, that I would look it up.
I don't have one, but Google MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, laser bounce 1962. Like, this is a known feat.
Yep.
Okay. I will look at, but if I open my Google Chrome, because I'm on Chrome book right now, so when I open some other app, my Discord is like not functioning normally.
That's fine, dude. You can do the research later when you're not in here. But the problem that we're saying is they were bouncing lasers off the moon prior to the reflector story. The reflectors, whenever they arrived, is the idea now that you think that you're bouncing lasers off the moon. And then what happens, what I was mentioning before, is that it makes everything that you think about how they got to the moon real in your mind. Because now you believe they actually went there and planted reflectors on the moon.
Of course. Yeah, it do.
Right.
It do make you believe it.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But if you were able to find out that they were bouncing lasers prior to them going to the idea they went to the moon, that's a problem.
That's interesting.
And besides, we would have laser shows every night. Somebody would be shining lasers on every night.
So no, there are people.
Right.
There are many amateur people, that do just like you and me,
Don't. I told you I shined my laser and it didn't shine back.
All right. So
yours is not powerful.
Phoenix, you don't know how powerful his beam. First of all, dude, like you make a lot of claims. You're chuckling right now because you don't even know what laser he was using. He didn't even tell you. So how could you possibly understand that his laser wasn't powerful enough? There's a lot of things that you assume about the Earth being a globe, and I get it because you've been told your whole life. The most important takeaway right now is that you didn't prove that the laser bouncing off the moon was a way that you found out that they actually know that they went there. So now we can investigate because there's a claim on the table that the lasers were being utilized prior to the reflectors being on the moon, you have to look into this. You have to find out, do the research, like Yoder just gave you the information.
I agree.
Right,
I agree.
Okay, so that wasn't evidence of the Earth being a globe in any way. So now you said we're going step by step. You went from the ships disappearing from the bottom up. We found out you didn't have any data, nor did you find out if any scientists that you mentioned could have any data to support that. Now we went from that to lasers being bounced off the moon. Now you found out there could be reason to believe that there's lasers being bounced prior to the reflectors being on the moon. So I'm going to go to the very next thing. Are you done trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because that's what we're doing right now, Phoenix. We're getting you to realize there is no evidence for this.
That was never my point the whole time. My point was just to entertain like different.
No, but it's our
ideas,
point. Yeah, our point, Phoenix, from the very beginning is always bringing people back to the place where they can realize they have information to support that the Earth is a globe or not. Because any idea that you say is something that works or it's happening, you're only saying that because you think the Earth is a ball and they went to the moon and landed there and put reflectors and do all these things. So you have this idea of the vacuum of space with ball planets and all that because of the things that you think are true. So we're showing you, even if it's not your point, it's our point to show you that none of the things that they're telling you about that are true. They can't prove it to you and they can't prove it to themselves. Anyone. No one can verify this. It's just a story you have to take on. So I would ask you again, do you have any information of how you know the Earth's a globe or you don't? Maybe we can ask another speaker if you don't know.
No. I do not have any data to prove it. I'm just here to listen to you and entertain different ideas. And thank you for your time and information.
Yeah, thank you for your time, man, for actually engaging with the kind of internal critique that we do every time when we talk to somebody about the Earth being a globe. And that you're being honest right now. You want to do the research and we want you to. So look into the information Yoder presented to you. I think it's very important. It's compelling. It gets you to realize, man, I've been believing this particular story for such a long time, and now I know they've actually shot lasers at the moon prior to the reflectors being on the moon. That's going to make you at least pause for a little bit to think about it. So is there anybody else in here that would like to have a comment or question or at least be critiqued as to how they know the Earth is a globe? We're doing this like kind of a every new person that comes in here, giving you guys a chance. We're giving the floor open right now. Phoenix was just speaking to us, but we'll take another caller if you guys want to. We'll engage with someone else. If you believe you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, you can open up your mic. If not, we'll just talk amongst ourselves, I guess. And we see Vivek in the chat. Vivek, welcome. The server owner, here's. Would anybody else like to comment? Anyways, maybe Flat Earth would like to comment on the conversations we were having with these gentlemen. So far, 2 people. Go ahead, Globalist.
Oh, not much. I mean, I walked away for just a bit, but did Yoda say something before about the how they had? Oh, okay. How they had already bounced lasers off the moon before the moon.
Yeah, it was kind of like my point too, because whenever that gets brought up, I don't think they know this information. I knew that he didn't know it, but it was a challenge to him to actually look into the information. And Yoder specifically pointed out MIT has, in 1962, done this laser bouncing out the moon sort of test. So things have been done and claims have been made prior to the reflector, being told that that's how you're getting your laser bounce.
Awesome.
So
that was a good productive conversation, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we can go, people have experienced, like the gentleman before this guy, that he was experiencing the Earth as a flat Earth. He said it himself, distance traveled. I noticed only a flat Earth. Like, he basically said it himself. It's like, I didn't notice any curves. So, yeah, we want people to think about it. Like, if it's a globe in any way and we're on it, it can't be said anymore that you're like an ant on a giant ball. Because if you're a tiny little organism on this ball, well, then how did they figure it out? And it looks flat, from that perspective. Okay, well, it looks flat. So we understand it's seen that way. But now, how is it known or measured that it's a globe? That should be reason enough to pause.
What do you guys think about like cosmology? Like according to your theory, flat Earth theory, the cosmology, how it looks like, the stars.
Oh, cosmology, yeah. Well, I'm always going to say what I usually say when I do this, but unless anybody would like to chime in, I've been taking up the floor time. So, would anybody on 24/7 like to respond?
I mean,
you're good.
If I'm roboting, let me know. Like, what do you mean by flat Earth theory? Are you interested in the flat Earth theory or the flat Earth cosmology?
Well, like how the people like who believes that Earth is flat, how they perceives the universe. Like, what do they think about? Like,
cosmology. I was going to answer that. I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I understand what you meant. I thought maybe somebody was going to give him the cosmology aspect, because the paradigm of the Earth being a globe is inside of a ever expanding cosmos. So it's embedding space, right? So it's like you think of a ball planet, and it's in a vacuum of space, and you got other ball planets, and stars and other things in there. That's cosmology, I guess, from your point of view. Would I be correct in saying this?
Yeah, that's what science and like people say is cosmology is just the system of space.
Yeah, and currently, do you subscribe to this currently? You?
Yeah, I believe in this.
Okay. Now, what we would say from our perspective is that where we live right now on the surface of the Earth is all of known reality. Like, we don't know anything outside of this place, this realm that we abide in. So this realm that we live in is like, you can consider the floor of the whole universe. It's all that we know. All of existence and everything that we can gather is on the surface. Anything that we see above us, like the sun, moon, and stars, they're all unknown entities. We see them, right? We can say that that's a star, that's the sun, that's the moon. But as far as what they are, we don't know. And we would claim, also make the bold claim and say that nobody else can tell us what they are, except for them giving us some sort of story. There's a story. We can see what they look like, right? We can describe just by an observation point, hey, that's the moon and it's got these features, right? But as far as like what it is, and there's nobody that can tell you that what element it's made of or what the sun is made of. But we do see them, and we see their effects, right? We feel the sun's warmth. We see the cold moonlight. It's all these things. We can see things from experience, right? But as far as like the elements that they're made of, we would not even be able to tell you that, because you'd have to examine them closely. All right, so anything in the sky, we would say, like as far as like other planets or other, galaxies and all that stuff is a mythos that's given to you to believe, in the ever expanding cosmos. Now, what we can say for sure is that we can do observations just like everybody else can with their telescopes and observatories and all these things. We can see the sky above us. But as far as like leaving this realm that we're in and going to those places, that has never been done. So only thing we can say for certain is that we've been on this earth and we can verify places on the earth. So like if you say certain things like, we can travel to the moon or something, that's an extraordinary claim, because you have to leave this realm and go to that other place. But if you say, I've been to Australia, and I say, well, I don't know about that, it's in this realm that you live in, the same realm. So you could travel to this place and verify that. So it's not an extraordinary claim. It's just a regular claim, right? So just another place on this land that you live. So if it's outside of this realm into another place, that's an extraordinary claim. So this realm that we live in is all that we know as far as cosmology goes. And we wouldn't say that we're in space, because the idea of a vacuum of space has to be something that can be tested and proven to know that exists like the way they say it does. And if they're saying we're in a solar system, they have to prove that. If they're saying there's orbits, they have to prove that. Like there's a lot of things attached to the narrative of being in a cosmos that's like a solar system, a galaxy, ever expanding. They're going to have to be able to test and provide evidence for this. And if they do not have that, then it cannot be what they're saying it is. It could be something else for sure, but it's not what they're telling you it is. So what we're saying here in this room, flat earthers, and hopefully I speak for everybody in here, that we're just the floor of all of known existence. And if any other flat earther in here disagrees or whatever, please chime in. But I don't think that most of us would, because we're on the floor of all of reality, all of everything that you can know. There's no outside. There's only this place. So for somebody to insinuate there's something outside, then we must be inside. And if you're saying there's an outside, that outside needs to be a place that we can go to. And you can test and verify there's an outside to this inside. But this is the only place that we know, so there's no in and out. There's only this place. So cosmology would be it's not a pizza disc floating around in space. That's not what we're saying either. So it's not in a vacuum of space. We think that this place is all that there is. So there isn't any more things outside. There's only this. So all that you see in the sky is all that there is. There isn't like traveling to, Mars and colonizing it and all this kind of stuff. That's fantasy. So we're only here in this place. This is the only place we've ever known. We're not going to be going outside of this place because there is no outside. There's only this place.
Yeah, that's right, Miggy. So basically what we're saying is that we cannot go there. We don't hold that belief. Believing is not knowing. And we can't go to that place that the cosmologists are telling exists. It's all theory. And theory is not proving anything. And as we cannot prove it, we don't accept it, basically. We only deal with what we know. We are the center of creation. I'll stop there for now.
Did you have any questions about the cosmology aspect? Because like I said before, the other side would be, what we've all been told. The same story that probably you've heard, that we're a ball planet, floating around, and we got a ball moon and a ball sun and, other ball planets and asteroids and on, right? There's this whole space mythos that's outside of this place that we exist. But that's back to you. How do you know that's true? How do you know any of that's true?
Well, to know that's true, that for myself, then I have to conduct some sort of like experiments and tests, run some tests to know whether or not these claims are true. But most of these theories that we are fed, like in schools and universities, so it's like we're reading some other person's research, their researches and stuff, and we are just thinking this person knows that these people have done like a lot of experiments. Then whatever they say, what they're claiming that has mathematical proofs, then if there's a mathematical proof, then this is true. These claims of cosmology, they're true. So people believing in that. We are also like people in general will believe in that. But from your perspective, it's like I believe it's we don't know what's outside, like the other like celestial bodies we see. We in our like globe Earth theory, we call it like sun and the moon and whatever it is. But it's like an unknown entity that's out of our sight, out of our reach. So yeah, we don't know about that. That's like unknown realm, like that.
Yeah, hang on a second. You said mathematics, but then if you've got your mathematics, you've still got to prove the maths in the reality you live. So you can have your mathematical theories on your computer, on the blackboard, okay? But then you have to lift it off the blackboard and take it to the environment they tell us, because nobody knows what those objects are in the sky. Nobody can claim to know what the sun is, what the moon is. No one can make that claim. We can't go there to verify what they tell us. So, and I'm not going to believe a bunch of numbers just because they make sense, but to save time, as the other guy said. So to save time, I'm going to just believe. No, I'm not going to believe that. I want to go there and verify. And like I said, cosmology is not a science, actually, because they can't adhere the scientific method. They cannot adhere to. In other words, when you subject cosmology to the scientific method, it fails every time. Why? Because you can't go and prove anything. You can't manipulate and your dependent and independent variables because they're not there to be manipulated with. You understand? So it's all relying on belief. You have to believe what they tell you. Thank you.
Okay, believing. I got your point. Like, you have to believe with your own eyes and your own test, like proof that you can see.
When you do that, that means you know. It doesn't mean you're believing anymore. Okay, if I don't do that, then I have to believe what they tell me. But if I do it for myself, then I know. I don't have to believe it. Because remember, believing is not knowing. You're accepting something without evidence. That's what belief means. But when you know something, then you don't believe, do you? You know. Nobody can know what the sun or the moon are. No one knows that, for example. You don't know. I don't know. Those scientists do not know. Nobody knows.
So it will be something that everyone can prove that, everyone can know that, stuff like that. It's not just confined within like a group of people. We call them scientists. Like whatever they do. Like,
the word scientist, like, there seems to be a lot attached to that, like not believing scientist or believing scientist. Science is a method. It's not something to believe in. It's tested and verified, so you don't have to believe in scientists. Their method in which they understand the natural world around them has been verified and tested through experiments. So if we're saying, we believe the scientists, then what we're saying is the work that they've done, that the method they've implied into using whatever they've done is something we can do ourselves to test and verify. So it's not believing the scientist, it's the method. It's understanding that the method has proven something that they've done to be within the realm of science. But the word scientist and ascribing them to like cosmologists, I'm not sure about that. You know what I mean? Like if you're saying, well, the scientists say that the Jupiter is a giant ball of gas. Well, why would scientists say that? They can't prove that. They cannot prove this. So is that science?
Mostly like whatever we see, mostly most of these astronomical things are confined in mathematical proofs. So from your point of view, mathematical proofs are not complete proofs.
You're onto something there, because that's important, right? You don't want to just look at some math and say, okay, well, you're saying the math works, therefore I have to accept the premise that you're telling me the ball planet is this size. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't, because they worked it out with math doesn't mean it makes it true. Jin was just saying that you'd have to go and test the math. But that's the thing, they're not testing anything. They're
the practical proof. One is the theoretical proof, and the other one is a practical proof. Yeah, the practical proof is absent, so you're denying that fact because of the practical proof doesn't exist until now. So you were denying that those.
Well, think about it like this. Yeah, they could tell you that Superman can fly and the physics behind how he can fly. They can work that out with some math. But is it true? Do we have someone like Superman flying around in a cape and he can do all these things? Like, no, the math doesn't prove the reality. Going and testing it will.
I get it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But for the longest time, man, that's what has been happening. People are just believing these people who are telling them the worldview of like, oh, you see that up there? That's 93 million miles away. It's very far away. And it's like, people believe it. They don't even ask any questions anymore. It's like, that's the world we live in now. People just believe things. Like the gentleman who was just in here talking about lasers bouncing off the moon. He just believes it because they are saying it can happen. It works. And he's like, well, yeah, duh. We landed on the moon, put reflectors on there.
It has some like psychological stuff in here. Like people in
100%.
general, what we do, like when someone who has like a highest title, like they call themselves like a researcher from MIT or Harvard, the first thing that comes into our mind is, okay, this person knows everything. We know nothing. Whatever he says.
Exactly. You know what? I want to tell you, Yoder has what he was speaking of one morning was this psychological warfare that happened, I think during the Cold War, if I'm not mistaken. Yoder, if you're still there. I don't know if he might be at work, but he had a rant one morning about like the psychology behind people believing that we're actually very advanced in our knowledge of like space travel and going to do things outside of the Earth and all that kind of stuff. But it was rooted in like the CIA like kind of conspiratorial like process. And it was so astounding when he was talking about, it's like people don't even talk about this part, but you mentioned it, so I just kind of want to highlight it. The psychology behind all of the belief behind the idea that the Earth is a globe and in a cosmos, it's powerful. It's so powerful that it attaches like a viewpoint of you being an actual human being on a ball planet floating around in the vacuum. Like you think this is the true reality of it. But nothing has ever been proven. It's like, how can you believe such a thing? But it's because the story has been embellished by a lot of the propaganda about like the Americans becoming, powerful in the space race, and because they actually put human beings on the moon. So all of this has like these psychological implications as to like why you believe the story. So people feel that they have a right to believe these things because we are, progressed with our technology. So progression of technology is another reason why people think we are advanced in our knowledge in space travel. Like all of these things are compounding factors for why somebody's stuck in the mindset of a globalist. The typical globalist, right, mindset would be, look at all the things we have today. We wouldn't have them if we didn't have the space technology that gave it to us. That's what they believe. They believe all of these things came out of that. And that's just not true.
And when you did that, you Americans, Miggy, you understand? We accepted that we all that did it together.
Yeah, human race. The human race endeavored to want to know more about the universe around them. So collectively, we all were on that rocket that went to the moon, and we all landed there. It wasn't just America, it was the whole world. And, it was like a shining moment for humanity, right? But all of this has like psychological ramifications. So the reason why people are inundated with all of this space information idea is because they believe with all their heart and mind that we've actually done those things. And we know about cosmology because, you had a Hubble Space Telescope and James Webb Telescope that's up there now. It's taking pictures of deep space. You got these specific satellites that crash landed on some of the planets. And you guys have so much space information in your head that the story becomes real in your mind. You actually think you're on a ball planet right now, floating around in the cosmos. You really, really think that. When there isn't any evidence, if any one of you guys that will think that, come in here and provide any substantial practical knowledge that this is actually true. You can't provide evidence that orbits exist. This is going to be kind of astounding. You can't provide evidence that we're in a solar system. You can't provide evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away. You can't provide evidence that we landed on the moon. You can't provide evidence of satellites in the vacuum of space. You can't I can go on, dude. You can't provide evidence that there's rovers on Mars. Dude, it's just so much. And all of these things, do you think we know because it's a story you believe in?
I was just going to say, we have the right to question and challenge what the scientists are telling us, especially those scientists who are taking taxpayers' money, being paid by the taxpayer. Now, if they're telling us lies, okay, let's not say lies. If they're misinforming us and just creating theories for us to believe in, well, I don't want to believe the theories. I want to go there for real, and we cannot go there. No human being knows that area. We've never been there. So there's a lot of money now that's leaving the taxpayer. The Japanese, the space budget, the American space budget and the rest of the other countries who have their space budgets. All that is a waste of money lost.
Yeah, and to Jin's point, right? You couldn't justify that spend if you knew the truth. You couldn't justify it. You can't go out there and ask for this money from taxpayers if the taxpayer is like, wait a minute, none of that's true. It's just a story. Why would I be given? So collectively, if people were just to stand up and say, okay, this isn't true at all, we're not going to give into this stuff anymore, then the funding could actually go to something useful that solves real world problems. But we're not there because everybody's mind is up in the clouds. Everybody's just like, well, we're in space and we got all this technology. But when we ask people in this room, right, that's the important part right now, we challenge people in this room right now, not a single soul can tell us how they know any of that is true. They can't prove orbits. They can't prove the sun is 93 million miles away. They can't prove the size of the earth. They can't prove like the earth is spinning on its axis. They can't prove any of this. So all we got are nothing but stories and people that believe in them.
What is the benefit? What is the benefit for humanity?
What the space benefit for space? Like,
in all this history of the space, what we got from that? Only that we can travel more, that we can send satellites, or we got something what we can, whatever? What is that benefit?
There's no actually benefits. It's very much like out of hands. Like we don't have it. If you look at it deeply, like there's no benefit at all.
Because Lucas says Velcro.
Yeah,
we got Velcro. Thank God. No, I mean,
and the drink called Tang. Remember that drink they called Tang in America? That's about all you got.
Yeah, well, there's been these. Okay, even in those claims, they made these claims. But how do we know Velcro was made from people that had to go? I think Josh was in here. He's like our resident satellite engineer. He's saying that that's where it came from because they had needed this technology to exist so that the space station would have, so you can put stuff attached to Velcro, and they needed to have some sort of thing to attach to, stuff to. So Velcro was invented specifically designed for, the International Space Station kind of space technology. So it was born out of that.
It was Velcro to their boots so they wouldn't float around in a spaceship, for example.
I mean, I don't know about that. I think Jin just made that one up.
Just quickly, Miggy. Right, I just looked it up. Okay, did NASA invent Velcro? That's false information, apparently, right? NASA did not invent Velcro. Velcro was invented in 1941 by a Swiss engineer named George de Mestral. He got the idea after taking a walk in the Alps and noticed how burrs stuck to his dog's fur, blah, 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 and ended up inventing Velcro, and he patented it in 1955, and it became commercially available soon after, long before NASA even existed.
Okay.
So as you can see, just so you know, you have a whole bunch of stories attached to this concept in your mind, but history is telling a different story.
Yeah, I understand. I am actually trying to understand both perspective with open minds. That's why I asked you. Another thing, like that, like a common sense that came into my mind, like the benefits. Like one thing that I think is useful. Let's say there's some kind of threat outside our realm. Let's call it where we.
No, that's a belief. Sorry to stop you. That's a belief straight away. There are no asteroid is going to come and hit the Earth. Again, when you do that, you're legitimizing the Earth being a globe. Space is a travel, because if things are coming from space to hit the Earth, it means that we can go to space. You're leaving the door open. We shut the door completely. There is no threat coming from space to harm us. No threat at all. Still a waste of money.
Yeah, the current narrative right now, what everybody sees on their computers or phones or whatever, is that 3AI Atlas is an impending doom upon us, right? Whether it could be a spacecraft or an actual asteroid, it looks to have its own propulsion. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, but it's fear-mongering nonetheless, right? It's because when your ears hear it or you see something that you read on the internet about it, you get kind of like worried, like, oh man. these top scientists are debating whether or not it's something that we need to be worried about. And this is a problem, right? This is kind of like, I'm using this example as something to highlight the reasons and the problems why we're having in this conversation, is because these narratives are just accepted just the way they are. Nobody challenges them. Like, how do we even know any of the space stories can be true? We can't verify any of that stuff. Yet people believe them because people like stories? Like, why do we have to? It's a conscious choice you make every day to accept things like that. And there's no reason to. Like, yeah, you have to. Like, if you don't, you're just going to believe, green men from Mars are going to come here and take over. You know what I mean? Like, it's fantasy, man. All of it is fantasy. You wake up, you go to sleep in fear, and dying planet and all this kind of stuff gets put in your mind. But you don't have to accept any of that stuff, bro. You don't. You choose to. That's your choice, but
yes.
So,
it'll be better, like sometimes that clicks into my mind, like, what if I create some kind of device to experiment myself, like small rocket, like stuff like that, and go and throw it launch it into the space and see if it by myself.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, so they got your mind. Okay, so in other words, in order to disprove the cartoon world, you got to go into cartoon land. That doesn't make any sense, because it's like if I was to tell you, okay, if you want to disprove, I don't know, any cartoon, if you want to disprove that Bugs Bunny exists, you got to travel to, to the magical land of cartoons and disprove that he's not actually a real cartoon and he's a real bunny. You're like, there's nothing you can do to go into the environment that they're saying that exists, because it doesn't exist. So you can't send your rocket to that environment that doesn't exist. The one that does exist is above your head. And as far as we can go and then test and verify, that's as far as people can actually travel. And the altitude is somewhere around the range of where they claim, the highest altitude, whether balloon or rocket, anything that can actually travel to that distance and then come back down, that's as far as people can actually travel to. Anything farther than that, it's the idea that you're conjuring up this imagination about the vacuum of space. There's limitations to the levels of like how far things can go up.
Okay.
Can I add this in real quick?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know what? If you want to design your own rocket and shoot it off into the sky, shoot your heart out, man. But we're not trusting something that NASA's done or SpaceX done. You got to do it yourself. You got to replicate it yourself.
Yeah, that's what I actually think. People should do. Not people, like people who are actually curious, wants to know, like have open-minded.
Why not you? Why not you?
Well, I tried to for myself. Okay, I'm my background. I'm from computer science background, and I didn't. I was I'm like a moderate student in physics, and I tried once or twice to understand how rocket works. So based on that, I tried to create some sort of device, but that didn't work out. Like I didn't give that much of what should I say, effort in that side. I was completely busy with like earthly workarounds. So, but I sometimes think like, what if I create?
I'll tell you this much. Okay, there's probably a reason why it didn't work too well. Because you can't replicate what they do or what they say they're doing. That's the reason why.
Like in a bigger sense, it's a kind of impossible. Like they're creating this giant machine, let's say, the rockets to, like, let's say, illusion from flat Earth perspective. Those big rockets, like they're pouring billions of dollars.
It's just a rocket. It goes up in the sky and it comes back down.
Yeah.
All right. So in no way are we going to get to the parts of like practical reality where we're going to test and verify the things that they're saying. The only thing we can do is send things up and it comes right back down again. We're not proving anything doing that. Even if you did build your rocket, whatever you wanted to do and test, you're only going to go up and come back down. But there's a problem. You're going to have to think about the camera you're going to put on that thing to go see what you're going to want to see up there. And then we're going to get a shot from your camera. And then there's going to be questions. Well, what did it see through the camera lens? Is the camera lens the right type? What if you saw something you thought was a flat Earth, but it wasn't flat Earth? Or what if it was a globe Earth that you thought you saw at the height that you took it to? But well, how high would it have to be to see the curve of the Earth? There's a lot of questions entailed. It's not just you think it sounds easy, right? Just send something up. Why don't we just send something up? It would be so easy, and then we could find out. That doesn't answer the question because you're not high enough away from the surface. You have to be specifically a certain distance away to get the shot that you think would prove or disprove curvature. And that's not to mention you're going to be using technology that could actually visually see the right, correct thing, because then you're going to get questions on both sides. The globalists might ask you, wow, what type of propulsion did you use? And the flat earther is going to be asking you what type of camera lens you're using. Like, there's going to be so many things that are going to be coming against you, and you're going to be like, it's going to be like, dude, why did I even do this? So what we're doing right now is examining claims on the surface, Shinigami. We want people to realize you can know information from the surface. So people that were talking about the Earth being a ball or a globe, they didn't do that by going to space, did they? How long ago do you think people been saying that the Earth is a globe prior to rocket technology? Do you know? Like how long ago in history?
If you look at the history, it's more the Earth is globe. It's the first. I think the Greeks somehow proved that. Maybe Pythagoras. Yeah, maybe he proved that Earth was globe. But in other cultures, like Chinese culture and Egyptians, they believed that that time that Earth is flat. So if you look at that evidence, if you look at the Greek evidence, then it's like the theory of globe is very much old. Like the theory of globe, I'm not saying the Earth is globe, but the theory is very much old.
Yeah, so they've known about it for quite some time, right? How about the specific size of the Earth? How long have they figured that out?
I guess
the size, how big it is.
It's more of 16th or 17th century stuff. So it's like a new stuff, I would say, like a 17th century somewhere.
But we're still talking before the rocket technology, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did they figure it out?
So it goes back to that, theoretical proof that they figured it out by geometrical mathematics, doing all those stuff. Like,
so only math. They figured it out only with math.
Yeah. Math.
That's it.
I mean, I don't know much, but I mean,
they haven't. No, what? I guess what I'm saying is they haven't tested the math.
So tests. I cannot remember if there was any kind of tests until like 1950s or 60s during the Cold War era. Before
what did they do?
So, as the history tells, like everyone knows that the rocket was invented and people went.
So
went.
Yeah, you mean to tell me that they didn't know prior to rocket technology that the Earth was a globe? They didn't know that information. It was not known. They only believed that it was a globe, but they didn't know until rocket technology came about.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about like the masses, like the whole everyone, like the majority of the people, they started to believe after the rocket phenomenon. Before
all right, think about it like this. Here's the problem with that proposal. If you're proposing that they didn't know until rockets, then how did the first rocket go up without them knowing?
The first rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Sputnik.
Yeah, I know. But how could they send something up there if they didn't know it was a globe?
Those people who were in those projects, there were a group of people who believed that the Earth is round. They believed based on those mathematical theories and proofs, and then they tried to prove that practically. So
how they do that?
They used like the theory of physics to create some kind of vehicle that can go outside of our realm, let's say our Earth, and that can take some pictures, like stuff like that. As I told you, so
okay. So you're saying how high was it? How high was it to actually test the globe? How high did it go? Do you know?
I forgot the exact number because.
Okay, so here's the problem, Shinigami. I'm gonna show you the problem. What you're going through right now is considerably what we would understand it to be cognitive dissonance. You're giving me answers because you want to preserve this idea that was discovered in some way. But I'm going to expose to your mind right now that you're giving some answers that you don't even know if they're backed up by any citation. Like, if I was to tell you right now, prove to me in a citation somewhere it says exactly what you said that they've done, could you do it? Yes or no?
Well, no, I cannot do that. I mean,
okay, and this is the most important part for your mind. The most important part for your mind is that when I gave you the opportunity to present the citation where it says specifically what you just said they've done, you wouldn't be able to do it because you were just guessing that this is how they did it. Is this correct?
I'm guessing, like how they did it. Let me remember something from my high school because how rocket works. How rockets work.
No. Yeah, hold on, Shinigami. Not how rocket works. When the first time that somebody understood the Earth to be a globe and not just believe it. So the claim on the table right now, what I was getting you to realize is that everybody prior to rocket technology were believers that the Earth was a globe. And the ones who know were the ones who sent the first rocket up. Now that's what we were talking about specifically. And you said this specific moment in time is when these guys who were theorizing that the Earth was a globe sent a rocket up. So we were talking about that, and I'm asking you to present the information that this is true. People have done what you said they did, and you said there's no way that you can present that information. That should have been the end of the conversation for you. You should have been a moment to reflect. Oh, wait a minute. I've been saying all these things and I don't even know. But you wanted to say more, which is why I'm stopping you now. It's like you realize that you just said you didn't know and you want to continue. Like, you see, this is what I said is cognitive dissonance. Your mind is resisting the fact that you don't know this information, but you want to continue. Do you realize this? This is a psychological warfare that we were talking about earlier before this conversation began.
Okay. What is it called? Cognitive? Wait a minute.
Dissonance.
Cognitive. Let's see.
I think what you'll find too when you look that up, Shinigami, is that it's interesting that most people don't realize that this is the case. But if you're being challenged, what the mind tends to do is it tries to look for a way to preserve what it thinks it knows. So it's going to give the other person listening as much as it can so that it can continue to keep what it thought was the truth in your mind. So you're going to continue. It's not your fault. You really believe that's true. So when I challenge you to go bring the citation of exactly what you said, of how they had a differentiation between their belief in the Earth being a globe and them knowing with rocket technology, you weren't able to do it.
I get it. I mean, there's no specific person or time that, like a specific transition time when people started to believe in like globe, but after like this phenomenon, like in masses, like mass amount of people started to believe because from psychologically they think.
But they've been doing that prior. So Shinigami, they've been doing that prior to rocket technology and after as well. That rocket technology didn't change the fact that somebody knows the Earth is a globe. They're still believers, bro. It never changed the fact that you think that there was like, oh, now we have rockets, now we know. No. Now we have rockets and now we believe even more. It gives more, it's an embellishment to the belief system. It embellishes the belief. It's more to think about. It's just giving, it's a reification for the belief. There's no way to prove that that belief has been solidified in knowledge. It's not. And I'm pointing this out to you so you can see.
Yeah, it's costing more money now. The belief has become more expensive. That's what happened. Takakuninaru.
Guys,
Emi wakaru desu ne,
could you let me
Shinigami.
ask some question? Guys.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Like, I have some question to pose. Like, why the Earth is circled and not flat? I mean, I believe that Earth is flat because if they are not, we don't not even exist. Like, you know, this is my question. That why others, like 90% of humans in this Earth, believe that our Earth is circular, not flat. Like, why?
Because like we were discussing earlier that you came in, there was a belief system that people have been thinking that the Earth is a globe based on ideas, but not on evidence. Like proof, evidence they have, but not proof. So the proof that the Earth is a globe has never been shown, but they just have a belief system. So
yeah, through the education system. So they start at when you're a child going to school at elementary school. It begins there, and then it is reinforced through your secondary education, through the movies, corporate images. Left. Oh, wow. Okay.
She left when I started talking, not when you started.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know she'd left yet.
Yeah, okay. I watched the chat, so...
Anyway. I just wanted to say, Shinigami, Neonjin this on there. Neonjin this on. Hi.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not Japanese. Sorry, I thought you was. Sorry, I thought you were. My mistake. So basically, it's a belief. As Miggy is saying to you, just because you've got rockets going up and they don't go to space anyway because they cannot work, and you're believing that just means it's another belief, no confirmation, no validation. Yeah. It's keeping your dream alive because that's what it is. It is a dream.
An embellishment. It's an embellishment of the already told story. So the told story was that there's a ball planet. And now that rockets exist, well, they solidified that belief because otherwise where would rockets go?
Got it. I got your point. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a deep subject, dude. And the psychology is dude, I'm telling you, it's so deep in the psyche. People have this idea that we live on a ball planet.
What else could it be, AB?
Not that, just this realm that we existed. So, I mean, there would be the whole kind of like, what are you going to replace what I've already been believing? Because I think it's a ball planet and we got a solar system. What do you have to offer me, flat earther, that I don't already have right now? It's a rich story about the history of the universe and the cosmos. And you flat earthers, all you guys have to offer me is none of that. You take away all of that and say that we don't even know if we're in space. What is going on here? That's what's going on in people's minds right now. I just highlighted that because you guys might be thinking, when you hear us talking, you think, well, yeah, you take away space, and what do you replace it with? You got to replace it with something. You can't say you don't know. But the intellectually honest answer is, yeah, we don't, because there has been a story that you've been believing for such a long time, and you've never challenged yourself on it. And you laugh and you mock and you think it's all a fun thing to do, and you realize you can't even prove it yourself. That's the crazy part. People come in here and they can't prove it. So far, 3 individuals this morning that I've counted.
I think there was 2 more before you came in. I thought it was funny too. What about you, AV? When you first heard Flat Earth, did you laugh? Did you take it silly and stupid?
Yeah, on its face, yeah, I actually 2015 I saw a video with Bruce Lee on it, and it said Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat. And I thought it was pretty hilarious. And it had like the pizza disc Earth with water falling off the side of it. but it was meant for it to be like that, because when I looked into it and I saw the nature of water, like on, when it lies still, that shocked me into like reality. And then I was trying to disprove that. I'm like, well, okay, yeah, that's fine. But over vast distances, water will curve. Obviously, it's a globe. That's what I was thinking in my head. How foolish, right? Like, water is going to be bending at it locally, from what we can see, it looks flat. Yeah, I get that much. But over distance, it'll start to curve a little bit. It turns into a ball. Nope. What's wrong there too?
And it was exactly that, AV, that got me. Like, when they told me the Earth was flat, I'm like, well, it looks flat because it's too big to see the curve. And then they told me how big the Earth is, 24,900 miles in circumference. I'm like, that's pretty big. I mean, it could still look flat. And then they told me the distance to the horizon from a 6-foot observer. And I'm like, 3 miles? That's it? Like, I've seen things way further than that in my life.
Yeah, and the funny part about it is that everybody in this room has been doing I've said this plenty of times, everybody in this room has been doing long distance observations that far exceed the predictable curvature obstruction. So where the curve should be in your line of sight would have already obstructed your view of the far distance, but it doesn't. The saying, we see too far, I always say it's incomplete, because it's saying we see too farther past the predictable amount of Earth curve that should obstruct your vision if you're seeing something like, 15, 20 miles away. But that should, we see too far is kind of like incomplete when it's said just straight out. I've always said that to people. We see too far. We see too far. Yeah, farther than what? You have to tell the person you're speaking to what it's farther past. If it's incomplete, people are going to think you're crazy. What do you see far to? Too far from what? So it leaves them with more questions. But when you complete the statement, we see farther past the predictable amount of Earth curve that should be there in a geometric sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Or I break it down even more simple than that. I actually say we see further than the Earth's curvature would allow.
That's good. That's concise. Yeah, that's good.
I go even more than that. I say we see things very far away that should be blocked by the Earth curve, but instead the horizon is behind that.
I don't like Jen's version. To be honest with you, it was more concise in mine. Yeah, if you can boil it down to as close as you can to just get it as compact and neat as possible, that's the one I prefer. So Jen's version was, I like it.
Yeah,
and it's good. You can talk about it that way. Yeah, thanks for the convo, Shinigami. Appreciate your input.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah. Very good, Shinigami. You've been on the road of integrity. When you come to the Flat Earth server here, it's based and foundation is integrity. That means you've got to be honest to yourself first and foremost. Once you have that established, you will sail through all the questions that you have and your beliefs, because that's all you're doing. When you're believing in something, you're not proving anything. You're keeping a dream alive. And that's a dangerous thing because it's costing the taxpayers money. Okay? That's where we lose. But if everybody was awake now and they realize that they're being deceived and it's a waste of money, there is no asteroid coming to hit us, that space project, and it was shut down because there's no benefit. As Miggy said, no benefit.
Yeah.
Josh just conceded on.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, thanks for that, man. Take care, bro.
Or other conversations.
Yeah, see ya. Yeah, he conceded to that point, globalist, anti-globalist.
And the last couple hours has been totally awesome. What a pleasure listening to you guys. I just wanted to toss that out there.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But of course, I only came in at the latter end, but it was still interesting to listen to the other guys. Yeah, I agree. It's been a good one.
I knew he was wrong, anti-globalist, but I didn't know where the information was that it said that. I've never looked at it. I just know he was incorrect to say it was made from the space station, like engineers that were. Josh he's really trying to keep the dream alive, bro. Like he'll do anything it takes.
That was funny, man. I just remember how, like, he was saying it like it was such a proud thing. It was so amazing that they developed such a thing like Velcro. Thank you, NASA. But yeah, I looked on Velcro.com.
Yeah, we have to give him credit for just how far he is willing to go to keep his globe delusion alive.
Well, I'll tell you what I found funny. Was when Radwin said he set his laser beam to the moon, and it didn't come back, right? And what's his name? What was his name? The young man, Phoenix. He was saying, "What do you mean? This laser beam you have in your hand? What other laser beams do you know of?"
I don't think it was Phoenix. It was a guy prior to Phoenix.
Indian guy.
Was it Phoenix? Was it Phoenix?
It was Phoenix, yeah, because he was laughing
you're right.
Radwin. He was laughing at Radwin because Radwin said he'd sent it and he didn't come back. He didn't come back, he said. Are you talking about the ordinary laser beam you have in your hand? What type do you have? And he just kept laughing. Remember, he kept giggling.
Yeah, he was laughing because he thought he was like, yeah, you weren't using a powerful enough laser. He's like, and Radwin didn't even tell him what kind of laser he was using. He didn't even specify. He wouldn't even know if Radwin was using the right type of laser or not. Radwin didn't mention it.
Yeah, he calmed right down. When you said that, he came right back down to earth again. You understand? But he was giggling. He was giggling at first. And he was making me laugh because I could understand exactly what his mind was doing there, you know? It was so funny. And then, and the other one, he made that statement. Yeah, but to save time, it's easy to believe, isn't it?
Yeah. No. We're not going to do... The problem with that is, like, we're not saving time. The whole point of the reason why we're here is because we're examining those claims. Like, we're taking time to examine them. That's what we're doing. We're not just going to...
You gave him the perfect answer because you said, no, we want to do the work. I clapped. I said, yeah, that's right. We want to do the work. We want to know. We don't want to save time that way.
Yeah, well, to save time, just go ahead and believe it. You know, it's easier, right? You can save time so you can go, do other things.
Go and believe other things. You know, just my whole life's beliefs. Let me go and believe something else. I've saved time over there. I'm going to go over here now.
You know how much time you would save if you just believed, Jen? Come on now.
Ooh, I'd be a rich man in time. Yeah.
Yep. You'd have so many things to do with your free time.
Yeah, I'd be time rich. Wow. A gazillion, billion, million minutes rich. Wow. What could I do with all that?
You'd be so rich with all that time, you give time away. You want to? Oh, it's all right. I got enough time to spare. Go ahead. What are we?
Yeah. I've still got time. I've still got time. Hang on a minute. I'll give you some time. There you go.
That was kind of weird that he said that.
This is a great show, this one. I hope somebody's clipping it. Somebody's got to clip this one. 2 hours long, 3 hours. Clip that block session because it was good. Yeah.
I got a clip earlier that made absolutely no sense. I'll put it in the chat. If y'all want to play it, y'all can. DJ was like nailing this dude down into a corner, and he just did not want to concede anything. He would just move on to another explanation. It's like, we didn't even finish this one. You concede this. But,
so that was Gish galloping and obfuscating. Cog this. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, he was just making excuse after excuse for.
No. You failed to remember, man. He's trying to save time. That's what he's doing. Maybe he's just a time economist. He wants to reserve enough. So he's just like, for the sake of time, we must believe and move on.
Yeah, no, this is wild, man. Like, the whole discussion was about the geometry of the Earth, and he moved to refraction. Then there's this like 30-minute discussion on refraction. We never got to the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, we don't need to do the work. We just need to believe and move on. Come on.
I'm posting it right now. Gotta take a while. It's like a 3-minute video.
We got some other people in the chat. If you're in here, welcome to the room. Flat Earth is in the English Hub server. Keep forgetting where we're at. English Hub.
We're in the English Hub. You're wasting time. We're in the English Hub. Come on. Keep believing,
You're wasting
man.
time. Come on, man.
You're wasting belief time, man. Good belief time's going to waste. Come on.
Imagine how many more things you can believe and then save that other time that you don't have to think about and do the research on. Just take it on.
Wow, man. I'm just elevated. I'm believing everything. Wow. I'm a believer. Yeah. That's got to come out in a video, I think.
And it was kind of cool that the Shinigami was actually wanting to get into like the whole psychology part of it.
Yeah.
Because that often doesn't get spoken of. And like I said, you guys had to, I don't know what day that was that Yoder was having that rant on the psychology behind like the CIA kind of like coming up with this huge, massive like information about like how to travel to space and all like the whole space organization, like where it all began, where it was rooted in, and like white people think the things that they do. And it was a good rant. But yeah, it boils all back down to embellishing the belief system. It's a huge embellishment. So now, more than ever, people believe that space technology exists and all these things were born out of it, and we're at the future age that we're at now because of all of that, because of our advancements, all of our innovations. They came from space technology.
Yeah. Really.
Where would you be, Jin, without the space station? Where would you be, right? You'd be in the Stone Age, dude. That's horse and buggies. You wouldn't be driving your automobile.
I'd have square wheels. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you'd be way back in the, there would be no advancement.
Yes, I'd have, like I said, I'd have square wheels. If not square wheels, okay, oval-shaped wheels. Okay, if not square. Might have advanced to oval-shaped wheels. Not quite round yet, but I got them oval. So we're moving up and down as we're moving along. Yeah.
A good thing for space technology, rescued all of humanity. Now we're living in a technological age.
Yes. Technological age of beliefs, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, look at Helioskeptic's song, I'm a Believer. Yeah, that's a good song.
That's a good song, I'm a Believer. That's why I sang it earlier. Just quick intro.
He's a great singer, Helioskeptic is. So if you guys shout out to Helioskeptic, he's always vigilant on the YouTube stream, but he posted
don't
right
see
now
him here often. I do wish he'd come in here now and again. Just say hello.
Yeah, he posted a link to his. You guys check it out. Drop him a follow too on his channel.
Yeah.
Do that.
But yeah, it was really good. It's been a good few hours. Been a good few hours there. Good work. People are listening. I've seen it all at work. They've seen the psychology. They've seen the ridicule or the sniggering, and that's come back down to earth, leveled out. You had one person actually explaining it. It was a smooth, leveled, flat flight. He mentioned all the flat earth words, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to prove the globe, ladies and gentlemen. That was the funny thing. Because you asked him, did you actually know you were flying over a globe? He said, well, it was a smooth, leveled flight.
Are you talking about the guy earlier? The guy earlier was saying he drove. I don't think he flew. He drove.
Oh, he drove.
But it was still the same. It was still the same though. He said he didn't notice the Earth as a globe. He noticed the Earth being a flat Earth.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what he did say. He drove over the Earth, and it was a big was it 30 hours that he traveled?
Yes, so he says that.
That's what he said, 30 plus hours.
What'd you say, Sheepdog?
So that's what he said, about 30 plus hours.
Yeah, over the distance, and
that's a long drive, man. That's like 1,000 miles roughly. And he said he's going about 120 kilometers an hour.
I think it's more, because I drove to where I live at to Texas, and that's 1,000 miles, and it only takes 18 hours.
Right.
I don't know. I don't really gauge, it's pretty far though. However, 30 hours is a long time to be on the road.
Hey, by the way, 120 kilometers an hour is roughly 70 miles an hour.
He was going pretty fast.
Yeah. And then he'd have to stop off for fuel. He must have been on the motorway. Oh, in Pakistan.
Yeah, he's at
No,
Pakistan.
he wouldn't be able to do that. The roads are not that good.
Yeah, not 70, man. Going, whew, man. They don't have the same kind of. I know Japan has. The road infrastructure in Japan is pretty good, yeah.
Yes, but it's good, yeah. But I only want to run SUVs and off-road bikes. It is a bit bumpy, but it's nice. The motorways are good, but again, I prefer the SUVs. Pickup trucks. That's what you need. But it's better than, Pakistan. That's for sure. Can't imagine Pakistan with smooth as silk roads, because that's what he's going to need to be doing those speeds. But no, he didn't do that. I don't think he did that really. I think he's playing the game there. But you said, if you got the citation, can we see it? And Shinigami said no. That's right.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I play video games when my brain hurts too. Like after I've been thinking for too long, I got to go and do something that's like redundant.
Yeah. Get out of this. Let me get back into my virtual reality.
No, but that's fine. I mean, if you want to de-goss that way, but we're talking about like always just believing just for the sake of
to save time.
I don't care if you're riding the bus to go from point A to point B, and you got to trust that the driver knows what he's doing and not just somebody who just jumped on the bus today. Like, I get it, but what I'm saying is, if there's certain things we want to know, we can do the research and find things out.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if you really wanted to know if the bus driver was somebody that was capable and competent to drive that bus that you were in, you could find that information out. You could know that. You wouldn't have to believe it. You can know that. It's possible. So there's information that you can know things about. So welcome everybody who's joining us right now. The phone lines are open. We're taking your calls. The panel's ready and willing to listen to how you can give us some evidence that the Earth is a globe. We'll examine it. We'll review it. We're going to review that evidence. That's what we do. We'll review it, and then we'll see if you can give yourself a good internal critique as to what you think you know, if you know it for real, or if you just believe it. Internally critiquing the worldview of the Earth being a globe. Would anybody like to chime in? We got some new people in here.
Yeah, whatever proof you have, we'd like to hear it and discuss it with you, basically. Maybe we've overlooked something and you could be carrying some real proof. So that's all. And everybody gets to learn, We're here to help each other at the end of the day. That's the human thing, generally. So, yeah.
He said, "Oh, I learned it in high school. I have to go all the way back to high school and get that resource." I'm like, if you learned it in high school, it should be plastered all over the internet.
Well, then you must have the proof then. Where's the proof?
Who said that?
The guy that you're talking to a little while ago.
He learned it in high school?
Probably
Shinigami?
Yeah, that was one of the things that he said was like, can you go get that evidence? He's like, well, I mean, I learned it in high school. But he kind of glanced over it and just the conversation continued. It was just something that I picked up on. It's like, yeah, we all learned the same thing in high school. We were told to just believe it because somebody else was smarter than us did it.
Yeah, it seems to be the case with most people that carry their belief system. It's hard because they don't want to challenge themselves, and I think that's the issue that we get into, is that they like to listen, right? And that's good. People that come in here, if they want to park and listen, that's good. Or it'd be good information for you to actually challenge yourself. Meanwhile, you listen to someone actually ask us questions, or we challenge them. But the important part about it is you make some real progress know if you know something and legitimately ask yourself, do I really know what's being said here? Do I know it? I heard the people talking, but how can I know if it's true or not? And so maybe some
that's
guys.
a great point.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Because we got people that are just parked in here. They're just listening. That's good. But at the same time, you have to be honestly asking yourself how you know if you're just listening.
You see me, when I'm talking to these heliocentrists, those who believe the earth is a globe, I'm always quick and to remind them that I was just like them. So these questions that I ask you, I never knew the answer. I forgot some of the answers and some I didn't even know. So I'm not here to try and embarrass you or anything like that. I'm really here trying to help you. I myself didn't know the answers, and I carried the belief for 48 years. So I might save you some time for real if what I'm saying is correct. And it is, and you can look into it, But because I want to dispel the idea that, we're picking on them or picking because they don't know. I didn't know. Okay, so that's the thing. We're not here to pick on you as such. Just bring your information and ask the questions. That's all. We carried the same information virtually. Yeah.
Like Jen said, it's not about picking on you guys, right? Like, I didn't know the numbers and the statistics and the
specifications.
The specifications. Thank you. The specs on the globe until after I started looking into it because I thought flat Earth was stupid. And then as I started looking into it, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And it's like, how has any of this ever been verified? Ever? And, that's what it really boils down to. What can you verify yourself? Like AV's been talking about for, now 2 hours now, probably longer. What can you verify yourself? What do the measurements claim? And then how do you go about verifying?
I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'm a bit peckish, so.
Oh, yeah. I'm not. It's no wonder you work that brain hard, man.
So working overtime. No, I'm gonna. I gotta save time right now and believe that you guys will handle it good.
Yeah. That word belief is a troublesome word, ladies and gentlemen. I believed in the globe for 48 years, so that's a 48-year era of believing. Yeah.
So, Jim, I have an interesting one for you here.
Yeah, go on.
So, our dear friend Matthew Learns was in here the other night, and he was telling me that he thinks the Earth is a ball tard because the moon has the same angular size everywhere it's ever at. And so we broke it down, and then I realized that what he's saying is that it makes him believe the Earth is a ball tard because first, you have to accept that it's a ball tard. Then second, you can say, if it's a ball tard, then we see this, so therefore we've proven our assumption, and it's a globe simply because of our assumption.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game to play, isn't it? It's a dangerous game to play. That assumption word, as was said in the movie called Under Siege 2 with Steven Seagal, it was said that assumptions are the mother of all fuck-ups. Excuse the French, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So it's a dangerous assumption. Dangerous game when you assume. Really is. Especially with the Earth. So, no. You can't assume this. This is something that is actually provable. That's the thing. You can assume it if you like and live in your fantasy. That's okay. That's up to you. But it is actually provable. It's not scientific at all. It's just measurements, geometry, trigonometry a little bit. And it's very easy. It's not difficult at all. I call it shopping, going to the shop mathematics. It's that simple. No more difficult than going to the shop, purchasing some goods and checking your change. That's all you're doing. Okay? You're given the numbers. Let's go verify the numbers. That's simple. So children of 8 can do this. You give children, a group of children, this task.
I love you, Daddy.
To the curvature of the Earth they're going to come back and tell you they can't do it. 8 kids.
What's up? Who just spoke?
Hello. Yeah, go ahead.
Might have said there, I love you, Daddy. What's that about?
Oh. Well, who said that? I thought that you said that.
No, that's some new GT, I'm guessing here.
Okay. Well, that's cool. If you love your dad, that's fantastic.
The only thing he's talking about, he's loving you.
Yeah, I thought as much, but I thought I'd twist it on him and let him love his dad instead.
That's okay. I mean, we'll take that from a, as an advisory position that he's complimenting you on your expository skills.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's good. I'm a father of 4 kids anyway, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and they're all flat earthers. Yep.
Because we don't even have to try. It's always a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't even have to try. And we don't really, not really. We don't have to sweat it because we are living in the truth when we're here. We're explaining it as clear and as concise as we can. And what we're actually doing, when you look at the psychology, is that we're actually counseling these people sometimes. You know, I've seen it happen here many, many times where the heliocentrist, the Glober, starts to realize the ramification of what he's been or what he or she has been doing all these years. Yeah, and it's nice to see that when they actually come off the globe is what I mean. Yeah, that has happened a few times in here, and they've come back. Yeah, so that's nice. So we're all doing a good job, all of us as a group. So all those of you who are here just listening, just think to yourself, what is the proof that you have that you know for sure that the earth is a globe? And that would have to be something that you've actually done as opposed to believing. Okay? Yeah. And you're going to find that you haven't done anything to prove that the earth is a globe. And all you're doing is believing what the scientists say. Now, it's fair enough to say that they're the experts. Okay, if that's what they're calling themselves. But let's check whether or not what they're telling us is true. That's all you got to do. Nothing wrong with that. And we've done that now. We found out that they're not the experts that they make out to be. They're experts in the globe that doesn't exist. Well, I don't want to be an expert in that. Yeah, is that a good thing to be an expert in? Expert in things that don't exist. That's believing of the highest level. And then you teach children. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, think of all the important university studies like underwater basket weaving and studies of exoplanet molecular gaseous structures.
Yeah, and the technical words that go with that, and the schooling and none of that's real, by the way. But God, the Creator, did create the universe.
Gosh.
Yeah,
I just had an epiphany.
Go ahead.
You mentioned expert, right? And it just dawned on me, like, what's the etymology of expert? Like, the word expert itself, you obviously is not one word. It's two or more words combined, right? So I do an etymology on the word pert. Pert is a Middle English term, and it means open or frank.
Ooh, yeah.
And then
good.
And then hold on, open or frank. And then X meaning out of or from. So from open.
From a open, frank position.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can still be lying. That's the only thing. You can be open and frank, but push a lie, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing. You see. That's why you have to check what the experts are telling you.
Of course, they're going to go for the physical aspect, right? Where it's
yeah,
attractive, right?
Okay.
The you know, if something is pert, like a woman, it's
a woman's pert lips and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Tight, everything's in its place.
Yeah.
Lively or cheeky. So you're speaking from a cheeky position, right? From a attractive position. How about that one?
Yeah, that fits those scientists very well. They've got their white coats and their pen and the clipboard. You instantly think, this guy knows what he's talking about. Instantly.
Yeah, because it's attractive. It sounds.
Yeah, it's attractive. The white coat, the clipboard, the pen. Yeah. And then the commanding way they articulate the English language or whatever the language is. But
here's another one from Merriam-Webster.
Go on.
Adjective: saucily free and forward, flippantly cocky and assured.
There we are. That's the expert for you.
Yeah, from a cocky position, right?
Right. Well, I'm a professional expert specialist. That takes care of all of those people. That's what I am, ladies and gentlemen. A professional expert specialist. That's my title.
Well, professional is just someone who gets paid to do something, right? So like when they say, these scientists, must be lying to us. Not that they're lying. They've been given a job. They were told to only seek out specific conclusions and omit anything that doesn't lead to the conclusion that they were paid to look for. Like, what's so hard about that?
Yeah, exactly. Regurgitating. Yeah. When I call myself a professional expert specialist, ladies and gentlemen, is that I do that to tease and wind up the opposition. Because it doesn't matter what topic you speak of, there always seems to be some kind of expert, but they're not telling you the truth. They're telling you you're on a globe. They say that planes fly around the earth. The earth is spinning, but they're not. It's not doing any of those things. So to stop them in their tracks, I call myself the professional expert specialist. Ha! And that really does get them wound up. In what? In all topic matters. You lot are below me. You don't have the qualification. To become a professional expert specialist, you don't get that overnight. And you've got to know all the fields. You know nothing. Yeah, I tease them like that, you see.
Jen, you'd be jealous. My wife made me 2 full chicken wings and broccoli for lunch.
Yeah. My wife made me cabbage, lettuce, cauliflower, not cauliflower, coleslaw, all wrapped up in a burrito. Wicked.
Okay.
Yeah, with green tea. With green tea.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
I know I'm detracting from the topic, but just because we're in this moment right now, and we're feeling it dead air anyway. Not dead air, but
the silence. Yeah.
Have you ever had a cauliflower bake?
Yes, of course I have. That's
my
English.
Gosh.
That's English,
That's
man.
delicious. Is it English?
Isn't it? It's English.
Boil some cauliflower and then put some stuff over the top of it and throw it in the oven and bake it at 325.
Yeah.
I love that. So delicious.
I love that. It's what it is. It's look, let me give it to you. It's cauliflower. I do it with cauliflower, broccoli, sliced potatoes, cream cheese, chives, black pepper, Italian mixed herbs if you like, and bung it in. When it comes out, it's just lovely and brown on the top where the cheese is hardened. Wicked. Come on, who wouldn't love that? Yeah. Who wouldn't? As soon as you said it, I knew what it was. That's English. Yeah, I've been eating that for years. Does your wife make you that? Yeah.
Jen's mouth's watering. I can tell.
It is.
Oh yeah, I love me some cauliflower bake. It stinks, but it's so.
It's lovely. It's lovely. Yeah. And that's healthy. That's healthy because I'm always on the go anyway, so I can use that up, and it's all vegetables. So in actuality, that's a low calorie intake. The cream would be the high calorie there.
Oh, yeah.
And the way I do my cream, to make the cream, I just half the amounts of the ingredients are sort of 50% off everything, and it still keeps its integrity. Love it.
Just remove the potato. Take after you bake the cauliflower, whip it up, then bake it, and you basically have a potato replacement.
Yeah. Well, I love potato anyway, so it's okay. That's a vegetable.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Everything has its, but
anyway,
back to flat Earth.
Back up to flat Earth. You just wind me up there. That layer of those potatoes and sliced broccoli.
Take them back to England. Give them something English to think about. Oh my gosh! Back to flat Earth.
Let's go back to the believing of the globe ball, where you save time. If you want to save time, ladies and gentlemen, keep believing. But if you want to know the truth, then you've got to invest some time. That's all. That's why we say to you, nobody knows the Earth is a globe, because no one's invested the time to go out and investigate and measure the curvature, you see. And it's not there anyway. Doesn't exist, first and foremost. Secondly, you haven't invested the time. So nobody knows the Earth is a globe. But there are a lot of people out there now that know the Earth is flat, non-rotating, stationary, beautiful, flat Earth. And that's where we are at the moment. No measurable curvature, no detectable rotation. And of course, we cannot be hurtling through the universe as a naked blue ball with our air, without a container in a vacuum. That would be impossible. All the air would just entropy and rush into the space, and no life would be existing on Earth. Okay? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. What do we mean? High pressure always goes to low pressure. So our high pressure system, ball Earth, if that's what you think you're living on, would be devoid. It would be robbed of its air. Vacuum would just go. So that's it. That's what we mean by flat Earth. No measurable curvature anywhere. Of course, you have your mountains.
Yeah, you're saying that the Earth is flat, yeah. So how can you describe how people charging satellites on Earth? Like there are a lot of formulas which are telling you that the Earth isn't flat because satellites are working. We have the internet, so. Why would you tell that those people are saying you?
Yeah, I understand your question. What is your name? Your username on the server? What's your username?
You can spell it right now.
No, what is your username? I can't see it. What is it?
Oh, you can just call me Jopa.
I didn't hear you. Slowly and loud, please.
Jopa.
Jopa. Okay, so Jopa. Now, you put forward that the satellites are up there. I put it to you, before you could have to have satellites, you have to prove that the Earth is a globe. That hasn't been proven, first and foremost. Okay? Because what's very important is that radius. Because without the radius, you wouldn't be able to measure the distance, let's say, to deploy your satellite, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't do that because you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, for example. Then there would be a second law of thermodynamics violation, because it's going to be placed into a vacuum, a place that we cannot go to. But there's the other problem right there. Okay? So that's another belief system. You have to believe they're up there, just like you believe that the Earth is a globe. So when you're believing, you can believe anything. But when you start to prove, you start to dismantle. So when you look for the curvature, you don't find it. It's flat. Okay, and it's logically flat because you're measuring it now. And then you realize that we cannot have air pressure without a container, because pressure means pounds per square inch. The molecules are colliding with each other and then exerting pressure onto the container. Now, without that, you don't get pressure. So when you have your container, then you know you're not in a vacuum. So there can be no satellites. Okay? Yes. That's how we know.
Wait.
Satellites in space.
But could you just explain to me, the formula to calculate the speed that you have to get in case you want to your satellite to spin around the Earth?
Well, your spin that you're talking about.
To know this formula, you have to have a radius of our Earth and its mass and gravitation.
What's the radius?
Force.
Yeah, well, we don't have that. We don't have the radius. We are given numbers, but those numbers cannot be validated. Okay? So the mathematical numbers that you're talking about, for example, the radius of 3959, that'd be 3,959 miles. And then that would go on to make a 24,901 mile circumference. That can't be measured. Okay, so nobody knows the mass. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know the mass of the Earth. No one can make that claim.
Then where did they get the numbers in case that they want to? They
made it up themselves. They made that up themselves, of course.
But they made it. Okay, let's take it as that. Then why are satellites spinning? Why do we have the
satellites? Are not up there. Satellites are not up there. There are no satellites. There are satelloons, helium balloons, and equipment attached to that.
That is crazy. That is just.
It's not crazy. It's the truth.
So the satellites don't exist then.
Yeah, satellites don't exist. No, satelloons exist.
Yeah. So how does GPS work?
He's laughing, but he's never actually seen the satellites. Have you been to space to confirm that they're there? Have you done that? No, I haven't done that. I know it's not possible. That's the only standard I would accept.
Can you not literally see them with telescopes?
No, you cannot. What do you see with your telescope? Please tell me.
There, in certain occasions, I forget which one. Satellite you can
what do you see with your telescope? You're not telling me. What do you see with your telescope?
I have a fucking telescope.
What do you? Well, then shut up. Then you haven't even seen it. Okay, shut the f up. You haven't seen anything, but you're going on like you've seen it. Ladies and gentlemen, his outburst would lead one to think he'd seen satellites through a telescope, but he hasn't. So it's a believer shouting out, why don't you believe properly? Go and get yourself a telescope and believe properly. That's what he's saying to me. No. I know that there are no satellites up there. I don't have to believe that. I can work that out for myself. Oh, I know because satellites cannot work in a vacuum. The way the vacuum has been described to us, the vacuum of space will destroy anything we can put in there if we could, but we cannot. That's what I know. I've witnessed outgassing, degassing, off-gassing, cold welding. These things I've witnessed, so I know for sure it is not possible to put a satellite in space.
It's not a perfect vacuum, though, is it?
Bro, like the first
vacuum,
the exact pressure you have inside, you should get outside. Like, why don't satellites can get that? I know you're talking about some maybe rockets, but they have the systems to change the pressure inside according to outside pressure.
Have you seen the system?
Yeah, bro. I haven't operated the system, but it is real. It is really a system.
It's not really a system. It's only real because you're saying it's real. That's all you're saying.
Wait, why is it a lot of maybe rocks and rubbish outside in the space if it's not possible?
I don't know that. I don't know that there's rocks in space. I look into space.
Haven't you seen the cartoons, Jin? The cartoons?
Yeah. I've seen the cartoons, yes, DJ. Definitely seen cartoons. Haven't seen any real rocks from space landing on Earth. Again, you're believing again. That's a whole load of beliefs. Everything you've said, you cannot prove. Ladies and gentlemen, everything you said. The problem is you're not investigating properly, okay? You're just believing.
Okay,
that's not good.
Why aren't our atmosphere then? It's another pressure, our atmosphere and the space. Then how do you describe that then?
Look, the way the Earth is operating on the flat Earth, you have layers of pressure as you go up. The gases that make up the air are always in flux. That's it. There's nothing to worry about here. We are contained. We are in a container. Okay? Everything is in equilibrium.
Have you seen a container?
Now, that's a good question. I myself haven't been to where the container is. so I can't say I've seen it. But of course, air pressure. What does pressure mean, ladies and gentlemen? It means molecules colliding against the walls of the container. So you must have a wall to have pressure. If you want to have water pressure, that wall would be the pipe. If you want to have gas pressure, that would be the pipe again. If you want to have blood pressure, that'd be your artery in your body. If you want to have eyeball pressure, that'd be your eyeball and the pressure within. So there you have it. In order to have pressure, air pressure, you've got to have a container. That's antecedent to natural law. Okay? So unfortunately for you, we're in a container.
Wrong. You're very wrong, because a lot of other planets you can see either in a telescope. They have their own atmosphere as well, and you can see any glass about it. So
that's a very strong. That's a seriously strong belief you have there, ladies and gentlemen. When I look through a telescope, I don't see any atmosphere on any planet. I don't see that with my eyes.
Your telescope is so weak you can see it.
Ladies
but there
and gentlemen,
are other telescopes.
I've looked through some really expensive telescopes, even at observatories, and I look through. I don't see the atmosphere around any planet, and I can say that's an atmosphere. That's not true at all. And again, I would still have to go there to confirm. If it was an atmosphere, I'd have to go there. No human being has gone to the planets to confirm that any of these planets have atmosphere. You're being told only. And Earth is not a planet. What does the word planet mean?
It is a fucking
What does planet mean?
What are you talking about?
What? No, it's not. I'm going to explain to you now. What does planet mean? When we take it from Latin or from the Greeks and we translate it into English, it means wandering star. Planet means wandering star. Earth is not a star and it isn't wandering. So you cannot equivalate Earth as a planet to those objects you see. That's a false equivalence fallacy. Secondly, we have life on Earth. Earth has life. When we look through the telescope, we don't see any life going on there. So unfortunately, Earth is not a planet. Okay? And the word, and let me just clear this up as well. The word atmosphere, that also is a misconception, because atmos means gas, sphere is a spherical shape, and gases never form spheres. Okay? So the word atmosphere is the wrong description for the air we breathe. Air is good enough. The air that we breathe, the air that we fly through. We don't need atmosphere. For the word atmosphere keeps you invested on the globe. Atmosphere. Earth is not a sphere. Okay? There we are.
Okay, so how do you explain sun then?
I don't know what the sun is. I observe it in the sky. It moves early in the morning from the horizon. It rises up 12 at noon and it moves on past west, heading west to another country. The same with the moon. I don't know what they are. I haven't been up there to know what they are. Okay? They heat up the earth and help us to grow our plants and foods, keep us healthy, keep us warm in the summer. Yeah. Okay?
Are you living in the 17th century?
Well, unfortunately, you haven't said anything else that is the 21st century. That is the truth at the moment. You're just believing in the 21st century. You're a 21st century believer is what you are. You've proven nothing. Yeah, buddy. You've proven nothing.
Yeah, you don't believe the stories and cartoons, Jen?
Oh, it's a very dangerous game to do that. I might need to go to the psychiatrist if I did that. I mean, I believed in the globe for 48 years, and that was a massive error. I'm lucky I've still got my sanity. 48 years of believing in the globe. So imagine that.
Oh my god.
Bro, you're just insane.
Hilarious, man.
Well, I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, let's say atomic energy. Let's take this. Do you have there a lot of energy we get from it on Earth? And how do you think the solar panels are getting the energy
Hold on.
from?
Wait a minute. No. We're not going to answer those questions. You know why? Because you want us to give you answers to the thing that you supposedly believe right now is true about the sun, right? Things about it. We're not questioning the things about it, like the energy we receive. That's not the question on the table.
No, I'm just
Zappa. Zappa, if you will, sir.
I don't
If you will,
understand how
I know.
do you
Just
think
one
that
second.
Zappa,
I'm gonna help you out. If you allow me, I'll help you out. Zappa, if you allow me, I'll help you out. So we're not talking about the effects of the sun. What we're questioning is the paradigm in which you believe the Earth is a globe in the solar system. Let's, for example, right? So we're gonna question that. So right now, the idea that you think you live on a ball planet is to be examined. You have to. This isn't the internal critique that we're going to give you on B-Man 92, which seemed you guys think is kind of funny, right? Well, let's examine the hilariousness of it. So first of all, you think you live on a ball planet, right? We'll examine that first. You think you're on a ball, right? Is this true?
Okay. Yeah. So actually, even the water drops are ball. Everything is ball, and it is the geometrical science. Everything is trying to be a shape of a ball because it's the most efficient way of existing. And you can see even the star, even the sun, even the moon is ball. And you are convincing me right now that the Earth might be flat because
I'm not convincing. No, hold on a second. No, I'm not convincing you. I want you to tell me. You're just telling me the reason why you believe, right? It's because it's the most logical thing to believe in. I guess according to you right now. Is this correct?
It is like it is proved what I'm talking about. It's not like my beliefs.
It sounds like it. Okay, so if it's a proven fact, we're going to dive into it. All right. So let's go from the place where you're going to say that it's proven. What would you pull up for me right now to prove to me that the Earth is a globe, like you believe it to be?
I already said it. I already said that even the water drops are balls actually, because they're geometrical science, bro. Like it's the most efficient
geometrical
way
science
to exist in a ball. Like look at the world around us. Everything is real. Just take a water and try to speed it.
Okay,
on
relax.
Zappa,
relax. We're not talking about water droplets. At the moment right now, we're talking about the Earth's shape. So either you or B-Man 92 can provide evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape like a sphere. I would like to see the evidence presented, please. Please do that.
If you will look on any other object you see on our
no,
sky.
Sir. No, sorry. I'm sorry. We're not talking about other things. Specifically, we're talking about the ground you're walking on. You think it's a giant sphere. Now, I want you to produce
as the ground I'm walking on, bro. We are living in a huge world. We can't even see how it ends.
Right.
And you're talking me that we're some experiment of some guy.
No. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. You're getting too far in your head. Let's only talk about what you can produce as evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's the only thing I want to hear from you right now. Because if you can do this, Zappa, then you can prove it to me, okay?
If we wouldn't have a curve, we'd see much further when we used to be.
No, that's not evidence, sir. No. Seeing too far or seeing more than because of satellites is not evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape. So, okay. I'll frame it in a way so you can give me the specific answer I want, right? I want it specifically because they give us the size.
Hold on,
Zappa, you have to relax, sir. You have to relax. And listen to what I'm saying. So specifically the data for how big the Earth is, the size of the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. So the Earth being a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid has number values to it, right? So we have to know, how did somebody figure out how big the Earth is as a globe, as a sphere? Do you know this information?
Bro, see, can you just take anything from your room and drop it on the ground? Yeah, you can.
No, that's not. No, wait a minute.
And do you know how they got?
Zappa,
wait.
Yes, Zappa, stop. You're not telling me how you know the Earth is a globe.
I will tell you. Just wait.
Then tell me, please. Then tell me, please. Then tell me, please. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Tell me, please.
So you're telling me that the radius?
No, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you anything. No, Zappa, I'm not telling you anything. I want you to tell us how the Earth is known to be a globe, please.
I want to prove that it has a radius. It has it.
Yes. How do you do that?
How do I do that? Okay. Mm-hmm. So if you
or somebody else, not you or somebody else.
Any books of, I guess, 7th grade, I don't know, you will find formula of gravity. And do you know how they, as you would say, made up a radius for the Earth from this formula? They just took a time and the way the things are dropping, and they calculated the radius, and in this way it provided them to make a satellite for Earth. And now you're telling me that it was all a fake. You can prove it yourself.
No. Hey, Zappa, you have to calm down. I'm not saying anything. The only thing I'm asking you is to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe like you think it is. I am not saying anything to you. Okay, understand, I haven't said anything to you. I'm only asking you for the evidence that you can prove that the Earth is a ball. So what you're telling me now, what I'm gathering, is that the Earth is a globe based on gravity. Is this true?
You're telling me...
Is this... hold on, Zappa, is this true? Yes or no? Is this true? Are you telling me that the Earth is a globe based on gravity?
I want to ask you one question.
Yes or no? Zappa, no. Zappa, yes or no? Yes or no? Are you trying to... You need to answer yes or no. Are you trying to prove that the Earth is a globe based on gravity?
I want to know if you are even...
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes
Zappa,
or no what?
Yes or no? Is the Earth being proven right now by you using gravity?
It is one of the ways it can be proven.
Okay, that's good. Stop right there. Okay, so now show me how a ball Earth can be made using gravity. Go ahead.
Okay, so gravitational force. The formula is G mass of the Earth divided by radius squared. It is the formula, and you can calculate it without even this formula. You just can take anything in your room right now, take a timer, drop it, stop it when it falls, and calculate the acceleration. And then you can calculate the same thing with the formula, and it will be a series equation you will have, and you will see. Because you don't even know the simple physics, and you're talking me right now. That
Stop. I don't need that extra. I don't need the extra stuff. I just need the point where you're trying to make how you know that gravity is being used to cause things to turn into a sphere. So you're telling me right now that you drop something in your room and you're calculating the average speed at which it falls. Is this correct? Yes or no? Okay. So you're calculating the average fall. Now, how can I use this information to know that the Earth is a sphere? How does that turn something into a sphere?
Bro,
go ahead.
Because they have satellites.
Stop talking. I want to only hold on. I'm only talking to the gentleman right now, Zappa.
They have
everybody else just have a seat, okay?
That are working.
Go ahead, Zappa.
And they have a lot of other stars as moon. You can even see. You can maybe somehow calculate the moon's speed. You can calculate how much time we have a day and at night at different time of the years, and it will give you.
We're not using gravity here.
Acceleration of the moon.
We're moving away. Zappa, we're moving away from the point. The point was for you to demonstrate how gravity. Sir, don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please, I'm asking you, please. All right. So first of all, we're going to examine how gravity's turning things into a sphere. And it seems like you're going into another topic. I want you to demonstrate that gravity's turning things into a sphere. Can you do this, sir?
I was trying to talk you that the satellites are working. Why don't you?
No, I don't worry. I'm not worried about satellites right now. I'm worried about your evidence that the Earth is a globe based on gravity. That's the only. I'm laser focused right now on only that. So if you can prove to me in this channel right now that gravity turns things into a sphere, then I'll give you that. But you have to prove it to me. Show me how gravity is doing this.
So I see where we're going. You just don't believe that satellites are...
No, I'm not believing... Listen, has nothing to do with what I believe or not believe. It only has to deal with what you can demonstrate to be true. Can you demonstrate that gravity turns things into spheres? Yes or no, Zappa? I'm not going to keep going around and around with you. It's going to end pretty soon. Either you can do it or you cannot do it.
I'm not trying to convince you in anything.
It's not about convincing me. Sorry. I don't care about being convinced. Zappa, I don't care about... Listen, dude.
Satellites are real.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you now. You're going to keep going on and on. You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop.
It's just so
I don't care about being convinced. I want you to prove what you're saying is true. And if you can't, say I can't. Say I cannot prove to you that gravity turns things into spheres. Be honest with me. Be honest.
How
show B-Man 92. Show B-Man 92 that you can't prove to me that gravity turns things into spheres.
Humanity reached so much.
I don't care.
Internet's
I don't care, Zappa. I don't care. Zappa, I do not care. I only care that you're providing evidence that the Earth is a globe based on you saying that gravity turns things into spheres.
Okay,
if you can do this, then prove it.
Prove me wrong.
You haven't proved it, sir. You have not proved it to me.
No,
I can't prove it wrong because you haven't. You haven't.
You just refused to take any of my evidence.
Let's clarify. No, let's clarify.
And you also
hold on, Zappa. Just relax. Relax. The only thing that you said was that I went to my room and I dropped something. I calculated the average rate at which it falls, and I came up with a number. That's great. You used the formula. You gave me the formula. Now the question is, how does that turn things into a sphere, Zappa?
Because the formula I gave you, it was already discovered in the 17th century, and satellites were discovered.
No, we're not talking about satellites. We're not talking about satellites, sir. Stop talking about satellites. Tell me how gravity turns things into a sphere, Zappa.
Then describe me how the internet.
No, I'm not going to describe to you. I'm not going to describe to you. I want you to show me how gravity turns things into a sphere. And if you can't do this, this will be the last attempt that I'm going to do for you to show me that gravity turns into a sphere, proving to B-Man 92, who was snickering earlier, that you can't do it. You cannot do it right now.
How can, if you even refuse the evidence that the internet
You're not showing me evidence that gravity is turning things into spheres. I want to see this demonstration. How does gravity turn things into spheres?
Okay, the demonstration is we're talking with you on the Discord. It's all you need to understand.
No, wrong. Sorry. You're on mute. Sorry. Nope.
If you can't understand anything,
put yourself on mute.
I don't know.
Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute. I'll talk to B-Man 92 now. B-Man 92. Now, it's your turn. Go ahead and show, because you were laughing earlier. They think flat Earth is kind of funny, right?
Bro, you're just so underdeveloped.
Zappa, I'm not talking to you. So if B-Man 92, if you're able to provide evidence that the Earth is, I'm going to give you both a sporting chance. You guys can do it. I want you to provide evidence to me that the Earth is a globe by any means that you can possibly. Don't ask me about what I believe. Zappa, relax.
How could anyone?
Look, bro, I gave you your 15 minutes and you didn't provide evidence to me.
I don't need
you didn't do it.
any minutes if you can't understand simple things.
Zappa, you're gonna have to allow me. You're gonna have to allow me to talk to B-Man.
You will not understand.
You're gonna have to allow me to talk to B-Man. You're gonna have to allow me to talk to B-Man. Any more interruptions, I'm gonna server mute you, and I don't want to. Hey, don't interrupt, please. All right, B-Man, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, how is the Earth known to be a globe in any way that we can demonstrate? By measurements, by testing?
How is the Earth a globe?
How do we know that it's a globe?
So there's a lot of ways we could tell it's a globe.
Great. Let's get into any way that you can provide evidence.
Not
That's great. I'm glad you think that we live in an advanced society that we can prove things. So now let's go ahead and prove that the Earth is a globe. It's your turn, B-Man. Prove to me that it's a globe.
Okay. I would like to start off by saying, I get why you guys question this stuff. I can understand.
Thank you.
That's a good thing. But the moment you actually think about it for more than 5 minutes, it just falls apart. And I'll start off with the whole curvature thing that you guys love so much. It's you can't see the curve standing on the ground. Okay.
Does it look flat?
Yes, it does look flat. Okay, I'll give you that, and that's where you guys are getting that from, obviously. But it's because the planet's fucking huge. I mean, 25,000 miles all around. There's curves there, but it's stretched out, and that's why ships disappear bottom first over the horizon, and why people in Australia will see different stars than people in Northern Ireland. You can't explain that on a flat map. Gravity, whatever you want.
Well, let's just talk. I know you want to bring some more points in, and I respect that. But like the other gentleman, I want the evidence, and it sounded like you said boats disappear from the bottom up. I want you to start from where you can actually determine that the Earth is a curved surface, like as it would be if it was a globe. So, because right now, like your experience and my experience locally looks at the Earth and we see a flat Earth. Yes, we can agree on this. But there's a level to where you're saying it's not flat, and I wanna experience or test that claim. So beyond our observations, where we see the Earth looking flat, how can we test to know that the Earth is a globe, B-Man? Any way that we can.
You're thinking in this like medieval thing, like.
Thank you for that medieval.
You're thinking this like medieval state of mind.
So what can we do? So tell me what we can do. We're in the technological age. I'll give you that. Maybe I have the medieval mindset. Well, how can we today know it's a globe?
Because we have modern science that you guys love to call pseudoscience.
Like what?
I mean, I'll say NASA, but I mean, you'll just say that's fake. I'll say SpaceX.
No, I'm not. No, relax. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I won't put words in your mouth.
Okay,
I won't put words. So don't put any in mine. So you said NASA. So that's fine. You said NASA. So what did NASA do to prove it to you?
I mean, there's quite a lot of things. I think they would openly come out and say that that they promote the idea that the Earth is a globe. They actually. So
it's an idea promotion. It's not a method to test. They're just promoting an idea.
Okay, bad choice of words. But
sorry. Rephrase it in a way that you know that I'm. What I'm asking for is the evidence that declares that we can determine the Earth being a globe. How do we determine it from what NASA's showing us or telling us or whatever?
Okay.
How do we do that?
Take the famous blue marble picture, for example. I've heard a few people in this voice chat talk about it a couple times. They say how the clouds are copy and paste it. And yes, the images edit it. And that's because the image is stitched together. There's multiple images taken and they stitch them together to make the Earth look like that, because you can't take a fucking picture of the Earth. You can't just take your iPhone out and take a 0.5, take a picture of it. It's not how it works. It's more complicated than that. It's more complex than that. And that's why the image is edited. Because the Earth is simply so large. This all goes back to the Earth being absolutely ginormous, okay? So that's why us, as the little tiny fucking specks of dust particles that are walking about in the Earth, we observe it as flat on a daily basis, obviously. There's not just fucking curves in the ocean for us. But because of all the different elements, the gravity, everything.
Okay. The curvature part.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you on that. But the part where we're trying to figure out if the surface is curving, is there anything we can do on the surface to find out? I'm asking you, B-Man. If you know of any, not just you, but anybody else. Like did somebody do a test on the surface?
I'm the only person I know that's actually interested in this stuff. But like,
no, well, I mean, you've been to school, right? Like, or I don't know. I'm just assuming that.
Yeah.
Anybody in academia have they ever proven this information to you and me and everyone? On the surface, not going up or satellites or anything, but on the surface, can we prove that it's a sphere, a globe?
I would say yes. I mean, there's the common one that we talk about all the time. Ships disappearing bottom first over the horizon, and I know you guys talk a lot about how you see further than you're meant to past the horizon, and I would agree with that. There are certain times of day where there may be conditions in place where you can see past the horizon. It all depends on where you're standing, how tall you are, the light hitting the water at a certain time. Everything is conditional, right? So that's why we can see further past the horizon. But if the Earth were just a flat plane, as you would say it is, well, we would see even fucking further. But we don't. We do see things disappear, and we're looking at it with our own eyes and not through a fucking camera lens as well.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, B-Man. I'm sorry, I don't want you to go any further than that point. The point that you just made right now, that we would see farther if the Earth was flat. What gives you that information to say that? Like, why would you say that?
Why would I say that?
Mm-hmm. Because we could look. Like, how can I give it to you? Like, all right. So you and me are standing on side by side, just hypothetically, right, next to each other, and we're looking off into the horizon on, let's say, on the shore of a beach, right? We're looking at the water. So, what if the Earth is, like, in my perspective, the Earth is flat, but you're saying it's a globe. But if you think the Earth is flat, what do you think I would be seeing? If flat plane. Because you have an idea. You have an idea of how far you think somebody that thinks the Earth is flat, how far they would see. How far do you think somebody thinking the Earth is flat would see?
Like in terms of miles?
Or, I mean, like far away, or like if the Earth is flat, we should see.
If you think that the Earth is flat, or would
how
far would you see?
Yeah, like if we're standing together side by side on a beach, and I say the Earth is flat, you say it's a globe, but you say I can only see so far because the curve will not allow me to see farther, and I say no, I'm saying the Earth is flat. How far do you think I should be able to see if I'm saying it's flat and you saying it's a globe? Do you think I should see it like exponentially far, like hundreds of miles, or what's the?
Obviously, there has to be a cutoff point, right? I mean,
what would that cutoff point be?
I don't know, but like,
okay,
from my own knowledge, you're not going to be able to see forever. Like if I'm at my local harbor, I won't be able to see, fucking Edinburgh in Scotland. I'll not be able. There are times a day where I'm at my harbor, I can't actually see Scotland, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be able to see very far.
How far away is it? Real quick, I just want to ask, how far away is that be, man? From where you were standing to where Scotland? Can you give me a rough distance? Like, what are we working with here?
Portrush to Scotland distance. I really couldn't tell you. You can just see it in the vaguely.
Maybe I can pull it up to Google Maps or something.
1 second, let me get.
I just want to know like the actual distance that you're looking over, because what you've done essentially is what we're all saying we can all do. So you're covering a specific talking point that we mention all the time in here. That's why it's important. I want to actually get some numbers to it. If you don't mind, I mean, it might be a little painstaking for you, but can you look up the information of where you were and what you saw, like the distance?
1 second. It's Portrush to. Okay, wait, 2 seconds.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7. Meantime, I could fill some air, but talking to new people while you look that up.
Oh, okay. It's not actually Scotland. It's an island off the coast of Scotland, so it's not as.
What is do you know the name of it?
It's not going to be. Hold on.
Well, what I'm going to try to do is that everybody who's listening could actually check what you're saying. Like the distances between where were you on the beach? Were you on a harbor? Were you?
I was
on the
just
sea. Are we on the seashore?
Oh, hold on. Let me get this straight. 1 second. Because this is just like a childhood memory I have, so I'm trying to actually figure out if it was Scotland I was seeing or if it was like the fucking Isle of Man or something.
Yeah, I think it's probably the Isle of Man. You're right. I've heard of that before. I've heard of that before.
I live in Northern Ireland, right? So my local beach would be a place called Portrush.
Portrush.
From the beach, it's not.
Let me get the team on this, guys. Can you look up this information along with me while I talk to B-Man? So Portrush, is that if I got that correctly from you? Portrush to Isle of Man. What would the distance be between those two? Portrush to Isle of Man.
No, it's
we
not.
can do this together. How about that?
The other side of the fucking country. Never mind. I don't know geography.
Are you what part of? Okay, so Northern Ireland, right? We can still.
Portrush.
There must be a landmass that you saw.
Pretty much.
What was the name of it?
I think it was. Okay, it's this place called Islay. It's off the coast of Scotland. It could be that.
How do you? Can you? Sorry, dude. Can you spell it for me, like in the text?
Yeah.
Because you guys have a pretty crazy accent, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. East. He's saying Eastleigh. I think that's EASTLEIGH. Eastleigh.
Oh, he spelled it differently. He spelled it differently.
Okay. Well, that was
it's
East.
ISLAY.
Okay.
Thank you, Yoder. So, what was the distance? Okay. Well, I'm just going off of this right now. So, let's see. We can pull up Google Maps. See what we got. We can do this together. I think it's kind of a cool thing. We can do it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, Miggy. I thought he said Eastleigh. I thought he said Eastleigh.
Let's see. Beautiful country over there, huh? Northern Ireland.
Oh yeah, it's nice, man.
Where are we at? You were at.
It's a beautiful country, Isle of Man, beautiful island, and it's a beautiful Scotland, and it's a beautiful island as well.
We got a couple of things that popped up here, and you could probably say which one. You got Eastleigh View, Port Stewart, Northern Ireland, UK, Eastleigh Court, Castle Rock, Coraline, Eastleigh, Breeze, Moosenden Road. There's a couple of. I don't know what you were close to here.
Okay, where I was a place called Port Rush, but Port Stewart's right next to Port Rush.
Okay, so let me look up Port Stewart. Ooh, back it up a little bit. Okay, I'm really zoomed in now. Port Stewart, Port Rush. I see it.
Yep.
Port Rush, White Rocks Beach. How about that? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I would have been on probably East Strand, I think is the name of the beach. So it's just, if you zoom in, you'll see West Strand Beach, and then right on the other side of the town is East Strand Beach.
Okay, we got Portland. I'm going to butcher these names, dude. Portandu Harbor. What side of this thing were you on? Because there's Ramoor Head.
Oh, Ramoor Head. That's
pretty cool, by the way. It's like a lookout. It's a hiking area. Yeah.
Yeah, Ramoor. Yeah, from Ramoor Head, Lansdowne. That would be
crazy.
Where I would be looking at. It's nice.
All right. Where did you make your observation though? I'm trying to see where I'm going to put you somewhere here on this.
Yeah. If you look
were you at
Ramoor
Port Rush?
Head, yeah,
you were at Ramoor Head.
Yeah, that's in Port Rush. If you look at Ramoor Head, Lansdowne, you'll see the image.
Yeah.
Like that's the little bit of rocks where you
that outcropping. What direction were you trying to?
If you look out into the ocean, you can see.
I see stuff, man. Like I don't know. Okay. You know what? What direction were you looking at?
Okay.
I want to.
1 sec.
Because if you were looking east, you'd be looking over towards like Shrove, Castle Green, Green Castle Cove. That's a really good place to make an observation, if I do say so.
Yeah. Right, but I know honestly, this is like a really vague childhood memory, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and check. I think that's what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go do. I'll bring a fucking telescope, binoculars, or something.
No, but that's good. But I just want to know what direction do you think you were looking at? Maybe just give me an indication of which direction.
Let me see.
East or
north?
west? East. Yeah.
I would probably have been looking north.
North.
Yeah, northeast.
What, dude?
Northeast. Northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah.
Bro, we're talking about if you've seen anything, it would have been. Let me see.
Hey guys, I'm as confused as you. I could be talking bullshit right now. I have no.
No. You're fine. I think the distance is what's going to help me, like, kind of wrap my head around what you saw. Does anybody have this pulled up on Google Maps? Because I'm looking at some pretty strange, like the distance he would have to be looking. If he saw northeast, Rathlin Island.
Yeah, Rathlin Island's close to us. That's.
You think that's what you saw?
It could have been.
No, I don't.
You can see Scotland from
I don't
Northern
think so.
Ireland on a clear day, particularly from the north and east coast.
What?
You can, yeah.
So you guys believe in Google Maps?
The
Hold on a
narrowest
minute.
point between the two countries is just 12 miles.
Dude, you were seeing like where Port Ellen is, Scotland, or Lower Killian. Like you were seeing that.
I
like,
can't
you know
remember
what?
exactly if it was that viewing point that I was at, but I know that there are some places in the country that I've been to where
can
on a
see
really
Scotland?
clear day I can see
Scotland.
quite vaguely in the distance. I can see Scotland.
Let's see here. What's the distance from that place that he? Dude, it's a pretty far distance, bro. Let's see.
Yeah. But like again, we're very close to Scotland, man. As I said, like the narrowest distance is 12 miles, which is not a big lot.
No, from where you were at on Eastleigh View, the Port Stewart, like right there. Let's see.
Yeah.
That is a far distance from the viewing. Oh, wait a minute. No. Never mind. No, you were closer. Port Rush.
But anyway.
Sorry, and I like that you brought this up actually because
yeah, it's all right.
You saw Scotland. You're saying Scotland's what 12 miles away from?
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
What's the confirmation on the distance between where he was at Port Rush to Scotland? I think we put some numbers to this thing.
I don't know. I don't know how to get that up. How to calculate it?
Here, let me see here. Because you would be seeing. Lower Killian. That's what you'd be seeing. Because that's the first the first bit of land that you could possibly see at that distance.
Yeah.
What are you thinking there, Jen? What are we covering here? More than 20 miles?
It's a possibility, yeah.
It's got to be in that range.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
It's like in the 25 mile range. Now you said that there's some days that sorry that I got really into this, man, but the reason why is because I think long distance observations are the reasons why people in here are flat earthers. They know that the curvature of the earth would be obstructing your view at a distance away. Now, I don't know your elevation. That's another factor contributing to this. So you'd have to tell me specifically were you on the outcropping? Were you on a lookout? Were you, what's the elevation of the place you were at? Like specific, there's other details involved, but it doesn't.
There's a whole bunch of stuff to it. Like Northern Ireland.
He was a kid at the time.
Yeah, I was a kid at the time. So again, but I can confirm there are some days you can see Scotland. Just depends on where you are in the country, and also the weather conditions, which is also very rare because it's usually raining. But Northern Ireland is a very small country, and we're very close to Scotland. So I do want to emphasize. I don't think even if we can see Scotland on a clear day, I don't think we're seeing
farther more than we could if the Earth was a flat. Like you're saying, it's possible on a globe. Essentially, is that what you're saying?
It's possible on a globe. That's the thing.
I know, but like because
you're seeing like the peaks of like the elevation.
Well, we don't know that though. We don't know that, dude. I'm amount
of curvature in
B-man, I'm actually keen to ask you do you have a way to get there?
Way to get where?
To Islay or Port Rush. Are you able to get to that location? Like, would it cost you a lot of money? Would you be put out if you want to make a trip to this?
Are you talking about Port Rush?
Yeah.
No, it's like a 40-minute drive for me.
Okay. Dude, because okay, let's just say we don't settle anything right now in this conversation. But do you think it's possible to do a long distance observation? And okay, I want to just give you something to think about. There is a globe Earth calculator that has been used by many people who say the Earth being a geometric shape would calculate out to be a specific size of a distance away from where the curve of the Earth would obstruct your view, right? So there's like a little slider bar that comes in there, and you can add some values of like distance and elevation, height, and all that good stuff. But there's a few things that I think you would need to jot down. The things you need to jot down would be the elevation height you're at, wherever you're going to be making your long distance observation, whether it be Port Rush or some other location on the shoreline.
I get the elevation height.
These established information is got from sea level. So you say that you'd look up for the elevation of what particular, because I don't know where you're going to wind up being at, right? So wherever you are in the coast, just get the elevation height from somewhere that's already documented they got from sea level. So they'll take sea level information against like the elevation profile of where you are. So you just get like what's the elevation that Port Rush is, and you get a number back. So you get that number, the elevation you are from wherever you're making your observation. That will give you the elevation you are. You add to that your height. So I don't know how tall you are, but you add that to it, and so you get the exact amount of height you are above sea level. And once you have that information, you're going to look horizontally across the surface, right? Whether you think it's a globe or you're realizing it's not, you're going to look horizontally across the water, and you're going to see Scotland again. And once you see that, you're going to punch in some numbers in the Earth curve calculator, which you can look up. There's a few of them, mainly one that's made by Walter Bislin, who's not a flat earther. Walter Bislin made an Earth curve calculator. You input those values, the elevation height, your height, is to get a total elevation. And then you're going to look across the distance for Scotland and then figure out the distance between where you're looking at and what you're seeing. So I don't know what landmass you're going to be actually looking at, what specific landmass, because there's a few names that popped up when I was looking at the distance between where you were looking in Scotland. So then you get that information, you get known distance between where you're at to there, and then you start to figure out how much of what you can see is being able to be seen, and take a telescope, take whatever you want, that you can see a long distance, and do this for if you want to challenge yourself. Now, if you don't, it's up to you. But if you see whatever you see through that telescope, and you notice certain features that you can detail to us about that land, then we'll find out some very specific information about what you should and should not be seeing, according to the size of the Earth being a globe and what you can or cannot see. Does that make any sense? Because the Earth has the Earth has a certain size, dude. Like it's not gonna, like, it is a certain shape, right? So it has a radius, diameter, and circumference, as you already know. So if those values are put into the Earth curve calculator, and you see something that's far exceeding that distance that you should be able to see, then we're building a strong case for flat Earth. Because now we're saying, oh, this can't happen on the Earth being a globe, because the geometric curve of the Earth would obstruct your view from seeing Scotland. It would not allow you, because it's a globe, it's a sphere. So no matter how much you think you could want or may not see it, so the values they need to be known. Right now, that's the important part for you. Get the data, and then input that data into the Earth curve calculator, which, like I said, there's a few of them online.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll take a look into that.
It's very interesting.
Hang on. Sorry, I've just had a quick look. It's giving me 13 miles from Port Rush to the coast of Scotland. It's 13 miles. Okay,
yeah,
that's the mileage.
Sounds right. Yeah. That sounds right. All right, 13 miles. We're working with some good numbers here. 13 miles, yeah.
What's that curvature? It's about 96 feet or something. Drop in curvature. 13 miles.
You can definitely look that up.
It's 112.6 feet. It depending on where you're standing, it's either 13 or 12.
Yeah. That's what I was trying. That's why I was trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you.
But again, that's not that much. That's not much curvature. Like if you take refraction into into play, and also like the elevation of Scotland itself. You're going to see Scotland above the horizon.
Yeah, but refraction.
You're not going to see the beach, are you? You're going to see like the.
No. Well, yeah, that's the most interesting part. Here's the thing that what we understand about our long distance observations. I don't know. You probably don't know this, B-Man, but we've been doing long distance observations for years now. What we understand with them are there's a lot of contributing factors that cause you to see or not see things in the far distance, and some of the things that cause it is the ambient temperature outside. So the reason why I was asking you to go do it like right now, right around now, is because the temperature outside is getting colder for us in the north, right? Because I live in America, so I'm more in the north than people like in Australia and such. So for us now, making long distance observations are going to be at a most optimal time frame to do them. So making long distance observations when the air is colder outside is better for a more crisp view of the far distance. So, and you can know what I mean because your weatherman will say, hey, visibility today will be great for you guys to see about 11 miles or whatever. So you would probably be able to see Scotland and a little more clearer too on a colder day because the air is not as like turbulent as it would be if it was hot. Does that make any sense? Like the temperature of air is not going to be. So, I mean, you're coming into the really optimal moment to actually go and do this. So I don't know if you're planning to make a trip, and I don't know what type of like binoculars or telescopes you have, but I would say it'd be worth your weight in gold to go and check this out, Ben. And you could actually prove to yourself.
I'll head around there at some point, and then I'll let you guys know whenever I do it.
The time frame would be when it's nice and cold outside. So, bundle up or whatever, yeah, because you can see more clearly through a colder day, and everybody knows that the air is not as turbulent because of the heat. So,
yeah.
Favorable times I would say would be right around, let's see, morning time, like when the sun's really barely coming up, so things are nice and cool.
All right.
Because when you do it during midday, that's the most distortion is gonna. So
I'll do that at some point.
Anyway,
moving on.
So now that we just kind of covered this huge point of looking at things at a distance, long distance observations, and the reasons why we know that the Earth does not conform to the geometric shape is because of the fact that we've done these tests. That one I was talking to you right now, I was real thrilled that you actually made a long distance observation. Because these observations all have to fall within a range of tolerance for the Earth being a globe. That means that if the Earth is a globe of the size they say it is, it cannot exceed a certain limit even with refraction. And the idea of refraction that you might have been told, it causes things for us to see that's behind the curve, that's not true. The refraction that you are ascribing to is terrestrial refraction, which is using 7/6R value. And that's according to, it's kind of weird because the refraction value has the radius value, the R value baked into the equation. So the equation, when you work it out, it's going to add a standard refraction, terrestrial refraction to the viewing distance, which still does not give the ability to see things far beyond the exceeding amount of curvature that should be there. So you would have to, I don't know, do some mathematical gymnastics just to come up with the idea that you can see at that distance, which is not what, normal ambient temperature outside would only allow you to see a certain far away because of how turbulent the air is based on how the heat and cold are mixing and, not to mention the opaqueness of the air. So there's a lot of things that add to the fact that you can't just say it's refraction.
Okay.
Because, the refraction comes in with a lot of its own problems.
I'll take a look into it. I'll tell you that.
I know I'm overloading you right now. I don't want to, but it's exciting when somebody did it
at once. Yeah. But
it is.
I'll take a look into it, and we'll see what we find. Right.
It's kind of weird, but I really want you to just start with the observation and just go out and do it.
Oh yeah.
And we'll work out the details later. We'll.
I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to. I've got university, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it this week. But
Yeah, I mean,
I'll find a day where I can head round.
Dude, I think hopefully, this snows a lot over there?
Not really. Not this time of year. Maybe December time. Maybe a little bit, but not.
So you got time. I mean, before the roads start getting real bad.
Yeah.
Oh, Helioskeptic gave a question.
What if he could see Portrush to American Monument?
That's the monument. You know what I'm saying? That's the monument there. That's on Scotland.
I'll take a look. I mean, I've never seen that before, but I'll take a look.
That's an awesome view, dude. Have you seen that? That's gonna be amazing. Like that view.
I'll go around there. It could be hype. Who knows? We'll see.
All right.
I have one last question before I go because I have to leave soon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gravity. Okay, the big G. Why? What is your opinions on gravity? Because I know a lot of you say it's not real or it's not how we think it works or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, call it what you want. Something has to be holding everything down. It's what keeps the oceans from floating off, and it's what makes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There seems to be something that we can't just say is not there if we're not replacing it with something that should be doing or adhering to the laws of nature. It's what you're basically getting at, right?
Yeah.
If we're removing something that in what you believe is physics that holds things, then what are we replacing it with? If we're just saying we don't know, that's not an answer to something that we understand is like what you would think is physics. Is that correct? Do you want an answer to the?
I'm just saying that there's. You want to call it gravity, whatever you want to call it. I know some people here talk about buoyancy and shit like that, but that's not how physics works. That's not how objects work.
Well, why can't we just examine the claim of what gravity is, right? Gravity is kind of a loaded term. I don't know how much time you have. We'll probably run over your time. Gravity is a loaded term. So it's a cause and effect relationship. And how we understand the interactions with our physical world and how we know what gravity is has been based on partly the reason why we can test things at an average rate of fall. So you pick something up, you drop it, you see something fall down at a certain speed, you can calculate, how fast it falls through the medium of air and then come up with some numbers, right? 9.8 meters per second or however it works out if you're seeing something fall. And the thing is, you're seeing the effect. You're seeing that happen. It's the effect, right? But the cause and effect are something that people would say are married to each other. Like you would say, well, we see the effect, but we're trying to figure out what's causing the effect. This is the part where we say we don't know, where there's a narrative that's been given to you and me and everyone that the reason why there's a cause is because there's time and space being warped and distorted and causing a gravity well, which is Einstein's general relativity. So there has to be an answer that people are giving, which is what you might think is the case, or Newtonian gravitation, whichever one it is. But the idea behind these causes are not explained through a demonstration of how we understand the cause is giving the effect its motion. So
they're also not exclusive to spheres, by the way.
Yeah, so there's a lot about gravity that we're trying to get people to understand what we're saying, what we're not saying. What we are saying is that there is no cause for the effect to be ascribed to the reason why. We would say we don't know. However, mainstream narrative is such that the cause for the effect that you see things, we all agree on the effect. Let me get that out of the way. We all agree you can pick something up and drop it and you can get an average rate at which it falls through the medium of air. That's agreeable, right? Do you agree with me that we can all do this? We can quantify this. And you can test and verify different mediums like water, And so to us, this physical kind of demonstration is real. So we don't say, like, we don't believe in gravity, like the idea that you're saying you see something fall down, little g. Big G is what we disagree, that you're saying that that's what's causing the effect to happen. Now, in any real way, could you tell me, B-Man, that the cause for the effect has been known to be scientifically validated?
The cause of gravity?
Mm-hmm.
Is it validated by science, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know how you test it personally. I'm sure there are scientific ways of testing the existence and presence of gravity.
Well, okay, but that's an appeal to, something that you don't have an idea of. How can you say something exists when you can't even tell me how it's been tested? So here's the part. What I want you to realize is that this happens to a lot of minds. A lot of minds get to this point, but they're not able to provide the evidence of what they're saying. So either you or someone else, someone you think is a scientist or whatever, has tested and verified this cause to be the reason why they see an effect. So we're asking the scientific validation for the cause of the effect. Be honest with yourself, B-Man, and us. Be honest with yourself and us. Remember that, because it's all about honesty, right? Whether the truth is what it is, but you're honest with yourself and with us. Don't try to make up a story. Don't try to lie to us. Just be honest. If you don't know, you don't know. It's not a gotcha, brother. We're all in the same boat together. We're learning about the world, and if we don't know something, it's not like you're a medieval person, like you were saying to us earlier. This is the kind of impression people get when we're asking critical questions that should have been discovered already and known, well established by science. So I'm letting you the opportunity to realize this for yourself.
Is that, well, things fall down for a reason. They don't fall up. They don't fall diagonally. That's because something is pulling them down.
What reason?
It's not because of their weight or their buoyancy or any shit like that.
What reason? B-Man, you're avoiding now. This is what
the reason is because something is pulling them down to the center.
Okay, how do you know that? How is that scientifically validated?
Yes.
How?
Because it's been tested for probably hundreds of years now.
How? How is the validation of something pulling down to the earth been validated? The only thing you know is something falls. I could say that magical fairies are pushing them down. Could you disprove me? No. You can't prove the fact that there's magical fairies. So how do I know something's being pulled down? The cause for the effect. You see it fall. I see it fall. We can calculate the rate of fall and then get an average. How do you know what's causing it being pulled? How did you figure that out? By science.
I guess.
See what I mean? That is what I'm saying. That's all I'm telling you is when you think about it, B-Man, it comes to the point where people have to admit they don't know. This is it right here. It's your moment to admit that. If you're intellectually honest, yeah, I know. If you're intellectually honest, just like we are, the stories that people believe because they want to ascribe some sort of cause to the effect so that their paradigm can stay intact, they'll do it just so long as they keep thinking that the earth is what they've always known it to be. And it's not like you're going back to the medieval times or anything. It's just you're questioning the narrative. That's all.
Okay, well, I have to head out now, but I'll definitely take a look into those things.
Appreciate it, bro.
Come back to you. All right, see you later.
Have a good day, bro.
You too, bye.
(24/7) Flat Earth Discord and the English Hub.
Well done there, Miggy. That was really good. I just did a little quick calculation. Yeah, that's 13 miles. The amount of curvature that would be in the way. This is at sea. This is from 6 foot or 6 feet observation height. It's 66.99. Sorry, yeah, that would be the curvature, and then the distance to the horizon is 2.99999 miles. So if you're standing where he said at Port Rush, and you're looking over at Scotland at sea level, then you would see the curvature that would be in the way would be 66.9999 feet of curvature, and then the horizon would be at 2.99999 miles away. Okay, so he indeed might be able to see Scotland, because it's quite mountainous, isn't it, Scotland? Okay.
Yep, and the observation I wanted him to make too was what he could see through there. So
yeah, we'll get that when he goes. Hopefully he'll get all that for us. But I could see that you were very interested in that, because it would be helping him. Yeah,
well, and it's something he can do too. So we're all in this together, Like, they're not our people that are globalists are not our enemies, man. Like, they are people that are just like us. They just they're just going through a process. They all believe the same things we did.
Yeah,
so we're all the same.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm always quick to tell them that I believed for 48 years and I didn't know the answers to all those questions. Some questions I could answer, and then there are others that I forgot. So, and basically, I'm not here thinking I'm better than you. I have to get that across, because they do feel challenged and inadequate when you start pushing out the numbers, and it's like they feel inadequate, and I don't want them to feel like that. So I let them know that I myself, 48 years, I believed it, and that was a big error on my part, because I didn't check it, because it's that simple. So let them get that across, so they go, oh, well, he's not trying to make fun of me and that. No, I'm not. I'm just trying to help you understand that you've been deceived, and you're carrying a belief, and the globe, as it's been given to you, does not exist. And I know that's a lot to shake off, but let's prove it. Let's not believe in gravity and things that you cannot prove. Let's actually go out and measure the surface of the earth, and you're going to see how level it is. And then you're going to realize how simple it was, water being level. Carry on.
We got some new people that are joining the chat. Welcome to the chat, guys. We're taking any new callers that are jumping in the chat and they want to have a discussion about the information, if the earth is a globe or not. You can open up your mic and have a chat with us. We'd really love to hear from your perspective, if you can demonstrate that the earth is a globe.
Mohammed's got some questions in the side chat. I'm just wondering if he's willing to open his mic and ask in here.
That'd be good.
Yeah, T-Dub, welcome, mate. What was one of the questions anyway? Just for our interest. Sorry.
He says, I'll read it out. Like all these scientists, modern and ancient, with modern tools, why would they lie about Earth is being round? Every logic in this world works with the round Earth.
Okay, but that's a very good question. Are they lying, ladies and gentlemen? For if you've gone out to study to teach, and your profession is teaching you that the earth is a globe, and you take that and qualify, and then you go on to teach others, are you lying to those people, or are you just regurgitating what you have learnt innocently and you're getting paid?
Well, with those scientists, Jen, a lot of them just point to the next guy and say, that's not a me problem, that's a him problem. And you go to the next guy and he'll go point even further along. That's not a me problem, that's another problem. But the main issue we've got is I don't believe this is a question of science. It's a question of geometry.
Thank you. I was going to get onto that. That was Matrix. That was going to be my next point, and he raised it anyway. And that is when we're looking at the shape of the earth, it is not a scientific endeavor, as we like to say. So you're not doing any science. You're doing more of geology, geometry, trigonometry, your observations, you're measuring. That's what you're doing. You've been given some numbers and you're trying to confirm that those numbers tally up with the surface of the earth. That's exactly what we mean by measuring. It's nothing to do with scientists. So when people put up the idea that all these scientists are telling, well, again, like I said, they've been educated to teach that. Have they actually proven it for themselves? No. Because I strongly put it to you, and I'm speaking on behalf of the flat earthers here, nobody knows the earth is a globe. One, because the globe doesn't actually exist. Two, nobody's gone out there to actually measure this curvature. Two strong positive claims, ladies and gentlemen. And that would be you, the listener, those of you who are in this server as Globers currently, have you actually gone out to measure the curvature? Because if you have, we'd be packing up and shutting up shop, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So thank you, Matrix. That was a great point there. Fundamental point. And that's what Matrix does. All the fundamental stuff. Loudly.
Thanks for reminding me.
No, that's your normal volume, man. Well used to it, mate. But yeah, excellent.
was just saying on the why would they lie thing. It's not that your teacher lied to you, right? You don't have to be in on the deception to be an unwitting participant in it.
Yeah, great point, Jenna. That was Jenna there speaking to. Absolutely. You know.
And you know, a lot, for a lot of like for the most part, like the general population, right? They just have this vague idea about they watch some TV, they've watched the Discovery Channel, they've watched some YouTube videos, and they suddenly think that there's this vast group of people out there, very smart people, working things out, and they understand reality and nature, right? And you don't have to, but that's not true, right? If you look deeper into it, like, and just use your brain a little bit, you'll realize that they're actually not finding out what you think they're finding out, right? And they're not applying anything, they're not employing any empirical methods in order to gain information. They're just, like I posted there, Michio Kaku, theoretical physicist, not using any scientific method. He's just guessing. He says it's guesswork. He's just having a stab in the dark, basically.
Are you sure it's because you guys aren't in the medieval times?
Yeah, or we're not leaving fast enough because we're wasting time. But no, that was terrible. That was, you know, we're just believing this stuff, you know, because we think that they're the experts. We've allowed them to take control because that's what we've done. We've been educated. We allow them to take control, and we believe what they say is true. That's what we're doing, you know, and that's not true, as T-Dub says, because they're just guessing. They're not actually doing any sciencing. Yeah, I agree with that, and that's very true. This is how we end up believing for 48 years, like me. That's a long time, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen, to believe that something that never existed. 48 years. Okay.
I've been getting a lot of concession. I've been getting a lot of concessions today that people say that the Earth looks flat, even though they're thinking it's a globe. They're like, yeah, I know it looks flat. Like, I've been all day today. Most of these guys I speak to are saying that.
Yeah, that's right. And then we use that. So if it looks flat, then the question is now, okay, so it looks flat. At what point did it change into a globe? Who measured it to be a globe? If you see it's flat. Yes. We use that. That gives us impetus. It's a fulcrum. We use that now to uplift the globe and say, okay, now that you see it's flat, how did it become a globe then? Where's the measurable curvature? Who did it? Yeah. Take us through the methodology, because something is flat, cannot be curved. That's a fact. Otherwise, we wouldn't be very good at engineering, construction, architecture, tunnel boring. You know, we would get it wrong every time.
Well, you're like ants on a giant ball. Where it's like, when did the little ant figure out that he was on a giant ball? If he doesn't see it like a ball, he sees it flat. When did he realize it was a globe?
Yeah,
because that's what we're trying to ask you guys right now.
And you asked a great question to that young man. You was asking him, could you tell us how gravity pulls things into spheres? Can you admit? And he wouldn't want to step into those shoes, because he would have been locked in. And they would have turned out to be concrete boots sinking in the water.
Yeah. Has anybody ever proven that because things fall to the ground that now we have spheres? I'd like to see the correlation to how they made that happen. Show me the demonstration, please.
Yeah. I watched the theory of that last weekend, actually, Saturday morning. And it was a joke, you know, these matter, there's a massive explosion, matter's flowing around, and suddenly starts clumping together. And then all this matter, you know, attracts to one another, and then they form this sphere, the Earth.
That's all fantasy. It's all fantasy.
It was all CGI, that's what it was. That's for sure. Yeah, I only discovered CGI in 2015. So all the time I used to see these images from the science programs, like Discovery Channel, National Geographic, the History Channel, when they're looking at space and they show you those images and I thought those images were coming from satellites, and I was looking at a satellite image. because the program doesn't tell you that you're watching CGI imagery. No mention of it at all when you're watching. So I used to think that these were real images that I was watching, but all along there was CGI. And it wasn't until I became a flat earther, 2015, that realization came home to hit me on the head. And I thought, wow, so that was all CGI. Man, they've been using it for a long time. Wow. Yeah.
Is that guy playing ping pong with a ball of water there? Really?
Yeah. Silly.
That's silly, isn't it? Like the whole...
Yeah, come on. You see, they're going to go to all lengths to keep people invested in the globe and going to space idea. They want to do all that. Yeah, they want to do that.
They spend all that money going to space and they're doing little parlor tricks.
You can't live here. You can't live here. That is not for you.
Welcome to the room, sir.
Yeah. Can you repeat what you said, please?
I think he just left.
Shame. But yeah, it's been a really good day, this one. Because we've managed to, get some clean explanations without any hassle. One or two getting excited had to be calmed down, but that's part of them getting to understand that they're in trouble. So they're going to go away now, and they're going to think, I didn't prove anything. And then that guy from Ireland, the young man, you're going to think, those flat earthers have got a point. Yeah, the next time I go out there, I might not go this week, I might go next week. Those flat earthers have got something. I'm going to have to go and check. And it's good that he's remembering from his childhood, because that's important, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to look back in your life. You're going to have to. And it might be when you were a childhood that you may have seen COVID, or like me, nothing but horizontality. 1969. Boom, 1961. There you go. So I was about 8 years old when I first got on a plane to Nigeria. That was level. And then coming back by ship, 2 years later, 2 weeks on the ocean, nothing but horizontality. And I did that trip twice with my parents, and then independently through the army, traveling, and then by myself traveling. So I have learned a lot. And that's when I look back, which I need to do, I can then discern, because I've uploaded a lot of knowledge unbeknown to myself, and it's all been horizontal. Yes. So it's good that he went back to his childhood days. Very good indeed. Mind you, he's young enough, no doubt. But that's good. If he realizes it's flat, then, we could have saved him like 30 years maybe of not believing in the globe. And that's saving time, ladies and gentlemen. That's really saving time. Unlike the other guy that was here earlier, wanted us to believe to save time and save all that hard work.
Yeah, why do you got to keep talking about things that you have to do research on? Just believe in it and save time. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. But our method is that you actually, if we can reach the youngsters, in their 20s or, and that means look, I was 54, sorry. Okay. So that's a long time to be carrying a belief. So we can save 30 years off. Well, there you go. You're in your 20s. We've saved you 24 years of not believing in the globe. Yeah. So this is the whole point, you see. I carried it for 48 years plus. And that gives me now a great ability to actually help you discern. I'm bringing the experience to slow you down and stop you and help you off the globe. Because I've done all that memory, all that work before you were born. There you are. Yeah. So I'm going to be very useful, and I'm hoping that I am being useful. Yeah.
Hey, we got Mohammed in the chat. He was in the text chat. Now he's in the voice chat. Welcome, Mohammed.
Assalamu alaikum, Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum. Subhanallah. Can you talk, please?
Hey, nice to meet you guys. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say my words. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
It's the question, the same thing that they've been challenging you on in the text chat, but maybe from your perspective, we'd like to hear it from the voice. Like, why do you consider the Earth to be a globe? What is your reasoning behind it? Is there any tests that you've done? Anything we can go by? Go ahead. You have the floor.
I'm not much of a scientist, and to be honest, I haven't done much research about that. You know, I just said that okay, I have climbed lots of towers because I'm a mountain climber myself, and have seen that the edges of the earth is curving. You know, that is the ultimate proof I can mention. But the guys in the chat said that okay, that your eyes were deceiving you, and actually that could happen for some, I don't know, hallucination or whatever. Yeah, but that's all I can say about my proofs, not much.
Well, I want to chime in on that real quick, because according to the math of a globe Earth and the dimensions for height and distance and height over distance, the narrative goes that you will not see the horizon as an arc unless you are over 50,000 feet up. So what cliffs were you climbing that were over 50,000 feet? So perhaps what you saw wasn't Earth curvature, but a sort of optical phenomena, not a physical feature.
Well, I'm sorry. I know the question I'm going to ask is so amateur and is not professional to ask in this professional channel. I just want to ask, okay, let's say that government wants to hide the fact that the earth is flat. What
Let me stop
benefit?
you real quick. Hold on to your question. Let me stop you real quick. Nobody is hiding the fact that the earth is flat. You experience it that way. We all do. It's right outside your front door. It's not hidden. If anything, the truth is hidden in plain sight. Go ahead with your question.
I mean, but if Earth was like in the shape of, I don't know, about a building, I would feel that okay, the Earth is like flat. But when the Earth is so enormous and gigantic, I can barely feel like the Earth is round or flat by just walking and observing it. I mean, as I told you before, yeah, I have observed the curves on the edges of the earth when I climbed the mountain and I climbed the tower. I know it's not much of a proof to say, but
I get you. I get you. But here's the thing, Mohammed. What you are noticing probably is features of the land. So when you look off into the horizon, you probably saw on the horizon some land features looking like, because I would only imagine you were in some like rocky, hilly, mountainous area. It just depends. And you're looking off in the distance. The feature of land would look like to have like that rounding part to it, but it's just the land feature. That what we're saying though is the Earth to be curving like a globe would need to be substantial. It would like, not only would it be something that you could see, but it would be measurable as well. And people that say that they could see it would have to be at an altitude much, much higher than the one that you were at. So according to the globe paradigm, you could see the globe if you were at beyond the altitude of the ISS, which is 255 miles above the Earth's surface. You would have to exceed that limit and go much higher than that to see the curve of the Earth. Now, from a mountain, according to what everybody's saying, that thinking that the Earth is a globe, it's too local. It's still it's still too near the surface to say if it's a globe or not. So you couldn't, I put it that way, see the Earth as a globe from your elevation. You would have to go a lot higher. If you still think the Earth is a globe, you would have to go a lot higher to see it as visually seen as a globe. You couldn't visually see it as a globe from your perspective. What you saw maybe was like land features. Like if you're in a mountainous area and you saw like in the far distance, there was more hills in the distance. That's probably what you've seen, but you didn't see like the curve of the Earth. That's what we're talking about. I don't know if you get me. Because even the globe paradigm, they would say you cannot see curve like what you're describing. It's not possible, not at the elevation you were. I don't care what mountain you said you were, just not, that's not possible.
I mean, I see where are you coming from. I agree with it. To say such a thing would need way higher proofs than just observing curves. But as I told you, as a traveler and a mountain climber, I have climbed lots of high areas, like towers, like hills, like mountains, lots of areas. And I'm not just saying it was curving. It was very perfectly, very slightly, and steadily, okay? Angel by angel, it was curving. I'm not talking about a specific area. And okay, let's assume that my claim is not justified or enough. But seriously, I don't find any reason for the scientists and the governments of different countries to lie and hide something about Earth being flat. I mean, what kind of benefit would they gain? Would they gain from such a thing?
First of all, Mohammed, that it was covered already by Jenna that the Earth is not being hidden away from you. The idea that the Earth is a horizontal plane is an observation we all make. Every single one of us in here make this observation, even you on top of the mountain. So we all see this, right? Now, what I'm trying to get to is like, if you're saying that they're hiding something, it would have to be something that we don't know about. But you do know about the Earth being a horizontal plane because you see it every day. I see it. The people in here, everyone in here sees it. So it's not something hidden. It seems to be like a more of an agenda, something that they would say that the Earth is a globe when you don't see it that way. So it's other words, they'll say you know that you're on a globe, but you can't see the curve because you're not high enough. That's what they'll say. You're not high enough. You can't see the curve from the surface. You have to get much higher. And you may or may not agree with me on that, but that's what they're saying. You have to get a lot higher to see the curve. Okay, so it's not the idea behind the Earth being a globe. They're not trying to hide flat Earth. They're giving you something to think about that's beyond your perception. Okay, your perception is the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's flat, and you don't have any motion being detected on the surface. So what they're telling you is the opposite of that. They're saying, yes, the Earth is in motion, and the Earth is curving. You just can't see it from your perspective. You're like an ant on a beach ball. You're too tiny. You can't see the curve. It looks flat from where you are. So there's kind of like they're getting you to believe that your own perception can be negated by a much higher viewpoint than you can ever be. So in other words, you can't get to the altitude at which you're supposed to see curvature from. It'll be far exceeding the place where you can actually travel to. You can't go to that place. So therefore, they created a narrative by which you can never verify. It becomes unfalsifiable. So you can't go check to see for yourself. And that's where the information lies, where they're hiding the narrative behind the place where you can't reach and test and verify. So right now, if I was to tell you to go test the Earth being a globe, how would you do it, Mohammed?
Yeah, that was the question I was going to ask him, Miggy. Well done. I was going to ask him, because all of us in here have gone out to measure for the curvature, and we're measuring everything flat. What do you think about that? We're measuring it flat. We're not measuring the curve. We can't measure it. Okay? And we're telling you that. So what do you think about that? Yeah. Because that's what we're telling you.
Yeah. First of all, I highly appreciate that you are spending this much of time to explain this to me. I highly appreciate it.
Of course.
As I told you before, I'm not much of a scientist. I'm more of a athlete and traveler. But I'm just asking one question. So you are telling me that if I somehow take some pictures and upload those pictures in this channel, even those pictures wouldn't be enough and actually accurate to prove any point of view. Am I right?
No,
not really. No. Hang on a second, Miggy. No, not at all. Because if you bring the pictures, I can go to that location and check. Because I'm going to check it. I'm not just going to say, "Oh, well done, thank you." I'm going to go to that area and make sure that you've measured curvature. Because I haven't been able to do it now for 10 years. So if you bring me pictures here, I'm going to look at it. and I'm going to go to the location and go and check. Okay?
Oh, so
of course, I will take those pictures and yeah.
Yeah, observation, however, Mohammed, is one part of the argument. Testing the what Jin just went into, testing the claim is the other half. So the one half is, look, I've seen curve. The other half is testing for that curve. Do you understand? There's two parts. The one is observation, the other is test.
So,
does that make sense?
Did you test?
Or no?
Yeah. Did you test? So, Mohammed, did you test your pictures? Did you test for the curvature? Or you just took the picture and you're believing what you see there? Did you test it? No.
No, I didn't test it.
No, right. So maybe you want to go and test it first. Go and check that it is actually curving, and then bring your pictures to us, and then we'll go and check it.
It's all about making sure that everybody actually knows what's being said here. And then you didn't come up with this narrative, so I'm not pointing to you about it, but the narrative exists because people want to believe in that narrative, that the earth is a globe and it's curving and all kinds of things. And you might say you saw something or whatever, but if you've never checked before, you'll never know if it actually is curving or not. You'll just keep believing. And that's what Jin and me and everybody in here would ask you. There's a point where you're going to make a test to see if the earth is actually curving from point A to point B of your observation.
Guys,
that means
I have a question.
Wait.
Wait.
Are we talking about that the earth is flat?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question about flat earth.
Okay, let Gigi go first, and then G, you're next after him. We'll answer one question. That way, we'll give G a chance to ask her question. Go ahead, Gigi.
So, if we are living on a flat earth, is there a possibility that I'm coming from point A and I want to came back to point A, like go through entire planet and back to point A? How it's working on a flat earth theory?
Yeah, you're talking about circumnavigation. I would ask you a question back to that. Has anybody ever done that? What you just claimed?
Yeah, I done that.
Okay, who do you know in history?
Who do you know in history?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? I'm asking.
Who's done it? Who's done what? The example that you gave. The example you gave me about starting from point A, going all the way back around to point A. Who's done that?
I done that.
You've circumnavigated this Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the place you took off from? Well, we're gonna actually verify. See, we don't just hear people make claims. We actually test.
No.
At least.
Go
ahead.
Why you need the tests?
Because we don't know it if it's Gigi. We don't know if it's true or not unless we actually put some numbers, some data. We got to figure out where you were, where you traveled to.
It's changing the topic.
No, it's not.
How it works in a flat Earth theory.
No. Wait. We're establishing first.
No,
Gigi, you must understand. No, it's not.
Changing the subject.
Okay, you're getting upset. I'm gonna have to put you on pause if you don't allow me to talk. I don't want to.
You're changing subject. I'm asking.
Okay, you need to stop. All right, G, did you want to ask your question? I'll let Gigi cool down and then I'll unmute him. Don't leave the panel because you'll stay muted.
I've been told that.
Hold on. G's next. Rob. Okay. G's next.
Wait, why did he get muted?
Because he's just being disruptive, and he's gonna cool down. I'll unmute him in just a moment. Go ahead, ask your question, G.
Are you an admin?
You can ask your question, please.
I was just wondering who thinks what. Because I
What'd
think
you
it's
say?
flat. I think
That's
the
great.
Earth is flat. Yeah.
We'd say that the Earth is flat. We wouldn't say we think it. We know it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Was that the only statement you wanted to make?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna mute Gigi. I'm gonna let Rob go next, though, Gigi. So just don't say anything just yet. Rob, go ahead.
I've been told that you're saying that the Earth is flat. Is it?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
Yes.
Okay.
So water always adheres to the properties of being flat and level on its surface. So water at rest, right? Water at rest over large bodies displays no convexity when you're making your observations. making your observations over horizontal bodies of water also can be made tests over horizontal bodies of water. So a test would be a line of sight observation, laser test. You got mirror flashes. We can get into specular reflections, which also demonstrate that the surface of water remains a horizontal surface for there to be an image reflected on it, which will be perfectly symmetrical to the thing it's reflecting, which causes us to see the image reflected on that surface of the body of water as if it would if it was a flat surface. Now, we've seen many examples of this in nature, but also any of the things that I mentioned, I don't know which one you want me to talk about, but there's many tests that we can do over the horizontal surface of water, that the nature of water is horizontal. So which one of those did you want me to talk about that demonstrates that the Earth is a horizontal plane, flat?
The most efficient for you.
Say again?
No, the most efficient for you.
The most efficient for me? I would just, well, really, I want to talk about the nature of water. And so within physics, hydrostatic equilibrium, and you can look this up, the physics of water are such that surface tension will be, had the hydrogen bonds of water create surface tension on the surface, creating a horizontal flat plane. Now, this demonstration can be noted at a very small scale, and it could be upscaled to a very large scale. So now, if we're going to take the example of horizontality of water, do you understand what I'm talking about for the principle to be adhered to?
Okay.
So you know that water is flat on its surface, right? So we can demonstrate this, right? You could go start small from a bowl of water to a pool of water, from a pool of water to a pond of water, from a pond to a lake, from a lake to an ocean, and so forth, so on and so forth. But everything that we can demonstrate within water is always horizontal on its surface. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Interesting. Absolutely, I agree.
So now they're telling us. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
I think I need time to refresh.
Sure. You want to think about what I just said, and then maybe.
I mute myself, and I give you a chance for another to speak.
Okay. If somebody else wants to speak, meanwhile Rob is thinking about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in the young lady. She says the Earth is flat. How did she come to that conclusion? That's what I'd like to hear, if it's possible.
I don't think it's going to be possible. She left the chat.
Oh, typical, isn't it? Typical.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I asked if there's anything else she wanted to discuss, but she said no.
Okay, well, busy flat earther, ladies and gentlemen. Busy not believing, hopefully.
Well, believing saves a lot of time, Jen. Don't forget.
Oh. No, I made that mistake, ladies and gentlemen. 48 years. I cannot forget. But I want to, but I cannot.
It's 2:43 in the afternoon over here in the Midwest. We got clear skies, nice, crisp, cold weather. Beautiful day outside. I'm in here talking to you, fine folks. Matrix in the house. You getting ready for work, Matrix?
Yeah, I'm just about to go. I got 4 more minutes.
Had your little brekkie, huh?
Yeah.
Way to start
Look at
the
that,
day.
look at that, ladies and gentlemen. They count the minutes as to when they're going to have to leave so they can hurry up back. Isn't that amazing? Flat Earth. Only Flat Earth can get you doing that. That's love right there. That's love there.
It's going to be 4 minutes of me being in here, and the rest of it will be of me just like ignoring the world when I'm doing my daily task. Matrix throughout the day. Yeah. Whatever. I'm just trying to get back home to Discord and get on my conversations.
I've actually got computer stuff to do this afternoon, so I don't know what time I'll get home.
That's a shame. On the upside over here in America, Trump looked like he's going to give $2,000 checks to every middle class and low class American, like wage class.
So that's everyone then, except for about 1,000 people.
Yeah, it's not the upper class, whatever that means.
Well, I heard last week. I heard some really nice news, and that is, the needle. Well, it's gone. It's the uptake is very, very low this year in Australia now. Okay, that's all I'll say.
Yeah.
So, that's great news.
Couldn't imagine why. Maybe people have stopped watching television.
Yoda was taking a sip.
Yeah,
that's how you just throw money at the problem, bro. That's all you got to do. $2,000 for you, $2,000 for you. Who cares? We don't care,
over here, like you guys have heard of quantitative easing. You don't do that. Please don't.
Dude, hey, listen, bro. You got to get it where you get it. Yeah, we got to. The tariffs, man. Like supposedly, it's like the accumulation of tariffs were somewhere in the ballpark of like $300 billion. And so, if you give every middle class to lower class wage income American, that excludes the higher class, then that would be like some guy figured out the math. I was trying to remember what he said. Something like, I don't know, a fraction of that, like from 300 billion, it was like 200 billion. If you give $2,000 to every American, something like that. It was crazy though, but like, yeah, people are gonna be receiving it. Well, one household. Like, I guess that's how it goes. He said every American, but I think he means household. So I don't know. It might be every American. But yeah,
they did something a little money over here a few years ago. Apparently, big screen TVs and gambling venues made a lot out of it.
Well, let's just say that Yoder's going to be able to buy that golf club he's been eyeing in the window shop. He's like, oh, cool. Didn't think I was getting this money. But go ahead. Want that nice golf club in there. Because he goes golfing, He's just making it up.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He's probably your average.
I've never heard him talk about golf.
No, I know for sure. I know for sure he does barbecues. I've seen him. He loves his barbecue. He's got a smoker, that guy.
Oh, he's got a smoker. A smoker. Yeah.
Your stuff comes out real tender and juicy out of the, like the smoked meats.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, and I was just kidding, man. You do golf? Wow.
Nice one.
That is.
I'm out. Have yourselves a great day.
Later, brother. Please. Have a good day at work.
Yeah, have a good day, Matrix. Yeah, hurry back.
Matrix is counting the time of before he returns back to Flat Earth.
Yeah, he's good.
He's like, I got 4 minutes.
I got 4 minutes left.
Oh, do you smoke stogies, bro? I didn't know that either. Learning something new every day. Yoder is a stogie, kind of a Argyle sweater wearing individual.
Mm.
Oh yeah, you're looking like what's his name? Commando. Terminator. Fat little
Yeah, well, when I'm camping, we got
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, we got the grill and we have the meat on skewers and we do that. And then I'm busy cooking in the cooking tent that I set up with my gas cooker and that. And yeah, we have some absolutely delightful food on camp. So much so that the Japanese are always walking past, grabbing a snip and looking at what I'm doing. I invite them in. So yeah, come on, have a look. These are the herbs. Yeah, take a taste. Yeah, go ahead.
You got the image in your head. Yoder's got the big stogie with the sunshades and the Wayfarers. And he's calling it, all right, the steak's almost done. Almost done. I got him. Dad's always got it done. He's out there with the smoker, y'all. He's got the ribs falling off the bone, dude, coming out of that thing.
Wow. Succulent.
I'm telling you. Oh, dude, yeah, the 2,000 can go into getting some delicious meats. You know, the really good cuts, man. Not just the stuff that you'd get just because
Premier cuts, ladies and gentlemen. Premier cuts.
you have to, don't you? I mean, if the government's giving out $2,000 to,
of course.
Oh man, and some grilled onions. I mean, I'm telling you, man, we're gonna have to.
You only live once, Miggy. You only live once. You get the best when you can.
Anyway, I just thinking about good eats, man. You know.
Yeah, their meat
people
is
like,
quite
what do you do once you figure out the Earth's not a globe? Well, you stop worrying about all this other stuff that is not true.
Yeah, all the unnecessary baggage, we call it. Yeah, the baggage. The asteroids coming in to wipe me out. Aliens coming from another part of the Lagrange, you know? Yeah.
I mentioned 3 AI Atlas every now and again when I'm talking about like the fear-mongering tactics, because they do that, man. They're talking about that right now. They're saying that top scientists are looking at it, maybe having propulsion systems and just like, it's, dude, you don't stop. They inundate the news with this type of nonsense. So that people are just like running around talking about this narrative. Doesn't exist. There's no space aliens flying around, dude. Like
in asteroid-shaped spacecrafts. No, they don't. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, people. Come on. Get out of this. Too much virtual reality is what they're doing here. Get out of that. Wow.
You're talking about you need to go outside and touch some grass, man. Like, what's going on here? Like,
hug a tree.
Hug a tree one time, at least once in your life.
Cast a line, catch a fish, gut it, cook it, eat it. That's reality for you.
Yeah.
And notice how level the lake water is.
And enjoy the peacefulness of the lake after eating your delicious food. You know, your fish.
Yeah, it'll level you out. It'll level you out for sure. Come on.
People got their heads in the clouds. I don't know what to say.
I think the great outdoors is such a great teacher. It really is. I've spent my life outdoors, traveling all across the United States, observing the ground from different points. I've been to the top of Big Bear Mountain, Mount Baldy, damn near to the top of Pikes Peak. You know, I've gotten to see a lot of things, and I've gotten to see a lot of how things work. I can't even doubt that this place is freaking flat, dude. It's amazing. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's so much more appreciation for it.
Yeah, even the Globers admit it, though. All day today, I was like, well, it's like we're ants on a giant football and we see the Earth looking flat. I'm like, yeah, you see it too, don't you? Yeah, the Earth looks flat, of course. But, you know, so they're all been saying it today. It looks flat, looks flat, looks flat.
Yeah.
Except for the one guy.
Smooth and flat. Smooth and flat, I heard today. You know,
except for Muhammad, who said he saw it looking like curving from a mountain, and it's like, well, the Globers don't even say that, so it's kind of hard for us to.
Yeah, that's actually absolutely impossible mathematically and in reality.
Yeah, well, you said it right with the 50,000 feet up. You know, what mountains have you been climbing?
Yeah, right. If you've been that high, man, you're not going to breathe.
Yeah, at what
lost
point
all your air.
50,000 feet climbing up a mountain, climbing up a cliff? What, you know, yeah, because according to, like I said, the math, the dimensions, and the official narrative, in order to see the horizon as an arc instead of a straight line, you have to be over 50,000 feet.
Yeah,
well, much higher than that, actually, but yeah. The level of where the mountain is like just not, it doesn't work out.
But even at 50,000 feet, that's still like tiny Earth.
That's bloody high, yeah, but that's airplane, aircrafts level.
What's interesting about what he said was something that I've noticed that in these long distance observations, even from that altitude, or excuse me, the elevation where he was at, you could see certain features of land that would give an appearance to something in the horizon looking like it's curved. That much I could probably give him, but it's not the actual curve that we're talking about. It's just like the land features. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, think about it. But then, okay, if you're on a mountain and you're up on top and you're doing an observation, you could do a 360 view of all around you. That means that everywhere around you would be curved. It would all, because imagine, and if that was true.
Yeah, but that's not what I've seen. I've seen it leveled all the way around me. You know, beautiful.
Now think about it. Think about it like this. Because I gave him the observation of like when he looks at the horizon, he would see land features. But if it was exactly like he was saying, at the edge it looks curved, well, if you imagine, take that and turn all the way around, how does that work? You'd have to be able to see that little dip form into that curve all the way. Because think about it. If you stand and look in one direction, let's say he was looking north or whatever, horizontally across the surface, and then he pans around to east, but he saw the curve when he was looking north. What would he see when he looks east? Would he see that same type of... It would not... Was he doing like a big squiggly line, like a up and down, up and down, up and down, like as he turns his head? Now he looks south and he sees... What does he see there? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how do you...
Yeah.
I would like him to draw like, okay, look north. What do you draw for me on a piece of paper? And then he'd draw like an arc. Okay, look east. What are you looking at there? He draws another arc.
Another
okay,
arc.
look south. Yeah. So what do you have when you put all of them together? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It looks like the top of the Queen's crown.
Exactly.
God,
Yeah. You're seeing the top of a crown, man. You're not seeing the globe. Because if you wanted to see that view like you saw a curve, you would have to see it from a distance farther away from the surface where you could take a look at the whole Earth curving.
Yeah,
At least to some of
uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted. Yeah, you couldn't just like, oh, I'm only looking at this direction. I only see this little bit of curve. Well, what happens when you look the other way, like east or west or south?
But when you actually look for real, in reality, as Jenna said, you look around and it's an uninterrupted, leveled horizon for 360 degrees.
Yeah.
No dip, no drop, same level. Yeah, and you're looking all the way around. It's a great view.
I think T-Dub put that GIF in there that shows the horizon, like a 360 pan from a mountaintop.
That's the one, yeah.
Yep, we all see a horizontal circle, but they don't understand that a circle doesn't equate to a sphere. So it's a horizontal circle, and horizontal is not a property of a sphere. So womp womp.
I'm going to address something real quick to Yoder. I put in the Frontline Unfiltered channel, like the general chat, like what he said. I was looking into this morning, and he just tweeted something out on Truth Social. That image that I just put in Frontline Unfiltered. He just tweeted. I swear to you, man. I was looking it up, and it popped up on my feed. And he just tweeted it out, or posted it. And I took it. I was like, dude, really? From the towers? So he's gonna do something, I guess. But before the world crash and burns, dude, you'll have a little money to kind of, maybe take a Sunday drive or do something with it. I don't know what people wanted. Anyway, sorry to detract from. Yeah, you never know, man. It's a pump and dump. You just gotta drop the 2 G's and be like, okay, well, I mean, here goes nothing, right? Pump and dump.
Well, I think the listeners have had a great time of it. They've witnessed once again the psychology of the Globers as they've come in. All very young this time.
That's going to be they call that the falling knife. It's going to be more like a falling sword, Excalibur sword. Yeah. Big red candle all the way down. Like it's going to break through the floor and just keep going. I don't know, man. Yeah.
Well, they've definitely had their money's worth today, is what I'm saying. They've had their money's worth today. No, I'm saying that too. Oh, okay. You're talking across
No. I'm getting back onto this. No, I was just responding to that because I don't know, just little financial stuff about what's going on in the economy, but in America. But going back to the point of today, like all the people that have come through and were speaking to us, they were mostly starting off a bit hostile and a bit aggressive. You had the guys that were mocking you earlier, Jen. But after some time, as he stopped laughing, he really started to like whoa. The other guy, what was his name? Kauna, whatever his name was. Anyway, he was really upset.
He was.
He just didn't want to admit that gravity does not turn things into spheres. Like, as much as he
you're changing
tried
the story. You're changing the story.
But yeah, it really got him. It's got him to stop and think, like, well, he couldn't provide any demonstration that because something falls to the ground is a reason to think that gravity's turning things into a ball. He didn't have it. I knew he didn't have the answer, and that's the thing. When you get him to realize that there's no answer, he goes bananas.
He was so adamant, though. That was the thing. There was, even when you said, "Look, please, I'm asking you to please don't interrupt." He just tsunamied you with his interruptions because you were wrong, completely wrong. You were, and he kept going back to the satellites, and because the satellites can see everything. Wow, that was a strong belief. He was a strong believer there. He'd saved so much time. He didn't want to think, "Bah, I'm going to have to lose the time I've saved."
Yeah,
oh no!
All that time. Imagine that. You'd lose all that time.
Yeah, you're going to lose all that time.
Are you telling me that I have to look into this, Jen? Do I have to look and do the research? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to lose all of my time, dude, doing that. Everything that I've accumulated.
You didn't earn that honestly. Sorry.
That's dishonest. Dishonest time.
Disingenuous believing that's not good. Sorry. Yes.
It was difficult when we all began our journey for Flat Earth. I know that. That's what I'm trying to. Sometimes, I do get in my feelings about it because it's like, dude, it is so easy to understand, but at the same time, I have to kind of realize that everybody starts differently. So they can't all just be like, oh, I get it now. The Earth is flat. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's like the other guy. He's like, well, I've seen Scotland from Ireland, so, and then he's trying to figure out if it's possible to see it and now he's like, at least there's a challenge, right?
Yeah, he actually did a good thing by saying that he looked back to his childhood. So that's a good thing for him. He's going to learn, man. He's going to go out there. Hopefully he will go out there, check it, realize and think, I've got to go back, got to check some few things. He'll come back with questions, and remember, he was laughing at us. And, he was like, we were ridiculous in what we're saying. But no, we weren't.
You're from the 1700s. You're from medieval times. That's what he was saying. B-Man 92 was saying it. You're from the medieval times.
Yeah. That's what I told him. You're a 21st century believer. That's all you are. Because you haven't proved anything in the short time you've been speaking. You've proven nothing. So you're just a 21st century believer. It's what you are.
We got some new people that just jumped in. Saeed Shamid, welcome to the chat.
Assalamu alaikum, Saeed. Salam.
Amayori Zero, welcome to the chat.
Welcome,
a few other people.
Inshallah, they will speak, hopefully.
Welcome to all who are joining us right now. And we're just having a chat amongst ourselves at the moment, but if you're brand new to the channel and you want to ask some questions, please ask your questions about the topic of the room.
Yeah,
and the topic is... Go ahead.
I was going to say, we were just talking about how strong the people believe the globe, but yet they cannot prove it, you see. They carry such a strong belief that we are so wrong, but they've never proven it. Are you that type of person? Please speak up whenever you're ready.
You made it this far. You might as well go a little farther and ask a question. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe we'll just discuss more interactions that we had throughout the day and kind of give you guys a little insight as to what's been happening in this room. And most people that come in here are curious about what we're talking about, and they want to hear what we got to say, but we're trying to get people to realize you've never really checked that if the Earth is a globe or not. You've just been told that it is one. So we're going to talk about it.
But everybody knows it's a globe, though, Miggy, AB.
Yeah.
Knows. Yeah? Everybody knows?
That's the thing that everybody thinks that they know, but they don't really know that they know.
Yeah, the actual truth is...
The word know and belief, dude, that's always been something that's been contentious point in here, because they're like, well, what do you flat earthers believe in? Well, yeah, we don't believe. Belief is accepting things without any evidence, and we want to know things How do we know things? We have to figure out, do research, test, verify, falsify.
Yeah, confirm.
It's important. Exactly.
Yeah. Then you carry knowledge. So that's the situation. People come in with believing only, thinking they know. It's the other way around, mate. I know, you do not know. That's generally what's the case. And the case is nobody knows that the Earth is a globe because, one, the Earth as a globe does not actually exist. And number two, none of you have gone out there to check that it does exist. So nobody knows it's a globe. Cannot know that. It's not something
you can know. Simo that just joined. Welcome, Simo, to the channel.
Yeah,
I welcome everybody, by the way. Welcome to the channel. If you're just joining us right now, we're having a conversation, just a quick banter in between somebody else coming in and asking us questions, or perhaps us letting them challenge or us challenge them. But if you guys want to jump in right now with the questions about the topic of the room, you can do so. Yeah. Simo, I've seen you're brand new. Maybe you want to ask a question?
Yeah. You are within your rights here. You've made it this far, so make the journey count. Ask a question, you may learn something. Everybody else will learn as well. So please don't hesitate. You've made it far away. Anything you like.
Simo left. Oh, well.
Okay.
There will be more.
Yeah, we're here to inform you. That's what we're here to do. We're here to inform you, answer your questions, and give you the top-notch answer. And if we don't know the answer, we will tell you straight, categorically, we don't know that. Maybe I can give you a theory, perhaps, a guess, but it's not the truth because I can't validate this. But if we don't know something, we'll tell you categorically we do not know. I'm not going to lie to you or misinform you. Better still.
Emmy's returned. Welcome, Emmy.
Oh, welcome back. Do you have any questions?
We're trying to do this shock and awe thing where you just jump into the chat and we just announce your name and you're like, what, me? What did I do? Why are you guys calling on me? I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking that people are asking that question as soon as I start calling out their names when they jump into the chat. Like, what? Me? What's going on?
Yeah.
I don't even know what's going on. Well, yeah. Every new person, we want them to feel like, oh, we're having a conversation about
the moment. You're the person of the moment. You've made it this far. Yeah. In a nice way. Hey.
Jemsy just joining us. What's up, Jemsy?
Welcome, Jemsy. Nice. Welcome.
Hi there. Salutations.
Hey, salutations with the V. Yeah.
So,
spark.
A good way to salute. As soon as you see Jemsy, you have to ask him what's up.
Yeah, what's up, Jemsy?
Not the ground below your feet.
He always says something that's pretty smart when he's.
Yeah, good answer.
Well, people say, think about this, Jemsy. People say that if we look up, we can see the sun, the moon, the stars, and those things are round. Why are we not like those things? Why isn't the Earth one of those?
It's quite obvious, isn't it? It's quite obvious. We have life. Those things don't have life. So we cannot consider Earth to be a planet.
That's interesting too, Jen. Why can't we ask, okay, name me one thing that's similar to those things up there to what you're seeing down here? One thing. What one thing do you think that would be?
No, I don't have anything there. Nothing.
Does anybody in chat, if you're thinking the Earth is a globe, what do you think looking up at the sun, moon, or stars, anything of those things resemble what you're standing on right now? Anything.
I can only speculate.
All right, we've got an ice wall climber that just joined us. Maybe we want to speak to the ice wall climber. Did he climb the ice wall? We don't know, but it says so in his name. So.
Wow. Well, welcome, ice wall climber. Yeah, that's quite a tough thing to do as well. You have to have the spikes in your boots. You got to have your spike, and you're kicking it in as you climb up. Yeah, that requires good dexterity and strength to do that because you're pulling yourself up as you're kicking in, methodically. Yeah.
Isn't it more dangerous too than just climbing regular, like a mountain cliff?
Well, yeah.
The ice can give away, like chunks of ice where you're putting your foot and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
Fraught with danger. Of course it is.
That's a person living on the edge. Living on the edge.
Even on the edge of the life, yeah. Walking the tightrope. Oh, yeah.
Maybe he just wants to save more time and just believe. And I'm going to use that all day today.
Okay, you know what? You just said that, yeah? And I said to you, walking on the tightrope. Do you remember this character that walked the Grand Canyon? Or was that all CGI?
Are you talking about David Copperfield?
Oh, yeah. There was a guy that walked.
What guy are you talking about?
The famous tightrope walker. And you see him walking across, and they had him going across the Grand Canyon. I do think.
Maybe. No, but dude, like, who can actually do such a thing? I don't even know if that's even.
Could that have been CGI now, I'm thinking?
I don't even know who would do that. Like, why? Is that even something? I don't know. Maybe somebody that's old enough could think of that, because I know that wasn't done like early. There was a lot of that stuff early in my young.
Walking across the gorges and that.
Like across two buildings, like.
Yeah, and no harness, nothing. You're just, you go.
That is some kind of thing right there.
Yeah.
A good gust of wind could take you out, dude.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. That is so crazy. That's too crazy. Fine if they actually did it, but I don't think so. I don't know.
No, I don't know. That's a big ask.
What do you think would possess somebody to actually do, like, what in their right mind? Why would they wouldn't be in their right mind? You don't think, oh, you know what? Let me just walk a tightrope around across the Grand Canyon. Yeah, let me do that. Like, why? There's no incentive to do that thing. Maybe just because it's like something that's never been done. I don't know.
Madness. Could they have been using like the blue screen technology is what I'm thinking. Green screen back then.
Yeah, I think it was blue screen too. But well, who knows?
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking, because that was just like wow. That's a massive risk. But with all the shenanigans that's gone on, and we're even questioning when they go to the South Pole, what South Pole are they going to? And all the problems therein. There's a lot of problems in that. I see a lot of problems in that.
I think there was a question being asked to them about that. Like, how do they know they're in the South Pole? What's the knowledge of that? How do you know you've made it? How do you know you've made it to the place called the South Pole?
Yeah. Dragging.
But does it have a big S? Does it have a big S there on the ground, or like, is there like one of those barbershop poles that are just there that look like it says South Pole on it? Like, what? Do you...
Flashing lights.
Yeah, you've made it to the South Pole. There it is.
Solar panel. Then flashing lights. There it is. Big arrow pointing.
There's a lot of misconceptions from the globalist mind to thinking things about how to get. Most of it has to deal with this. Like, I'm gonna have to keep repeating this. The guy saying save time, just trusting what others say.
Yeah.
That's all it is. If you just trust.
That was pure, unabated belief. That was pure, unabated belief when he said that.
Honestly, couldn't even imagine like why he would. Well, it just saves more time. You believe it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, they've done it. Yeah, you save time. You just believe the scientists. Wow. And then he went straight to satellites. Have you actually gone up there to check that they're there? Oh, I'm sorry, you're saving time, you're believing. Yeah, good stuff. Wow. So, those of you who have just come in, please, any questions you've got regarding the shape of the Earth, because we're telling you that we can't measure the curvature. So if it's a ball of 24,901 miles circumference, we should be able to measure a portion of that circumference, the radius, 3,959 miles. Okay, let's go measure it. We haven't been able to find it. That is a solid fact. The Earth is not curving at the rate it should be. It is not curving at all. Hence, flat Earth. Now, unless you guys have done something there to confirm that, please bring it forward. Present us with your proof or questions. You may be inquisitive. Why are we going against all the scientists? Supposed scientists, the experts, supposed experts.
Why are we going against the cosmologists? Why are you going against the cosmologists, Jin? Like all the cosmologists out there.
Oh, who the hell are they to trust these days? They don't even use the scientific method. They're not even doing science. Yeah, no,
That's another. How many people in here would believe that cosmologists are doing science?
That's right. Yeah, but they're not actually. They're not doing any science at all. No science being done. Cosmology, not a science.
We got Nature that just joined us. Nature, welcome. Nature NNB884, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. I think Nature was here before, I think. Am I right?
Yeah, I was here before. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, welcome back, Nature.
You remember the discussion you were having prior to you leaving? Or?
I remember, yeah.
And what were you talking about before you left?
Oh, that was a few days ago.
Yeah, a few days ago, yeah. Yeah, but what were you talking about?
A cold one.
Hey, have you changed your position? You realize it's flat now? No curvature, remember?
I mean, I have watched the video you sent me. Hold on. The video you sent me about the 2 Hawaii islands.
Oh, good. Yeah, Kauai and Oahu. That's right.
Did you send him a video, Jin?
Yeah. I posted it in the side chat a few days ago. Yeah.
And then the other one with the lasers, I started watching it, but I didn't have time to watch it. But I watched the one about Hawaii, and it's very interesting. I liked how he made like a circle and of the entire size of the planet, and then put the islands there, and then
well, we don't live on a planet, supposed planet. That's the question. We're not a planet. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, and but the thing is, he measured it. It's a very good video, but he measured it as if he was on ground level when he was on this island, but he wasn't. The place that he filmed, he was on top of like a hill, or at least a hill, if not.
Actually, he actually, in his second video, which I gave you the short version, that was his first one. In his second video, which is just under 20 minutes long, he explains that from his first video. So he corrects that discrepancy there, that he can see it from sea level, and he was also looking at about 156 feet from, it was near the airport at that elevation as well, and you can still see it, he said. Okay? So he does cover that point.
Can you post that one as well?
Oh, yeah, of course I can, yeah. No problem, sir.
Because that was a very good video, but someone in the comment mentioned that he wasn't on ground level. So then I was very disappointed, you know.
You don't have to be disappointed. He's still telling the truth, because he can still see it even at sea level. So he's not lying. He didn't lie in that video at all. You know, that's just an error.
He didn't lie. I mean, he showed his location, but then I was just thinking about it, and then I started thinking, okay, so if this island, if he was to put it on his circle that he drew, if he was to put it a bit down, then I was wondering if, can he still see the other island? Probably not. So
no, he can. He can at sea level. He actually mentions you can see it from sea level, because remember, I said to you that when you go to Kauai, you can join the tours and they take you to the site where you can sit at sea level and you can see this place. They organize tours to visit it. Yeah.
Interesting.
What material? So I mean, what was the question that was being long distance from a specific point in Hawaii?
It was one of the ones from the old days from 2016 where this guy says you can see Oahu Island from Kauai, which is 109 miles, but approximately it's 108 miles from center to center. Okay,
all the relevant information given as far as elevation, height, and
Yes.
So the man has everything he needs.
It's a flat earther's dream.
That's good. Well,
I've posted it now. It's in there. Okay, there it is. That's the second one, which is more accurate with the numbers. That's all. But there you are. Okay. Because remember, you heard him say it's a good video. This one will seal the deal. Same character, same place.
Wait, what's your thought behind all of this, Nature? Are you on board with the Earth not being a globe?
Yeah.
Well, I have to watch this video that you sent me.
Are you leaning towards it? What's your feeling right now? What are you challenging the narrative? Is that what's going on?
Honestly, if this guy addresses my doubts, about the ground level thing in this video, then it's gonna be
compelling.
It's gonna change something in my mind.
Yeah, that first video was good enough, mind you. That first video was good enough. Okay, you just want a little bit more. And then the final thing would be you'd have to go to Hawaii itself and double check for yourself. That would make it very good for you. Because that would be
even though the information is given. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that's not a financial possibility for me.
But the long distance observation was done as a method, so you could technically do this where you are at in an area where you know what I mean. Not to that extent, maybe, but perhaps in a reasonable distance where you can have the point of your observation to wherever target distance you're trying to see. I wouldn't know what that looks like for you because I don't know where you're at on this Earth. So
yeah, but I don't know what to do it with. Like, for example, I can see some mountains that are probably 100 kilometers away from me. But that's not good enough because you're still gonna see the top of the mountains anyway. So
yeah. I get what you're saying.
Ground level object, you cannot see it because of trees and all of that. Like, what can I do it with? What can I do? I don't know.
Do you have a body of water near you? I don't know where you're at, but is there a large body of water?
There is a sea. Yeah.
Okay, looking down the shoreline and seeing if you can see maybe a peninsula that kind of sticks out in the distance. That would be another way I think you can get some sort of distance to from where you're observing to where that you see that peninsula. You get a distance, a known distance. You get your known distance, and then obviously if you see the horizon beyond that or whatever, that's going to give you an indication that you're seeing to a certain point where the Earth is not obstructing your view. But it needs to be something that's satisfying to you from sea level, so.
Unfortunately, in the sea where I am at, there's no islands.
No shores?
All, so.
No islands. Where are you, dude?
Although there could be something, but
we take an oil rig if we can. If you got one over there, some sort of protruding thing that's a stationary.
Yeah,
like a wind farm, or I don't know.
Where is it? Are you in Italy? Are you in Italy?
No, I do prefer to keep this private.
Yeah, that's fine.
Unfortunately.
Okay, never mind.
I give Italy as an example because it was similar to my situation, but.
Okay, well then I think he's in Morocco. I think he's in Morocco myself. So, right. So if you're in Morocco, then you've got some mountains you can see. You might even try to see the Canary Islands from the coast of Morocco. I've been there. So if you're on the west coast of Africa, you can look west, and you can see the Canary Islands. That's possible.
Yeah, from my perspective, though, Nature, it doesn't matter where you are. The method is still clear as to what you can do to test and verify using simple geometry, right? Because if the Earth is curving like they say it is, then in this observation that Jin just posted to you, there's strong evidence of flat Earth, Oahu visible from Kauai, I think is his name.
Yeah.
It would be solidifying a methodology. So it's a method, something you can do. And now long distance observation is not just that particular area, but it's also something you can do in your local area. But Jin was correct too. If you wanted to test that specific area, you could do so. It's something you can go travel and go and visit and check to see for yourself. But beyond that, it's a method. So you don't have to be in that specific area. You just have to be able to make your long distance observation where there's not land topography, I would say. I would just make it to where there's water in between you and your target distance. That would be most beneficial, I think, in your case.
Yeah, it's a reliable and trusted method as well, you see. That's the thing, you know. That's what I like about the method.
We were going over the way we were considering our long distance observations and to name them like a specific method. It used to be considered like a black swan, but we've since talked about that, and we understand that the Earth has been always visually observed as a horizontal plane, so it's not a black swan. This is indeed how we observe the Earth. The black swan would be if the Earth was curving from our observations. Yeah. That would be the black swan.
Yeah.
Because we don't see that. We do not see the Earth curving. So
no, we don't.
If that was true, it would be a black swan. It would be like, okay, you saw it in, the coast of and the Gulf of Mexico or America now. But you would be able to see something in the distance, and that would be curving Earth, and that would be the black swan. But alas, we don't see that, so there isn't any observation.
Yeah,
so what we would say, it would just be simple. It would just be simply a long distance observation. I mean, what it really is.
Yeah, I've got a lot of confidence in nature because he said the first video he said was a good video. Said that twice. He just had a little doubt.
That's good.
So the second one now just totally seals the deal because he covers that little doubt. You see what I mean?
I don't know.
I'm ready.
I want to get into like how everybody's been doing it everywhere. So it's like, honestly, if you want to, you could just test the method. Like you could see the video. That's one thing you can do, and it could give you some data, and you can work out the math. But the other part would be the thing where you're gonna check, and not just in the place where the video is showing you, but in your local area somewhere. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You have now a method to verify
you know
and
what
check
I think
whether.
I'm gonna do?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'll go climb on something, I don't know, maybe like a balcony where it's like I have clear vision. There's no other buildings, so I have clear vision to look as far away as possible. And then if there's something that like some tower or river or something, I'll go on Google Maps and check I'll look for the furthest thing that I can see, and then check on Google to see how far that thing is.
Excellent. That's excellent. Yeah, that's about the whole size of what I'm trying to get you to do is like realize that now you have something in your hands. There's something you can do right now, or whenever you get a chance to, as you can go and test this claim that the Earth would be obstructing your view if from the you got to also add to if you're looking from a balcony, you're actually in a different elevation. But what we would say is going from sea level. Sea level is the prime optimal way to look over across horizontally the surface, because you're not going at any other elevation. Like you have to add in the top of the hill, and you're on the building, which is like 3 stories up. You don't have to add any of that. You're sea level. So sea level would be the optimal way to see across the surface, and then see something in the distance that shouldn't be there. But maybe you can do it any way you want. It's still the same thing, right? Because you're still got to add in all the other values. What elevation you were. Just
maybe when I'll go to the beach, and if I see some oil rigs far away, I'll look online. Maybe I can see the maps of these oil rigs to see how far they are.
Yeah, relative to your distance where you're making your observation. I mean, you see, we should plot out where you're standing and the distance from there to the oil rigs, and you have a known distance. Now, that is important. You establish a known distance. That's like it gives you a standard to work with. That standard is going to be, okay, I know where I'm at and where I see that oil rig is a distance away from me. So now if I see anything beyond that, we have something beyond the distance that I can see, and then we can say now safely that the Earth, being a globe, would only allow me to see a certain distance because it's curving. But if I see beyond that, then something's up. It's not what they've told me, and it's not conforming to the Earth being a globe. I mean,
yeah, like I said, guys, very open to become a flat earther. I have no problem with this label. I have no problem with people saying that I'm weird for being a flat earther or something. I really don't care. So,
yeah,
I'm just being honest with you. This is where I am at the moment.
That's good. I appreciate your honesty, and yeah, man. Individuals such as yourself is like what we're wanting to reach out and actually get people to actually think about the things that we talk about, and you can only, your knowledge will only get more expanded from this topic, from this method that you test, because it's going to go from your experience, right, and your test results and what you did, and people are going to, here's what's going to happen to after you do your test. They're going to scrutinize what you've done. If they're going to be like, no, how do you say the earth is flat? And you got to show me and prove to me and all this stuff. But if you have a method to show them and you said, look, I've made my observation right here and I saw this thing over here and this is a known distance, right? You get the known distance, and then you're going to have, on the other hand, the size of the earth. So the radius, diameter, circumference. And you say, okay, you tell the people that are questioning you, if I'm not able to see this, or if I am, this is what should be seen if the earth is supposedly going to obstruct my view, being that it's a globe and it's curving. So you're going to have to show them your work, something you've done. And that puts a lot of weight on that. You don't just say that you believe the earth is flat, that you know it now, because it's your long distance observation is proving one thing: the earth isn't true, but that the properties of water are always horizontal and flat on their surface. So that's also demonstrating two things. And one is the property of water is such that we see a horizontal plane, and that it extends off into the farthest place of our vision will allow us to see, the vanishing point. And then,
ça regroupe l'ensemble des ondes.
What was that? No, I didn't understand. I don't know what language that was. Anyway, so yeah, it's good that you have a method and that you'll be able to test it. So, but I appreciate your.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have to look. I'll have to watch the video that Jean sent me. I'll watch it with. I'll pay attention when I watch it. But I wanted to ask you guys. There was some very interesting stuff that I want to get your opinion on. Something to do with flights. I don't remember exactly, but you probably know about this. It became very popular. About flights going in like a triangle, but then on a flat map it's a straight line, or the other way around. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the argument would be that you can do 90-degree turns on a globe, like what they're saying, and that can only work on a globe. Is that kind of the argument that they were proposing?
No. So there was a flight. This is a real flight route.
Okay.
I think it started in Australia, I think, and then it went to, I don't know. Either it stopped somewhere in USA and then finished somewhere in South America, or stopped in South America and finished in USA. One of the other, if I remember correctly. But it went. I don't know if it went on a straight line on flat Earth or it went on a straight line on globe Earth. But the thing is, it's like. I don't remember exactly, but they were saying like, why would it stop here? Why would it go this route when it can just go in a straight line? Something like that. Somebody here.
Yeah, why would it make the path of travel a different way than it would if it was a flat Earth? Like if it was a flat Earth, it should go straight.
Why would it stop so far away? It wouldn't make sense. But I remember. Like it was stopping somewhere in South America, I believe, and they were saying, why would it go so far away to stop there? But on a flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense to stop there because it's a straight line. But on a globe map, it's such a deviation that it wouldn't make sense. Yeah. Somebody here has to know about this.
Yeah,
people here know about this.
Yeah, the argument is malformed in the fact that they're arguing from a map. Let's say both sides, right? flat and globe are arguing from a map perspective, because you have on the one hand the people are saying that the travel of the plane can't happen unless it was a curved Earth, right? And the other hand, flat earthers are saying that it can happen because it's a flat Earth. Like you get two sides arguing from a perspective of a map. Is that kind of like where you're at right now with this? Is that what's being the contention? Is that it's happening on a specific type of map?
So they are comparing two maps.
Yes.
One was
yes.
flat Earth, and one was globe map. And basically,
yes. Okay. So they're comparing two maps, right?
So one flight route on the flat Earth map. This flight route, that it's a real flight route that I cannot find it right now. I looked for it. It went straight. Like I said, I believe it's Australia and US, if I remember. So it was a straight line, like a plane is supposed to fly. But on a globe map, it didn't go straight. It goes, it deviates. And it stops somewhere. It has a stop in South America, I believe. And they were like, why does this plane has to go this way? But on a flat Earth, it makes sense because it goes in a straight line. And when it stops in South America, it's in the middle and it's a straight line on the flat Earth map. But on the globe map, it's no longer a straight line. So it wouldn't make sense to make such a huge deviation. You know what I mean?
So you're saying it makes sense on a flat Earth? And was somebody challenging a glober with this information, or was?
Yeah.
Okay, but I
can't seem to find it now.
Well, no, but I guess I want to bring up that we used to argue this point early on with flat Earth. That was kind of like what we do about arguing maps. But the problem with that is it's a reification fallacy. It's actually a logical fallacy. Do you know why? I'm just pointing this out before you get into maybe perhaps whether it's a good way to argue or what. But it's a reification fallacy. So if the flat earther is presenting a map and saying that it works better than it would on a globe, then how do they know that the layout of the continents and the sizes of them are exactly what they say they are based on the orientation and the way that the map looks for what they consider a flat earth map? How do they know that's what everything looks like so that it can go in that straight line that they're saying that it does?
I don't know, I guess with balloons or something. Or all these maps that were gathered over
That's the thing, Nature. That's the thing. They don't have the answer to that because you can't answer that question. So therefore, they're reifying a map by saying that this is the way things would work if the Earth is flat. So they're not giving a confirmation that they understand this is the truth. It's coming from a place of trying to give an answer to the question of if we have a map or what for flat Earth. And that's never been our position to say that. Like as far as like a detailed orientation map with the continent sizes intact and the way things would operate and all that kind of stuff. That's why people aren't able to prove whether the Earth is globe or flat using a map. So it's a bad way to have a discussion about if Earth is flat or not. So going from a map perspective and how flights work. Because you can't show them on a specific map because maps are projections of what the Earth is and they're not the land themselves. Am I making any sense to you, Nature? I'm trying to point out the reason why this argument wouldn't be valid. There's some flat earthers that want to make that argument, and it might be still circulating out there somewhere, but we don't use that argument in here. It's invalid to use because I'd ask anybody that does use it and say, no, I'm going to stand behind the map being this map is better than the other one, and you can use straight lines. I'm going to ask them how they verified that map to be true. What do you think they're going to tell me? When I challenge the flat earther in here who says that this map shows it's better than the one that the globers are using, what do you think they'll tell me? How do they gather the information that's what the Earth looks like exactly for the flights to work the way they do?
I don't know, I guess it's they can see the maps of we can see terrain, we can see continents from planes.
Yeah. The question needs to be answered. How do they know that the terrain exactly looks like the map they think they're flying over. The flat earther, not the glober.
From the plane, I guess.
Yeah, but that's just, they're just like trying to imagine the Earth looking like that because they're still too close to the surface to actually get a zoomed out version of the map they think they're flying over. They're way too close to the surface.
Well,
yeah, I know, Yoder. I'm thinking the same thing.
Talking about the azimuthal, they would be affirming that all north directions are leading to the same point, and that all south directions are away from that northern point. They would be affirming the consequence that, well, the experts like the United Nations and other groups are using this azimuthal projection as their representation of the world if they're not using a sphere, because it has everything in there, right? They're the experts. They're the ones telling us. They should know. So then that must be it. And then when you have flights, like you pointed out, it makes a straight line on this azimuthal map. And on a Mercator map, they have to go up and then back down. They have to go north and then back south. So
yeah, so look,
there's a whole bunch of reasons that they're
look, guys,
allegedly saying this is why it is what it is.
Guys, look, so if you look up flat earth map right now, and you know, there are flights right now in the world that go from Sydney, Australia, and they go to Buenos Aires or somewhere in South America, right? But they stop in USA when they make this flight. They stop in USA, and on a flat earth map, this is a straight line. This flight, it's a straight line, even though they stop in USA. But on a globe map, this is not a straight line. They have to go north to go to USA, and that's just ridiculous. Why would they go?
No, I get what you're saying, dude. I get what you're saying, but the argument is coming from a map projection perspective.
I know what you mean.
You get it? You're comparing what the globe would be trying to assimilate, making this flight, versus what a flat earther would say based on whatever map projection you think the flat earther is going to be using. There's a lot of ways that both sides are just reaffirming the thing that they think that they're on, excuse me.
Yeah, but from so many flights and other methods that were used to create maps in the past, like with balloons and stuff. We have these maps. We put them all together. We get a.
Oh, we do we? You absolutely think there's a gold standard map that we have out there in nature? Do you think that?
Yeah.
I want to know I'm curious. I want to know from your perspective. Do you think there's a map that we say this is the map of the Earth right here? This map will show us exactly what the Earth is from a perspective that we can all know what it is. Like
pretty accurate, yeah.
Really? Which one is that? Please point the map projection that you think that's. I want to know. Like, you got such a thing?
Yeah, pretty much anyone that you see when you look up map of Earth.
Well, that's not an actual map projection. A map of Earth is just. You have to give a specific. It's a name. There's different names to them. How many map projections are there of the Earth? Of the world, actually. It's a world map that you're talking about. Not just a specific map, it's a world map. So what world map projection do you think we can use? Or which one do you think is the right one? Because
the first one that comes up on Google Images.
I mean, but listen to the standard that you're saying right now. The standard would be the first one that pops up. What if my algorithm gives me a specific map and someone else gets a different one? Like what? How do we know which one's correct to use? Now we're going based on whatever comes up first. That's not a very good standard, though, is it? Do you think that's a good standard? Then we got to find out what platform I'm using. Maybe I'm using DuckDuckGo. You're using Google. What if the other guy's using Brave browser? Like, how do we know the map that first thing that pops up is it's, you know what I mean? You're not really giving somebody a map projection to look for. You're just saying something like you don't really know what map projection.
Depends on what you need to do.
Well, I need to figure out what the Earth looks like from a map projection that will show me that there's a gold standard of what the continent size is and the orientation is. So you got one of them? I want to know how everything looks like from a flat Earth perspective. What map would I use?
I can post pictures here.
Thank you. That would be great.
This conversation has evolved. Yeah.
What?
I said the conversation has evolved. Yeah. You're looking at maps now.
Yeah, we're gonna find out the gold standard flat Earth map that the gentleman's gonna produce right now. So this is the map.
I cannot post pictures here.
You can shoot it. You give it to me if you can't. Put it to a DM me. Then I'll post it for everyone. If it's a link or
no, if you just look up Earth map right now on the internet, whatever
Earth map
you have, whatever browser, the first one is the one I'm going with.
That's okay, dude. It's Earth map is not a map, dude. They have names. The world map. It should.
Yeah, they do have names.
You really have to look into this nature.
Yeah, so tell me, why don't you just DM what you've got, your image, DM it to them. Just do that.
You DM it to me, and now we're saving time, Jin. See, we did it today anyway. We're saving time.
We're saving a lot of time today, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, just send it to me, and then I'll post it for everybody. Nature.
I'm going to be using that one to the end of time.
Yeah, everybody will be. I will be. Who else? And Gemsy will be. Alaskan Malamute, Effie Batman, Kingsley, Migo Wigo, Rayleigh, Says Who, Resolve, Shoot.
Yeah.
You're about to hand over the gold nugget of all gold nuggets.
I must say, we got a strong force there with the other flat earthers. We got a strong force, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Hey, really?
Welcome, guys. Yeah. Glad to see you there.
It doesn't let me
we don't
send links.
Well, send it to me. You just send it to me? Let me see.
Yeah, maybe it's from
nothing? I got no messages, homie.
Yeah, try again. Never give up.
Just
try again.
Look up a map and you post it here, and I'll tell you if it's okay.
Okay, how about Rayleigh's map? He put it in the text.
What on Rayleigh?
Rayleigh Criterion.
Yeah, Rayleigh Criterion.
Is that the right one?
Just look up Earth map.
Yeah, dude, look in the text chat. Click over to the text chat.
Yeah, this is not what comes up when you look up Earth map, bro.
Oh, well, I mean... Well, that's what I was trying to tell you, dude. Earth map? Do you think that's an... What in the world? Okay, hold on. Let me do it. Goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Earth map. Okay, the first thing that came up was Google Earth. See, as far as maps go, Earth map. Got this image right here. The world. You might like this one. Oh, shoot.
Puppies.
Not this one. You get my copy paste.
Hold on, I did it already. What comes up is rectangles. So,
I was just gonna post that, dude. Dang. But look,
the first map, it represents the Earth. Then you believe the Earth is a rectangle.
I posted it. It's a zoomed in
now,
one.
Funny enough, there is a video. Yeah, there is a video out there where a guy makes a case that the Earth is a rectangle based on the accuracy of the Universal Transverse Mercator and the MGRS Military Grid Reference Systems maps. So I guess we have a rectangle Earther on our hands, friends.
Someone tell me what shape that is that AB just posted.
Oh, the top parts are cut off, dude. So
yeah, what shape is this? Everything has a shape. I'm a Glober. It's everything. What shape is this?
Pill Earth.
No, minions.
Okay.
It's a minion shape.
Someone is making fun of me for eating chips. I didn't plan to talk. I tried to.
No, I'm making fun of all
quietly just
Globers
joined.
on that question. All Globers. Because they say,
Somebody
hey,
posted
the Earth
to-
has to have a shape. Okay, what shape is that? The map that AV posted, what shape is that map?
That's the first thing that came up, by the way.
It's not an actual shape. Right, not everything has a shape. When we say shape, it's like idealized. Square, circle, triangle, right? There's lots of things that don't have those shapes.
I don't know, Nature. Are you still with us, bro? Like, yeah, dude. We're. I think the question on everyone's mind is: are you agreeing? Because the first thing that came up when I searched was what AI Overlord posted and what I posted. It's the same thing. That's what came up when you said Earth map. That's what came up.
Yeah.
So what shape is that?
For example, we weren't talking about shape.
Yeah.
We're talking about the maps. What the terrain looks like. The map of the world.
That's what this is, isn't it?
Map of the continents.
Isn't that what this is? I just posted.
Yeah. So this is what the continents look like. Yeah. This is what I believe.
How do you know that? That's what they look like.
I explained earlier. Well, based on how, I don't know what they're called, cartographers, whatever the fuck. They, took.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're not drawing what it looks like.
They were drawing many of them, and we also have satellites and stuff like that.
Satellites?
Flights. Maybe.
They made that before satellites existed, though. How'd they do that?
Whatever. I wanted to talk with you guys about that flight pattern, but
we were discussing that, Nature. We were discussing the flight pattern, but you're saying that some flat earther was making a case for using a map specifically against the one that didn't work, which you said the Glober's map didn't make any sense because you'd have to make these stops that you said were inconsistent with the straight line that you said that the flat earther was presenting with his map that he was showing everybody. Everybody in here knows what that is, but for you think it was a good argument, yeah? Against the globe, because you're leaning towards flat earth, but you have this idea that using this map is a good way to demonstrate how the earth is not a globe and it's showing that it is flat earth. Right? Is that right?
The point was that this flight doesn't really make sense on a globe, but it makes sense on
I know
flat
that.
Earth. That was the point.
Yeah, I know that. But you're going based off the information the person who was presenting it was showing a map. Yes?
Yeah.
Was this the map? You said Earth, go look up Earth map. You told me to go look up Earth map. This is what came up. Was this what they were showing?
Well, they were showing the flat Earth map. But you asked me.
Oh, so not this map. So it's not the Earth map. It's a different map. Which is the flat Earth map?
Yeah, because you asked me what the Earth looks like.
Well, based on the argument, Nature, based on the argument you were giving me, you were saying the flat earther was presenting a specific map. I wanted to know the name of that. You didn't know that. You just said look up Earth map. And that didn't help us because I presented you this and you said that's not it. So which map then? The AE map? The one that looks like a giant disc? Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know what you want to talk about.
What do you mean? Like, hold on.
I mean, I don't know what you want to talk about.
Here, I'll present.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. That's a very accurate statement. He doesn't know what you're talking about. I agree.
Yeah. Yep. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Oh, you didn't say that?
Yeah, you know what? I'm a bit tired, so.
Well, hold on. Before you leave, I just want to make sure what map we're talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna demonstrate something to you in the text. Tell me if this is or is not the one. Hold on. Before you leave, this one right here.
Don't feel like talking about this.
Well, look, check this out, Nature. I just posted. Is that the one?
That's a flat Earth map, yeah.
Was that the one you were mentioning earlier that the flat earther was using to show that flights work on this map and not the other one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one in the left, yeah.
All right. Yeah, AE map. Azimuthal equidistant projection.
Hey, you want to know what's funny, AV?
Hey, go ahead.
There actually exists flight maps which have a center that are just, you could pick any arbitrary city. So, for example, there's a map literally called the Londonocentric Air Age Flight Map. And so what they do is they track all the flights as if everything's originating from the center of London. And so when you look at the map, London's directly in the center. And then all the flights are mapped on a map. And they obviously are accurate because they're mapping the flights onto a map with London at the center. So does that mean that London is at the center of the Earth? No. Right. So if we know that you can make maps that map things for a certain purpose, and these maps are different in their form, then you can't say that all of these maps represent the reality of the Earth, because that would be a contradiction. So now we got a problem on our hands. Which is why, my friend, check this out, bro. This is where it gets real fun and interesting. So if you actually say that this map is reality, you're actually committing a textbook fallacy called reification fallacy. And when you actually look up that fallacy in most dictionaries, one of the examples for that fallacy is the map is not the territory. Isn't it interesting how when you're speaking about maps versus actually the territory, the very definition of the fallacy employed is in the dictionary with that exact phrase, the map isn't the territory. Kind of interesting, huh?
I'll be back in a minute.
It would be akin to somebody calling you stupid, and then when you look up the definition of stupid, it's your picture in there. And I'm not making that accusation against you. I'm just saying, like, that's how poetically ironic it is. So, yeah, in the definition of that fallacy, they didn't put the orange is not the apple. They didn't put the picture of a car is not the car. In their example, they put the map is not the territory. Why is it that they did that? Why did they choose that phrase to be the best example of that definition? I think it's because so many people confuse maps with reality.
Yep, good stuff. Everybody settling in. We got the afternoon group coming in. Welcome, guys. It's been a pretty good day today, all day today. Lots of great discussions. People realizing there was a few that were snickering about flat Earth, saying that we're in medieval times. There was another guy that said that we should just believe because it'll save a lot of time. Time saving. Believing the Earth as a globe. Linux Gamer, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, you know, we're having a conversation, man, with people that would believe that the Earth is a globe and have no evidence that it is one. So do you think it's a globe?
It's round, right? I'm guessing.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Globes are round.
Globes are round. All right. Is the thing you're standing on a globe? So the Earth you're standing on, is it a globe?
Oh. I see what you're doing. No, it's flat. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm actually getting people to realize whether or not they can tell me.
I gotcha.
All right, so it's flat, but that's good that you said that. Did you just leave? Huh. Well.
You know what? In music, check this out, bro. In music, there's a thing called around. And what it is I sing a phrase and you start singing the phrase immediately in the middle of my phrase, but it's the same phrase, and somebody else sings, and we basically have this successive like dominoes of people singing the same phrase over and over again. So in other words, it's just a repetition ad infinitum of the same phrase, which is exactly how Globers argue. The earth is round. The earth is round. I already know the earth is round because it's round.
Yeah, if you keep singing that song, you'll be finishing another melody. I know the earth because it's round. And then, I know the earth because it's round. I know the earth because it's round. I know. It's okay.
She'll
We
be
got
coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
Will she be really, Josh? Will she be really coming around the mountain? Will she?
Only when she comes.
Oh man, it's Josh the Dither Slither.
The Dither Slither, yep.
The fuck?
It says
you don't know what that means, bro. That's where you slither to the dither. And what that means is you snake the convo to dithering away from actually measuring the surface to talk about things that can't arbitrate the proposition that supposedly you have special knowledge in, but you can't tell us. And so basically, people talk about not measuring the surface. That's called the slither dither.
Ah, okay.
It's like that old children's book, right? The old Slither who dithered. Remember that one?
Yeah, Globers do it all the time, bro. It's your princess is in another castle. So, for example, we get astrophysicists in here who specialize in finding exoplanets. Then it turns out they're just looking at blobs of pixels on the screen and applying math to it, and they have no idea what they're talking about at all because they don't even know the foundations of how this math was created. So they're just literally trusting math that they don't even know the first principle of. And then you press them on, well, what about direct surface measurements of the Earth and not objects trillions of miles away? And then they will say, oh, well, that's not my expertise. Your princess is in another castle.
Yep.
Or, oh, I can't give you that information because it's held behind a wall of secrecy that I can't tell you. And so, for example, we had a guy who supposedly was on a submarine. And he said, oh, on the submarine, we have technology with the periscope that proves the Earth is a globe, but I can't tell you what it is because it's top secret, bro.
I hate that.
Your princess is in another castle. So all of these people think that these other people have this secret information or that these other scientists or professionals have the true knowledge of the globe, but they themselves don't possess it. So they're always kicking the can down the road and dithering the topic away from direct surface curvature measurements, and then trusting that in the penumbra of appeals to other people, one of them must know the truth. So it's this big network of slither, dither, can kickery.
What does the slithering? Are we like a venomous snake? Are we like a constrictor?
No, more like a worm trying to hide after you pull the rock off of the rain. You know, like when it rains and you pick up a rock, there's all kinds of worms under there, and they're like, oh dang, I'm busted, and then they try to slither away back into the dirt.
No, it's more. I kind of akin it to like a garden snake that starts scrolling across the ground, and you have this big old lawnmower that's coming. That's a flat Earth lawnmower, and the snake doesn't know what to do, so you just aim for it, and then boom, it's gone.
I can testify. AB is on the spot.
Just trying to tell you, man. Like, there's nowhere to go. The slither that dithered will be mowed down by the flat Earth lawnmower, dude. That's just what's going to happen. All the time.
I think it's more like parasites, I think.
Being parasites.
Yeah, so the astrophysicists, right, appeal to the geodetic surveyors, and the geodetic surveyors appeal to the astrophysicists. It's funny like that.
I hate that.
Who does Josh appeal to?
Well, it's not his field of expertise. I mean, he would have to appeal to the guy that's above him in his department. His advisor, or what? Not his advisor. What's the guy that's a rank above you? What would you call him? The director or the? I don't know.
My boss.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you a concrete example. Let me give you a concrete example, bro. See if you can model it. See if you can model it according to this concrete example. So we had a guy came in. His name was Mr. Giggles. He claimed to have proprietary knowledge in his company that the Earth was indeed a globe because what they did required the Earth to be a globe, and it couldn't work if the Earth wasn't a globe. And he worked with software that modeled the Earth as a globe, and the resultant couldn't occur without the Earth being a globe. Now, we pressed him, and it turned out he did work for a company that had modeling software that modeled the Earth as a globe, but it turned out he didn't actually work with it. What actually was the case is that other dudes in his company worked with the software, and he would pass them by in their office meeting room where they would have all the stuff on the blackboard. And so he tried to pass it off as if he worked with the software, but it turned out it was just somebody else that did it. And then it turned out that the actual software was just modeling software of a graphics program where they would just have these little animations showing your package moving across the animated globe Earth from point A to point B. So at the end of the day, it's literally just making a cartoon graphics. Had nothing to do with actually proving the Earth was a globe at all. But he swore up and down from the beginning that he had that proprietary knowledge. And then it turned out he didn't, and he didn't actually see any of what they actually did. He only saw the end result. So he didn't know anything.
That sounds exactly what Josh says he does.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's exactly what he does, dude. Josh, isn't that what you told me you do? That's amazing, bro. It's exactly what he does.
I'm a paper pusher, man. I don't do shit.
Now, yeah, check this out, brother. On numerous occasions when pressed to provide the evidence of why we should listen to him and not ourselves, he would occasionally turn on his camera in his garage and show us his expensive car.
But he has a small dick too. That's small dick energy right there.
Dude.
Isn't that like Professor Phil?
No, Josh is the opposite of that guy in that regard. He's got a Prius.
Yeah. So for
Prius, don't touch my Prius,
hey, bro. Let me give you another concrete example. So, since Indio brought it up, Professor Phil, he claimed that he worked for a space agency, directly employed. In other words, it was his job to do telemetry and all kinds of math and equations and stuff for these quote-unquote orbital launches, or even so much as the Chandrayaan-2 space mission, which crashed. So his claim to fame is he crashed a space mission. Anyway, that's beside the point. He made all these grand claims about he
can't do math and they have to hire an Australian.
Yeah. But check this out, brother. Here's the interesting part about him. Because he gives off LARPer vibes. Okay? And he never provided any evidence that he actually worked for these agencies. So check it out. He actually invited us to join a Discord and invited other people to join a Discord in which the mission of the Discord was to figure out a way for when we quote-unquote colonize the moon, how would we bring up containers to hold gases, right? So, we have to construct them on the moon. And so supposedly this guy is employed by space agencies, and he's literally asking Discord people to join a think tank to mind crunch and mindstorm these ideas. And so very quickly I realized
that's sketch.
His space endeavors are essentially fantasy football. He's with a group of guys that work on these think tanks, which are essentially the equivalent of fantasy football. They're not on the team. They're not paid by the team. They're just living out a fantasy. And by the way, I figured out the solution to his problem in 2 seconds. All that you do is you bring up a fabric and some wires, right? And the wires are going to encase the fabric when it's fully blown up. And the fabric's going to push against the wires and hold the gas. I mean, how hard was that? And supposedly this guy works for a space agency. When really, he probably is a LARP.
Damn. I tried to be If you ever get LARP vibes from me, please let me know where I can get better.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, but bro, you are correct that you analyzed the pattern with these guys. Is that when pressed, you know what he tried to do? Talk about his car. That his car is better than our car.
Yeah, how his
Yeah,
car
bro.
talks to him and uses GPS and tells him what way to go.
That's weird, man.
Yeah, he was all into it having a female voice too. It was freaking kind of creepy.
My car just tells me that I'm saving money on gas.
Are you?
Oh yeah, are you?
Yeah, it's like 62 miles a gallon, man.
Man, good for
A
you.
Geo Metro, man. A 3-cylinder could get that.
Freaking Geo Metro, but I haven't heard that.
Geo Metro had got more power than
Sheesh.
his Prius.
The hatchback.
Yeah, man. Dude, listen, that would be a funny ass race. A Geo Metro versus a Prius.
Yeah, the slowest one wins.
Yeah. Yo,
I have
my
a
friend used to
Geo
deliver
Storm.
Chinese food in it, and I used to go around with him. He got stuck in a snowbank one night. We just picked it up and freaking picked it up out of the snowbank.
George Bush's nephew ran away from the police in a Prius in Florida back in the day.
Don't worry, because Trump is coming out with a $2K check. He's going to give everybody, so you can afford to get a better car than just a Prius. Just letting everybody know. So your stimulus checks will be arriving in the mail, and you can upgrade from a Prius. So that's a public service announcement of the day.
Yeah, but not stimulus. It's not stimulus. It's dividends.
I have a feeling that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, he's gonna stimulate the economy with the dividends.
It's hush money. Hush money.
Yeah. Don't stop crying about the EBTs, and here's $2,000. Just relax.
Okay, but if
Please
you
think
wanted,
I'm doing a good job, pretty please.
if you wanted people to have more money, couldn't the government just cut taxes on salaries?
Whose taxes?
Everyone's.
Yeah,
Why us, dude?
What do you mean, why us?
Yeah.
It's more complicated than that.
It seems a very easy thing to do. Just cut taxes.
Borrow money, and then inflation goes up, and then the hidden tax is inflation. If they cut taxes, then they have to borrow more money to fund the same shit.
Yep.
Check this out, bro. I got a real world example. So a woman, single, one child, she got $28,000 in quote unquote taxes back, and essentially paid no net taxes for the year. So how would cutting her taxes change the amount of money she had?
Can you repeat, please? Someone asked me something in the chat.
A lot of people don't actually pay net taxes, brothers, what I'm trying to tell you. They don't actually pay in. They just temporarily don't have their money for a little while, and then they get it back. And in fact, they get more than they paid in taxes. So the government, how would cutting their taxes change anything?
Yeah, exactly.
No, someone said that Trump is gonna give people $2,000 to everyone. I don't know if that was a joke.
He posted it on Trump Social or True Social this morning.
Trump Social, you got it right.
I might as well say Trump Social.
But that money
we
comes.
need to start that as a thing,
he's giving. So he's gonna give everyone $2,000, but that $2,000 comes from that he's giving to everyone comes from everyone's
Do you think
taxes.
people care, bro?
So why wouldn't he just cut taxes then? Cut 2,000.
No, you're wrong, sir. You're wrong. The source of this money would be coming from tariff money, not from taxes on people's income.
Okay, but you know what's happening with these tariffs when he puts tariffs on these imports. The companies that are selling these goods that enter in the US, they just make the price higher, and then American customers have to pay more.
Yeah,
for
we
it.
know
So
that.
it's always-
We feel the
we're
effect.
well aware, dude, that this is just bullshit. We know that. We know that. Trump does a tariff, the price of the stuff goes up, and now he's going to take the money that made the stuff go up and give it back to us to keep it a zero-sum game. Everybody's going to feel good, think they got $2,000 when Trump effectively just robbed the right hand to give it to the left hand.
Yep.
That's blasphemy talk. Our president would never do anything like that. He'd absolutely never do anything like that.
Dude, this is actually a litmus test. Like, if you ask people and they actually think they're getting $2,000 back, never talk to them again. Their IQ is below 30. Like, seriously.
The last time
have to pay income tax on
this
it.
one, man, dude, you're freaking dumb as shit, but you fall for that.
No shit. Hey, what'd you say, Yoder?
Are we gonna have to pay income tax on that $2,000?
Oh, jeez, dude.
Oh my goodness, probably.
Good. That's fine.
It's worse than that. No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, dude. It's gonna be taxed as a special class dividend, which puts you in a special class tax bracket. So you're making 38 grand. You're not really doing too great in your area. Now you're making 40 grand. Now you're in a tax bracket which tax you 30% of your income. So now you're only making 20 grand.
Dude, that's
good job.
Stupid. That's
yeah, the last time he did this back in 2020, I was telling everybody to save that money because it's just a prepayment on the coming inflation. And they looked at me like I was retarded.
Yeah, but fair enough. Don't just miss the most important point here, my friend, that we don't want to gloss over, is that Josh completely is okay with us talking about this, even though we pressed him that he supposedly has specific knowledge that the Earth is a globe, but he hasn't presented it. All right, I rest my case.
Nah, he did the 2-step out of here, man. Quick as he could.
Have you guys seen the image I made in his honor?
No, I don't think so.
Look at the side chat if you've not.
Old dude wants him to upgrade to a diesel instead of a scrap the Prius. If you want to save money. That's
Is
what
that
old dude
diesel
recommended.
electric, old dude? Or just diesel? Because I'm pretty sure, like, locomotives, modern locomotives, they're diesel electric. And they get something like 300 miles per gallon or some shit.
Dude.
Why don't they sell diesel electric?
Is that another conspiracy?
Well, because you have to have the augmented fuel-based burn, which augments the electricity separate. They can't be in the same unit. Because if they're in the same unit, then it's clear where the real power is coming from. So in order to fool the masses, they have to offset the power. So for example, you think you're driving an electric car that's powered by electricity, right? Because electricity, you think in your mind, is just spontaneous and it just occurs out of thin air. But they actually have to manufacture electricity somewhere before it gets to the charging station. And the majority of that infrastructure is backed by fuel burning systems. So you're really driving a fuel-based power system, not an electric-based power system. Just because the end result before it hits the torque is converted into electricity doesn't mean the source of it wasn't fuel burning in the first place. But
So you're
sadly,
saying the
most people are
Prius-
too stupid. Yeah, sadly, most people are too stupid to realize that.
Why don't they use natural gas? Like the forklifts. Do you have forklifts that use natural gas?
You know what's weird that you just said that, Indio? You just said natural
100%.
gas. There was this on the Citizens app. I got an alert that said natural gas line ruptured. Let's see. It's weird that you said natural gas and this thing popped up.
Yeah, I remember seeing those forklift trucks having the gas cylinder at the back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back in the day, yeah.
Edison Motors.
don't have
is trying to
emissions
make
either.
Diesel electric trucks, but the EPA is stopping them.
I'm pretty sure
'Cause
the
you
buses
have,
here
you
are
have to
diesel
use
electric.
road certified generators, which there are none.
See, and this is
What I do know,
well. Hold on. What
Yeah,
was
go
the
ahead,
dude
brother.
that said like if the government wants more money, oh, he's freaking deaf and cut taxes. How about Don't cut taxes and just cut the shit with manipulating modes of transportation. There should be a diesel electric vehicle. There's no excuse for that not to be. Or natural gas electric. So that could be explosive. I mean, I guess they'd all be explosive. Diesel's probably the safest.
Yeah, when I was an Acura salesman, that was 2015 to 2019. The factory reps came one day and was telling us about the new NSX that was being re-released after so many years of not having it, and it is a sport hybrid, meaning that more or less two of the wheels are independently driven by the engine, and then two are driven by the electric motors. And they went on to explain how what was actually happening in the world of automotive is that they're trying to get rid of all the mechanics, not like the technicians, but the mechanical moving parts of a car, because if you can make an electric car economical, then all you have more or less are four moving parts on the car. And I do agree that at some point what you're going to see is the electric car is not economical, and you'll see more hybrids. And there's no doubt that a small diesel engine can power the hybrid batteries better than a gas can. And they went on to tell us about how the diesel electric railroad locomotives worked, and that the whole point of that is so there's no direct mechanical linkage from the engine to the rail. And that's why we can thank the railroads now that instead of stopping for a few minutes a couple times a day, now we get to stop for a bunch of minutes multiple times a day, because those trains have gotten longer and longer because of that. And so the only thing that I suspect is that they'll never be able to make the economy of it work for a small car. Maybe for maybe for a truck, but that's it.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. So check it out. What I did to reduce the amount of mechanical linkage and loss of power from my engine to my rear-wheel drive on my truck is I just bought a second engine and I put it in the bed of my truck, and I put the link straight down to the axle on the rear. So now I have independent axles, both powered by their own engine for my four-wheel drive. And I also vented the stuff without a catalytic converter, so it just pollutes the environment.
I love the sound of that. That's exciting. And that way nobody's stealing your catalytic converter either.
Yeah, bro. And if I actually could get two inlines, right, and I could put one on the left side of my truck bed and one on the right side, then I could have each rear wheel powered by their own engine. Holy crap, dude. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the only thing you'd have to do is have a timing device between the two motors so they don't start oscillating and shake you to death.
Nah, dude, I want them to shake. And I have rods on it that actually make noise the more it shakes. So this thing is so loud, dude. It's like the loudness is not measured in decibels. It's measured in air pollution.
Now, having said that, did you know that most of the modern sports cars, the engine sound actually comes from a speaker and not the engine itself? So the Mustang's a big offender of that now. So what you could do is take an old Geo Metro and sync up a really nice PA system in the back and make it sound like it's a big 351 Cleveland.
Bro, do you know that most curvature of the Earth is by a speaker and not the actual engine?
Yeah, so what happens is the more speakers you put out, the Earth starts rebending. So what you do is you go to the middle of that locally flat part and put about 10 arena-sized speakers in it. And man, let me tell you something. If you've not seen the Earth start bending before, it's fascinating. So here's my question for you, AI. What are we going to see first in our lifetimes? Globies that are honest, or actual economical electric engines and cars?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe we'll get GTA 6 before both of those.
Did they release Duke Nukem yet? Dude, how long did it take to make Duke Nukem? Was that like 15 years?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
And they built the entire thing, and then whoever was in charge said nope, and so they had to start all over from scratch.
$14 That was a pretty good guess.
What's funny is you were talking about System Shock the other day, and it was just within the past few months that they remade the System Shock 2. 25th anniversary edition.
2 is awesome. 2 is a little bit better than System Shock. It's creepier. It's got more of a horror vibe to it.
The only thing is that so they re-upped the graphics, but it's basically just like an analyzation overhaul of the original graphics. Whereas in System Shock 1 remake, they remade the entire game in a whole new engine. So the graphics are awesome.
Yeah. It looked like that. I looked at, they completely redid the engine. System Shock 2 looks like they just like upgraded textures, added some lighting effects. I was looking for like a ray trace mod for the System Shock 2 remaster, but I can't find one. I'm not downloading that until I get a full version, until I get frickin'.
Wait, so are you saying that Josh Ingersoll got outed as he's actually just a paper pusher and he's not a technical sided employee at all?
He outed himself. He said it himself. He's a paper pushing cheerleader. He gets a freaking email that says, "Hey, we just had a launch," and he runs around telling everybody how great Amazon is. Please buy our product.
Right, so he actually has no direct access or knowledge to the actual functional technical specifications in the field of how these things actually do anything.
He has enough personal technical knowledge to sell it to another a purchasing person, right? Because he's like I think he's business development, right? So he has knowledge of how to sell it to somebody else, and then the person he's selling it to also has no technical knowledge. They're the purchasing agent, right? So they schmooze and they go back to their engineers, and they play middleman between the engineers. There's actually a freaking isn't there like a segment on that movie Office Space about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually a real world example of this where like a whole system analyst was brought in on this one company, and he went to these different locations where the company had offices, and he was trying to see where he could cut. And he went to this one place, and the entire floor of a building was rented for this particular part of the office side of the business. And it basically was a literal office space where everybody was just shifting information from one person to the next. And after he did the whole analyzation, he basically said, okay, if this side of the office and this side of the country just sends the information directly to that side of the country, this entire office, the entire floor can be fired. And he fired them all. It's like, all you guys do is just take the information from A to B, then B takes it to D, then D takes it back to B. You guys are worthless, absolutely worthless.
Yeah.
That's kind of a trend. It's kind of a trend, though. Don't you see it like with the Globers? They're like quote unquote technical proof adjacent. So supposedly they're near the technical proof. And the technical proof is behind a wall that they're close enough to that they can say, "Oh, I'm part of it." Like, why even try that? That goes all the way back to Wolfie 60. Remember Wolfie 6020? He said pilots have absolute proof the Earth is a globe because of the systems we use.
Yeah.
And he said he would give the evidence, and it turns out that the evidence supposedly was in the black box recorder, and he would get that evidence and give it to us. But it turns out that the black box recorder isn't even the true black box. It's just a recorder. The true black box is the subsystems that no pilot is allowed to see, or like the main gyros, how they work, which no pilot is allowed to open. So we all knew he was full of crap. And we all knew that nobody in the airport would authorize him to get that information. Like, it was a joke from the beginning, but he swore up and down, I'm a pilot, and therefore I'm the final decree on this issue. It's like, dude, you fly a plane.
I remember the flight data recorder. People have tried to get FOIA to get this is a while back. I can't remember which crash it was. It was some crash like 20, 30 years ago. It wasn't 9/11, it was before that. Could have been TWA 800 or another one. Where they wanted the data from the flight data recorder. And it might have been part of a lawsuit, like they were blaming the pilot or something, pilot error, and they wanted the data from the flight data recorder, but it was like classified or some shit. Proprietary, classified, where they couldn't freaking get the information in any type of raw format. Because they like record it on like a titanium wire. It's encoded on that. So to read that out, that titanium wire that they encoded on, which supposedly has all the instrumentation data, they basically said, well, you would need proprietary frickin' reader that we're in contract not to disseminate that. So this is like a thing the government does. They sign an NDA with a private company. So when you FOIA, they go, oh, can't give it to you. We're under an NDA, and that would violate the contract. So, tough shit. They did this with the Stingray. What else did they do this with? They did this with a bunch of technologies that spy technologies, obviously, that people wanted access to, how they were being used. I think plate readers, some facial recognition stuff, the airport millimeter wave stuff they just say, well, it's proprietary, we can't give you the information.
The same thing with the ring laser gyros. The one guy's a pilot, and he says, if I go to Boeing and say, can I get I'm a pilot, blah, 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 can I get a tour of the factory? Boeing says, yeah, sure, come on by. He called up Honeywell, makers of the ring laser gyro, and goes, "Can I get a factory tour or whatever?" Honeywell says, "Nope."
Yeah. What else? Fuck, it wasn't the ring laser gyro.
Well, my beef is we know there's all these proprietary subsystems before the end user interface data is recorded. And then those things are publicly accessible. People get those records that are publicly accessible, and they think it's the raw, unfiltered, unadulterated data, and then they make conclusions based on it without understanding how the subsystems work. And so whether or not the conclusion is correct doesn't mean the reason you came to that conclusion is correct. So in other words, the famous quote-unquote NTSB pitch data is not raw data, period. It's not. So if you're out there pushing it as it's raw data, and therefore it proves the Earth is flat because of this pitch off a horizontal, which, by the way, the horizontal isn't even mentioned in the data, I mean, that's a bad argument, in my opinion.
Well, I remember I was looking for the spec for the ring laser gyro. So there is like a calibration standard on how to calibrate one. It's like, it's from the International Electrical Engineering, whatever their little organization they got. So they come up with these IEE specs for all sorts of devices, theodolites, like their calibration specifications and tolerances and measurement precision and all that stuff. So the one for the ring laser gyro, just to get it, it was like, this is probably in 2018. It was like $1,400 just to get the fucking specification. Just to read the specification, bro, on how they do it. And then there's another thing. So the GPS, and I'm talking about the handheld receivers like Trimble and Garmin, right? If you want it, like, you can't find out how they actually process the GPS signal, the actual radio wave, how that radio wave comes into the device and then goes to the digital signal processor and turned into some data, how it calculates the positions, all that stuff. That's all black boxed. And they say it's a proprietary method to compensate for tropospheric scattering and refraction and all these other things that they have to add to the calculation to get a position. So regardless of, like, even if you, like, what you're seeing in the receiver, that's post-processed data. Even if you got the raw Rhinex message data that said, hey, here's the timestamp, here's how long it took the signal to get to you, even that was processed. That is not actual raw data. The raw data is the actual, what do you call it? The actual electromagnetic radiation that it picks up. Right? How is that electromagnetic radiation turned into information? You know what I mean? They have a digital signal processor, right? And software that turns it into the data. How that does that is black boxed. I used to bring this up all the time, but it's like, I mean, you can go right on their site. Trimble used to say it outright that they black boxed it. They didn't say black box. They said it's a proprietary method, a proprietary software calculation.
Yeah, as far as I know, the only deal that was made is that the end data has to be publicly available, which is just that end message, so that just any natural receiver can pick it up. But any of the encoding or anything that's done before that doesn't have to be publicly available. Yeah, so like in the military, the GPS data comes off as grid reference square, grid square reference numbers.
That's how
That's all
you're
you get.
reading it, right? That's how you're reading
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Not latitude and longitude, right?
Correct.
Huh. I think the military grid is it the universal transverse Mercator? Is that what it uses?
The UTM MGRS. So supposedly that stands for Universal Transverse Mercator Military Grid Reference System.
I'm just wondering how it differs from the regular Universal Transverse Mercator.
Well, I was taught it's terrain accurate with plus or minus 3 meters. And the first rule of the map is orient the map to the terrain. Not orient the map to your compass. Orient the map to the terrain in front of you.
Huh. This is funny, dude. Okay, so I know this is Wikipedia, but I have to read it. Truncation, not rounding. So if since you have a bunch of grid squares, right? If the Earth was a globe, you'd have overlap. Right? Some parts of the square would overlap into other parts of the square because the coordinates, right, they're converging at the poles. Right? So you wouldn't have a square anymore. You'd have a freaking rhomboid or freaking trapezoid or some shit. So what do? They just truncate it. They just chop it off, pretend it doesn't exist anymore, and just make a square. It's almost like they don't even need to do it. Oh, dude, this is hilarious. Hey, can you see the you able to look at the chat?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the military grid square for Antarctica.
Dang!
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, bro.
Hey, some of those aren't squares though. What if you're in that little frickin' triangle part? Right? So there's a couple little triangles in here that aren't squares. Do those places not exist? Imagine. Okay, Lieutenant, where are you at? I don't know, sir. I'm in one of the little fucking triangles on the grid. There's no fucking designated fucking grid coordinate. I'm lost.
Dude, I'm in. So then they have numbers. They have numbers, and they start out with letters before it gets down into the numbers, and so you have to start with the letters. So I'm in section FU. Section FU.
Yeah, I'm section FU. Yeah.
Well, dude, that's funny because I'm in section FU too.
So what if I do? What if I'm here? Where am I? Which way do I go? Do I go south? Like, how do I find where I am? Is that even pointing south?
Hey, just for kicks, one day we should group watch that "The Earth is a Rectangle" video from back in the day.
From what I understand, because I heard it from somebody's mouth, they use the stars when they're in the north to triangulate their position in the area so that they can follow a path that's, predetermined.
What do the Inuit use? Are the Inuit flat earthers? I'm gonna find out. Oh, here's a new one. I'm looking at the Inuit astronomy. The latitude also means that some stars are not visible at all, while those that are visible but near the horizon are visibly affected by atmospheric refraction because of the low temperatures. There you have it now. Low temperatures cause refraction. Cherokee creation story. The Earth is a great island floating in a sea of water and suspended at each of the four cardinal points by a cord hanging down from the sky vault, which is of solid rock. When the world grows old and worn out, the earth, people will die and the cords will break and let the earth sink down into the ocean and all will be water again. Seems very familiar. Stupid savages. They didn't know anything. They didn't even have TV. They didn't even have Photoshop. What the hell did they know?
Dude, they had Cavo Shop. The little cave etchings, doctored, post processing. Oh man, Elijah's here. Elijah, has VaxWax finished his map yet? Oh yeah, Indio, VaxWax has a map of flat Earth, in case you didn't know. He just hasn't drawn it yet, but he has all the data points. See who else? Oh, Indio left. Oh, dang. No wonder he didn't answer. Yeah, VaxWax is going to be the first flat earther to make the accurate flat Earth map. Pretty amazing. We should all support him. He claims to know exactly how measurements of the stars and the ground positions can inform you of the surface of the Earth, and therefore, using his elevation angles and linear distances derived by those angles to the ground positions from the stars, and those ground positions being over a fixed point in space and at a particular time, he can create a matrix of data points, put that onto a flat horizontal plane, and then he'd have an accurate map of those cities relative to each other. That's his claim, whether he realizes it or not. I told him, get drawn, sucker. Draw that up, boy. So he's doing a crowd GoFundMe to get some art classes to learn how to draw, so he could actually draw it up quite nice. But to be honest, he doesn't actually realize the implications of his claims, which is why I keep asking him to draw it out so he can see it for himself. And maybe he'd do a double think about all his spouting off at the mouth or what he thinks he knows. Not juicy enough for you? All right, that's okay. I withdraw my provocative drama.
So how did you get to become flat earthers, guys? How did this all start?
Oh, how did flat Earth all start? Or how did we decide the Earth is flat, personally?
Yeah, how did it happen for you? If you remember.
Oh, I was doing a whole bunch of legal research, and I stumbled upon some legal problems in history that led me to certain types of foundational things we have today that are based on fraud. And since the globe Earth is a fraud, it's not hard to connect the dots that if there's this grand scheme of fraud in the legal and financial arena, then there would just as equally maybe be a fraud in the quote-unquote alleged scientific arena. And it turns out there was, because there's all these grand claims about the cosmos in relationship to a globe Earth, which requires the Earth to be a globe in the first instance. And in order for the Earth to be a globe, it has to be covered in curved water. And it turns out that when you actually go to the water is actually flat, and therefore the Earth can't be a globe, therefore the Earth is flat. But the real chink in the armor for me was that most of the interpretations of the Earth being a globe are based on optics. In other words, seeing things in the distance or not in the distance. And I realized that the claims that the globe proponents were making were completely disregarding certain factors of reality, such as the laws of perspective, angular resolution limitations, and other physical limitations when it comes to interpreting projective geometry, which is how you see, versus actual geometry, which is what an object physically is in three-dimensional space. So as soon as I saw that they weren't giving that justice before making their conclusions, I knew they were omitting certain information, and they were basically saying it looks this way, therefore it is that way. And they were then interpreting their measurements based on that assumption the Earth was a globe. So once I realized it was a whole bunch of stack of assumptions based on the first assumption that the Earth is a globe, then it became very easy to understand where the trick was. And the trick is they're seeing things and that they can't validate, but they're making geometric claims about it. But when you actually go and measure it, those geometric claims don't exist in reality. So in other words, my friend, it's much more simpler than that. It's this simple. The waters of the Earth are flat and level on the surface, and all the elevation profiles over the entire Earth are taken from sea level. So that means that the entire Earth is measured horizontally. Therefore, the Earth is arranged between two horizontal planes. And we all know what horizontal means, and that means the Earth is arranged flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, what about planes? Like we can see terrain from the planes, right?
And see what?
Terrain.
Oh, yeah, we could see terrain from the planes, that's true. But what you can't see from a plane is a giant ball floating in the middle of space, right? What you actually see is just the surface of the Earth. And now you have mountains, that's true. You have valleys, that's true. But notice how I said that the whole surface of the Earth is measured from sea level, from the highest mountain, Mount Everest, to the deepest trench, Marianas Trench. So those are on a vertical, so high and low, taken off a horizontal. You take all that into account, and let's just assume you say the Earth is 190 million square miles, right, of territory. And the tip of Everest to the bottom of the trench is 13 miles. So that means the maximum variance of the surface across 190 million horizontal square miles is only 13 miles. That actually makes the Earth flatter, literally flatter than objects that exist in your house that you know are flat. In fact, the Earth is actually as flat or flatter than certain panes of glass. So if you had a pane of glass on your table and you accidentally sneezed on it and your boogers flew out your nose and landed on the pane of glass, right? And so that there was just a little bit of a bump on the pane of glass made a booger, the pane of glass is still flat. It's still arranged horizontally. It's not all of a sudden becoming a globe. So yeah, the Earth is flat. Yeah, there's mountains. Yeah, there's valleys. Doesn't matter. The Earth is still flat.
Interesting. Do you believe in government, though?
Believe in government? I don't understand. Is government a faith? Like believe in God, believe in government? It doesn't make any sense.
Like you vote and you want the government to exist and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that the average person, like people, there's this old quote. It said, "A person is smart, but people are stupid." So when you get a whole bunch of masses of people, it equals increased in vice, right? And so you need to be able to deal with other people who don't agree and being peaceful and all this type of stuff. So you always are going to create some type of either a tribal government or some kind of representational government. There's always going to be a ruling body of people who understand the rules and enforce the rules. So there's really no way out of it.
I was just curious about it.
Think about it. Could you just imagine a community where there was absolutely no rules and no governmental structure or enforcement arm, and they just let everyone move there? Just imagine all demographics of humans that you know of, whether they be poor, rich, this color, this religion, that religion. Put them all into one community with no rules. How would that go? Dude, we already know that people can't even behave themselves in a society with a lot of rules. Like, for example, the areas in the United States where there's the most gun violence has the strictest gun laws, right? So by removing the laws, is that going to remove the violence? I think you know the answer to that.
It's a very long subject. I don't want to go into that. Just curious. What do you think of that? Let's just get back to the flat earth stuff, if you want.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I already made a compelling case that the Earth is flat, and it's rested on the fact that the direct measurements of the standard of level across the entire surface of the Earth is linked to water, and water is obviously flat and level on the surface. So I conclusively proved the Earth was flat. So I'm pretty much done. I mean, unless anybody can rebut what I said, the Earth is clearly proven flat, and everyone in the sound of my voice now knows the Earth is flat. So I guess I'm going to retire. And by retire, I mean go about my day doing other things that I need to do. So I can't really attend to this call anymore. But thank you for being a participant in The Earth is Flat.
Okay, take care.
Peace.
Did I come late to the party? What's going on?
Current, we're just chilling.
I caught the tail end of that discussion earlier when our friend Josh was honest and open enough to admit that he really doesn't have primary direct firsthand knowledge of anything that he's talking about.
Yeah.
I wonder when he will start sponsoring flat Earth meetups in his area.
Ooh. He's already got the license plate.
Yeah, with that, he's got more street cred than most of us in here. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I don't have a flat Earth license plate. On video games, like on Forza, I got some license plates that say it's flat. But his drives out in public saying it's flat. And not only that, it's a NASA license plate, not just a regular old state license plate. That's crazy.
Be like seeing InfoWars bumper stickers on a cop car.
Yeah.
I've been following some 3i Atlas in the news, and to me, the impression I'm getting is they are unwinding the "oh my god, it's aliens" story. I'm seeing more and more blogs and articles coming out saying, "Oh, this thing is behaving just like we thought it would. It's another boring comet." Shocker.
Yeah.
Which means they might be unwinding from some other news, some other significant news events that they needed this to distract everybody from and thinking it's aliens. You know, maybe the Charlie Kirk thing, who knows?
It's just there for small talk. Like, Miss Petito.
Good old Miss Petito.
You know what you guys could do with your $2,000 dividend check from Donald Trump? You can go buy yourself an infrared conversion of a super zoom camera.
Ooh.
And have a lot of money left over.
I have to pitch that idea to my wife. And I don't know if that'd go well.
No, you don't. Just hide it with your guns.
Yoder, what are you going to do with your $2,000 prebate on coming inflation?
I'm going to wait for the stock market to crash and then plow it into something.
Hallelujah. Yeah, I told all my friends back when they did the first prebate, I told them to take that money and don't spend a dime of it, invest every penny of it. And because that is your prebate for the coming inflation. And I was surprised how many people told me I was stupid and this and that and the other. But had they put their money in at that low of the market there.
Yeah, or just put it in gold or silver. I mean, you would have doubled your money.
Yeah. And then, so the next day when that came out, I had to go to Worst Buy to get an Ethernet cable. And so I did the pickup. And my God, it took like 30 or 45 minutes of waiting because all the TVs they were dragging out the cars. And I just thought, that's so nice that the government's helping all these people buy brand new TVs.
Yeah, iPhones too. I bet those are flying off the shelves. And those things depreciate worse than cars.
See, now what they need is an inflation prebate anticipation loan. So you go ahead and take a loan against that $2,000 and spend it now. And then that way, if they don't approve it, you can still get to pay it back.
Funny. thinking about that as you guys were talking about that earlier. Or offer to lever up.
Yeah, I tell you, man, it's a crazy, crazy world we live in.
It really does start to seem like whoever they is, that they know something is up, like the system is going to collapse and they're just trying to keep up appearances. I know people have been saying this for decades, literal decades, but there's just been so much more to come out over the past few decades too. Some people are buying into this this idea that there's a magnetic pole shift, which may happen, like for real. Why wouldn't it happen on a flat Earth?
Yeah, my thing, I like when people ask me how irresponsible can the government get, I always like to say, well, there's 5 generations that have been on welfare, and other families put up well over $100,000 a year for generations who've spent every penny of it and never have a dime. And if those people can do it, so too can the people who run the government.
Yeah, like you got that, and if that's not enough, you've got basically let's open government coffers to everyone. Everybody gets this and that. Everybody gets elected procedures. Everybody can get a house. Everybody gets to flood in from anywhere you want to go. You can go anywhere you want. Everything's destabilizing. It's like a gigantic party before the cops come.
Yeah, pretty much.
The pole shift is like an indirect way of saying something, kind of like whenever they're saying, well, we're going to go to Mars, but what they actually mean is they're going to go to war.
Yeah. I mean, there may be something to the solar cycles and Earth's magnetic field supposedly weakening and the sun's sunspot strength intensifying. And what they would call in globe world a crustal displacement theory, where they say the continents, the mantle decouples from what's underneath and twists. I mean, why couldn't Earth just be stationary and somehow the sky shifts 90 degrees? So you got like sunrise in the south and sunset in the north.
So, I've been long convinced that the environmentalists especially are masters of double talk. And the Globies are definitely masters of double talk. So while Al Gore was out flying his big 747 around, saving the world by speaking at these big, huge environmental rallies and such, he was just constantly on the go from flying that 747 to one place to the other. They all forgot that him willfully polluting Tennessee is what cost him the election.
You mean it wasn't the dimpled Chads?
Say again?
You mean it wasn't the dimpled Chads?
No. He lost Tennessee because of his copper mine that's in Tennessee. And I forget how bad that pollution was. And he lost Tennessee. If he would not have lost Tennessee, which he should have won handily by all the accounts, but when it came out towards the end of the election, just how much his company had lied about the pollution from the copper mine, he lost Tennessee handily, and that Florida then would have been wouldn't have mattered as much. Yeah, the hanging chads, yeah. But they just all my point on that is like every environmentalist that I know of ends up being terrible polluters. And it seems like to me that lobbyists are just an extension of that they know how to use these words of like crust shifting and pole shifting and stuff like this and other things to make it sound like, oh, that's so unfathomable when maybe it really is actually happening with and should be described differently. Maybe at some point there's going to come a day to where they wake up most people and say, all right, you're going to have to march through Antarctica to the New World because this one here is gone. You know, you never know what's likely to happen.
So you guys have seen that movie Monuments Men, I think with George Clooney?
I have not.
About, it's worth watching, based on a true story. Basically, you know, the military has teams of people that specialize in recovering special objects of notable import, such as ancient artifacts. And I remember when the second Iraq War kicked off, there's some people that I knew who were in the Army at the time, who were in the 75th Ranger Regiment, and they were detailed to this organization, this unit that went in and did just that, he was telling me. And they basically had like some Smithsonian institution embeds with them and other people. Actually, this wasn't when it was kicked off. This was towards the end of it. But their job was to basically go in and recover like ancient Sumerian artifacts and things of this sort, whether it was squirreled away in one of Saddam's 72 palaces or not. And he said that he was just really shocked and surprised at just how much security, how important this stuff was. The other day, I listened to this interesting podcast. Interesting because it's interesting in the sense of the National Enquirer, where a guy was talking about how the government has this UAP recovery team, and they basically go at the behest of channelers or whoever that is directing them towards either crashes or ancient artifacts or things of important note. And the government goes there and recovers these things and squirrels them away, never to be seen again. Like, this is really interesting. There's some weird crossover going on. He went on further to say that these beings are interdimensional, and that basically what they're doing is they're leaving gifts. They're leaving surprises. They're leaving things behind that man can use to advance his technological understanding. Very similar to the Book of Enoch, where these beings would teach men metallurgy, things of this sort.
Yeah, sounds vaguely like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, right? There are all these clues, if you want to call them that, left in popular media like that, like the movie Monuments Men and others.
You know what's
Hollywood
funny?
hears things.
Oh, yeah.
Hollywood hears things. I mean, they are connected to the spook outfits through Project Mockingbird and all that. People hear things and they write scripts about what they hear.
And not only that, they intentionally release this stuff through Hollywood as fiction, because if they called it truth, nobody would believe it. But if they call it fiction, they'll believe every word of it. It's certainly interesting, and I've actually come to the conclusion that I'm probably one of about 100 people alive who actually watched the director's commentary. I guess it wasn't the director's commentary, but it was the commentary that they produced on 2001: A Space Odyssey, and where they explained what the story actually was. And I posit that unless you've watched that, you can possibly not understand what Kubrick was actually trying to say in 2001: A Space Odyssey, which would be nearly identical to what you were just talking about the beings leaving these, in that case, they were obelisks. And they more or less taught the man monkey thing how to have the first war, all the way up to that beautiful dissolve from the murder weapon to the orbital nuclear weapons, which most people thought, oh, those are cool satellites, and so forth and so on. That was the point of the big scream and everything from the devices, was that when they were found, is that that it indicated that they had more or less accomplished what the task for that obelisk. Of course, then going to 2010, where then there was supposedly the obelisk at Jupiter, and then they were then trying to get back to the ship and get the ship going again so they could get to that. And then that picture unfortunately didn't have any of Kubrick's original intentions, but 2001 was, the cold, sterile, and maniacal, frankly. only a maniac could have. Absolutely, a maniac could have filmed that story in that way.
It'd be funny if there was stuff that was kind of left in plain sight, like buildings.
I'd go to say that it's more likely there are than.
Your signal's weak.
Hi guys.
Do you have any other arguments? You conceded, Chief, that you didn't have a demo, but ignoring that, do you have any other arguments you'd like to try and talk about here today?
If you're willing to think and conceptualize, yes.
All right,
Well, yeah, we've been doing that the entire time.
Hold on, do you have me muted?
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because
do you have me muted?
Every time I ask you to.
Hey, Chief.
Do you have me muted?
Oh, him to you? I don't know. Well, Chief, no, I asked for demo, you get simulation. Anyway.
Hold on, we're going to sort this out. Hold on. Before we move on, let's sort. Do you have me muted? Let's sort this out. Whether Chief has people muted or not.
Chief, do you have AV muted or old muted?
I don't have AV muted. No, I don't have anyone muted.
So you're just talking through people.
Anyone muted?
Have an actual back and forth, Chief. This isn't going well for you.
Yeah, I'm more than willing.
Okay, it takes two to tango.
This gets to a point
Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words.
So, hi, Chief. Why do you believe you live on a ball?
The implication of my experience.
Right. Well, we already reached this point. We all experience flat and motionless. We've already discussed that earlier. So, why do you believe in the exact opposite of what we experienced?
Well, because if it really is that size, then it's understandable that at my reference frame, everything would appear to be flat. Like that's easy to conceptualize and consider and think about, and I see no proof otherwise.
Okay, so you admit it's flat, motionless, and you don't see any other proof otherwise. Okay, is that it?
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, sure. In my reference frame, like yes, it's useful to think about the Earth in that way. But when thinking about the whole thing outside of my reference frame, there are other things that are true that I don't need day to day, but are true about the situation regardless. And that seems to be what this conversation is about. Like
what? I've been asking like what the
about changing size significantly.
Do you have any evidence sunsets are exclusive to globes?
No, it's not that they're exclusive to globes. It's that.
Well, that's what you said, though. You said sunsets.
The way the sun sets, the implication of the way that the sun sets.
You're still claiming sunsets happen on a globe and can't happen over flat. That's what you're implying.
No, you're not listening. You're not.
Say it slower.
See, there's much wider context, and there's multiple reference frames to consider at the same time.
Talk about it.
Like,
go ahead, talk about it.
The implication, all right, the sun does not change size significantly as it disappears behind the horizon. Okay? It doesn't.
You can't verify that.
As it gets to the horizon, which it would.
You can't verify that.
If it was flat, it would never go below the horizon.
You better address what I'm saying when I say you can't verify that.
On a flat plane.
You're going to get muted.
You're making claims about what happens on a flat plane, Chief. I'd like to see any evidence you have for why
He's
that.
Not going to continue the conversation, Flat Hulu. You will not continue the conversation unless he has me unmuted. And I've asked him how so, and he's not responding to me. He's just barreling through. So he's not going to continue. Sorry.
That's cool.
So he's saying that it's going behind the horizon. He's not addressing what he means by behind the horizon. How does he know that?
Well, he says he wants to. You want to give him a chance? See what he says?
Well, if he has me unmuted, because I'm going to do a mic check, and if he doesn't answer, then he won't. I'm going to put him back on mute.
I hope you're listening, Chief. I'm trying to stick up for you, buddy.
Maybe we should also pin him down.
I hear him. I'm listening. I'm trying to answer. It's all in the answer. Okay. If you let me say the answer. All right. You love geometry. You bring up geometry all the time. Blah blah blah. All right. The implication. All right. If the Earth is flat, we're on a flat plane. The implication. All right, is that the sun would remain above it at all times.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. Show me a model show me a flat example where this isn't correct.
Incorrect.
Show me you can't show me an example to the contrary. You can't.
Okay, time out. We're not talking about models. The clear observation of the Earth as it is. So when we're outside, we're not staring at a model. It's not a model that you're looking at when you see the sun move across the sky, is it? We're looking at reality outside, not a model. There's a distinction, right? So if you're looking outside, you don't know as you said, because it looks flat, you can't tell if it's a globe. According to you, you see the Earth the same way everybody else does. It's a horizontal plane. So it works this way. Now, if you're saying it's a globe, and the greater point is it is, then you're going to have to demonstrate how it's going behind the globe. That's why I'm asking, how do you know it's going behind the globe? Pay attention, key words here.
Not to mention that it's... Did he really bounce?
Yeah, he's going to have to answer that right quick. Go ahead. Did you want to add something to that, Olhas?
Yeah, not to mention that that's created by the claim that the Earth's spinning in his paradigm.
Well,
He's got
yeah,
that
there's
to deal with.
There's actually a couple things, but if you think it's going behind the curve of the Earth, because you said you observe it flat like everybody else does, you're going to now have to say, you say, it can't happen. It can happen. You did. You just said it looks flat. We all see it that way. Yeah, that's where we're starting from. But if you say that it's going behind a curve of a globe that's spinning, now Old Haas is adding that because, yeah, it's true. You're going to have to provide evidence of both. Go.
You're not thinking. You're doing. I literally asked if you're willing to think. I'll have a conversation. If not, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, you said, how can it happen on a flat Earth?
You said nothing.
Your observation is the same as ours.
Dude.
Yeah, I said something. Okay? The observation you said is the same as ours. The same observation.
I get it, dude. Shut the fuck up for a second, please. All right?
All right,
the
so
implication
what else are you going to say?
Of a flat plane, the implication of a flat plane with a light going over the top of it, as we observe, okay, is that light would never go below the horizon.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It can't.
That's wrong.
Wait, show me an example how that's wrong.
Listen to me. That's
street lights go below the horizon.
Hold on. That's wrong. You know why it's wrong? Have you ever seen things at a far distance? Have you ever seen things at a far distance away from you that are above your head, like street lights? Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so the light that's above you, you can tell that it's at a specific distance away from the floor, right? As you're underneath it, you can see it right above your head. But as you see the street lights that are farther away from you, what happens to the angle that you see them at? It starts to decrease, doesn't it? Answer the question.
Simplistic.
Answer.
Yes.
Answer the question.
This is what happens. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So
the sun is far higher than these street lights.
Yeah. You don't. Wait. Time out.
Implications to what we observe. What do you mean time out? You just talk about nothing for ages.
He got you to contradict yourself flat out, verbatim. You said, no, it can't happen. And he got you to say, yes, it is happening. Chief, you need to learn to listen and communicate. Okay. I'm trying to help you, buddy. So now when he unmutes you, respond to it and say, okay, it can happen. And then keep going with your argument, your evidence about sunsets or whatever the fuck else. Good luck.
Yep. So now that we understand that things that are away from you are at an angle lower that decreases as it goes off into the distance, everything's converging to the eye line, everything that you see. So this is what's happening as you can see horizontally across the surface. So yes, across a horizontal surface, the sun can appear to look like it's going down. Yes, that can happen. I've already showed you and you agree with me now.
Yes.
There you go.
There is greater implication. That's not an agreement to your terms. There's more to the information. There is more. No. Oh my gosh, dude. Fucking hell.
You're going to agree that either things decrease in angular perspective from when they move away from you or not. It's going to be the same thing when he returns. This childish behavior of leaving the chat whenever we're in the mid-discussion is not going to work.
It's crazy he literally just left instead of tried to have a conversation. I mean, you for real got him completely. You got him.
Yeah.
And then he just tried to deny it right after.
He doesn't like the fact that he has to agree with this is just the obvious case. Like when we're seeing across horizontally, this is what happens. Him and every other ball earther denies this. Because if it's true, then that means that what's happening has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Sorry, it's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
there's also asked to include in the argument and explain away how the 8-minute delay for the sunlight that reached the Earth, how that accounts for all this too. The sun actually rises minutes before it rises in their paradigm.
Yeah, I could hear you barely, Mr. Palma. Like, yeah, you're coming through kind of spotty, but yeah, I get what you're saying. He also, I didn't get him on this point. I was about to after we went through this point about angular perspective, but at the same time, he was talking about the height. Yeah, I can't think of it like that because the sun is a lot higher. But then he's ascribing to a knowledge claim that he can't provide evidence for, which is how high is the sun if he's making a claim about it. See, the issue with these guys is that they think that the next thing they say will get them out of the previous thing, but actually digs a hole deeper. Doesn't get them out, it actually makes it worse. Because now they're going to have to explain not only the thing that they've conceded on, but the thing that they're presenting, the height of the sun.
Well, that was another claim, and he didn't even realize he had.
Deep breaths, man, deep breaths.
Well, hello, Sonri. Haven't seen you yet. Welcome. You have any questions for Flat or Globe?
Not really.
Oh, hang out. That's cool. You believe you live on a ball?
Like a sphere?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you give us your favorite bit of evidence for that claim, and you can just listen to us talk about it. So, why do you believe you live on a ball?
I mean, that's what it feels like when you go outside.
Okay. Well, personally, I experience a flat and motionless Earth. You go to the beach, it's flat. You look at the ground, it's not spinning. So, I'd say the opposite. Truly.
Are you all about feelings, bro? I got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night.
You guys will go outside and you feel it's flat?
I felt the sphere
feel
of my
what
hand.
you see, it's flat. When you experience, it's motionless. What do you experience? Do you experience anything different?
No, I'm saying like, I mean, if it was flat, there wouldn't be like...
What?
Like
what?
Like when you see the horizon, it would be like flat.
It is flat.
It is flat. This guy is.
I didn't hear him. What?
It is flat.
What can happen?
You would see the horizon as flat. He says, if it was flat.
It is flat. You can Google. It's locally flat. You can Google it. Like Google even says, because it's so big, it looks flat. What are you talking about, buddy? Sonri, come on.
I Googled it and it says the horizon is not flat.
Google says it. Well, I'd love to see an example of this. Do you have pic firms? Can you show us a not flat horizon?
It just says it appears flat for the human perspective.
Oh, it does.
It's so large, but it appears, but it's not.
Okay. Okay, so Google is. You just said Google said it doesn't appear flat, did you?
Yeah, that's how it started. No, the horizon is not flat, but it can appear flat to a human.
Oh, okay. So the horizon is not flat,
to a dog
but it appears flat. Yeah. What about a bird or a cat or an insect?
Does it appear flat to those guys?
What about a fly? Well, hold on. Do you think that makes sense that the horizon is not flat, but it appears flat to everybody?
Yeah.
Do you think that makes sense? Okay. How? Give me any bit of logic defending that.
Okay, when I stare at the horizon, I might not see any mountains, but there might be mountains there that I cannot see.
Let's talk about a hypothetical. You're at the beach. Now, go ahead and explain your logic while you're at a beach.
Yeah, I can see the horizon. I can see the horizon of the beach, and you're not gonna see it. It's gonna be empty, right? But there might be a volcano like all the way back that you cannot see.
You're talking about topography makes the horizon sometimes not flat?
No, I'm saying like what you see in the horizon is like you cannot see everything in the horizon. Like there might be stuff that is too far to see, like a curvature.
So you're saying, hold on, is the horizon flat or is it curved? Because so far you've literally said like both like 4 times.
No, I'm saying it appears flat to a human, but it's not flat.
Okay, so it appears flat. Okay, so we do see it as flat. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
I guess.
Why do you believe it's not flat?
I don't. When I see a horizon, it's not like I feel it's like flat.
I've been to the beach. I've seen it's flat.
No, like when the beach is not even flat. Like when you're getting closer, where the water meets the sand, like on the shore, there's always like a slope towards the ocean. You know.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like not flat. Like there's like slope.
Yeah, because topography and waves. It's not perfectly like literally flat. Is that what you're saying? It's not like exactly flat.
Yeah, like you might think the water looks
I agree.
flat.
I
The water
agree.
might look flat because the surface of the water is like maybe looks flat, but underneath.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, underneath it's not. Oh, weird. You keep saying it looks flat over and over, and I can't help but agree with you, buddy. That was a very productive conversation.